20 degrees. Where are you located? There's a world outside of the apartment? I've never heard of such a thing. I hope one day to see it. Tales of old. Let's give everybody a minute to join. Yeah, it could just be fantasies. Oh my god, flooded. It was cool. I'm assuming you didn't have to drive on the interstate, Azel. Okay, so the real world, the real world has bizarre temperatures and flooded highways. So let's have a few hours to escape into the world of value. Does anybody want to hop on the mic and talk a little bit about how if your understanding of value has changed at all over the past 2 weeks? If you're starting to see some of the things we're talking about, starting to see value groups everywhere, contrast within groups, contrast between groups. I'm curious to see how, because I do think this is kind of a thing where it's more about seeing it, and then you can practice this stuff over time. But yeah, if anyone wants to hop on the mic and talk about how value has changed your life.
I can. Oh, go ahead, Oliver.
I was just about to say you go ahead, but okay. No, I would say I've noticed a shift in how I view images a lot. On one end, from the conceptual and optical sort of lens when viewing a painting, as well as how I think when I'm painting. But also that I'm noticing sort of these connections between values that I've not really noticed before. I may have applied them, but not really knowing why I did them, and now I have a greater understanding of them, I feel.
Yeah, I do think
really nice.
Yeah, I think a lot of this is like there's intuitive things that happen, but when you really start focusing on it consciously, you see things you would have never seen otherwise. I think that's something we're going to go over a lot today, is like these exact differences between value groups, how it's so easy to overstate information in general, because the way that our eyes work, we see local contrasts, and it's just natural to us. So kind of overcoming that and seeing these relationships as they are, you can just kind of get more and more accurate. And I feel like as soon as you start looking consciously, there's major kind of improvements that happen. And I think, seeing things in terms of being able to see, is something appealing optically or is it appealing conceptually? What is an image doing? That's really kind of what we're trying to get at here, so we can look at painting as a language and what is it communicating to us. I think it really kind of opens up a whole world, and it makes just art, in my opinion, a lot more fun. Do you have any examples of like art that you've seen in a new way in terms of like the optical and the conceptual?
Oh, for sure. I remember looking at actually a Theo Prince painting that I like quite a lot, and then I I was looking back at it to sort of see with these new perspectives what I understood now in comparison to before, and I feel like I've gained a better knowledge of the reasoning behind some of the decisions he's done in his paintings in comparison to before, where it was more of like a oh, I like this, but then okay, why do I like it? Now I have a better understanding of why I appreciated it.
Yeah. You said Theo Prinz, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, like an image like this, you can see how important abstract design and just grouping of information in general is. We have, let me open this up in Photoshop. But everything is grouped. Everything has clear differences between the information. There's gaps between these groups. So what I mean by that is, well, we have a pretty major division here, then a major division here for the horizon. And you can see how we got big shapes in here, medium shapes in here, small shapes in here. There's no confusing what belongs in here. And if we kept, say, detailing things, we've got like little windows. If we kept adding windows everywhere, well, it's going to get more detailed, but the painting is going to get less finished, paradoxically, because those groups are going to be expressed not as clearly. So again, I always want to be thinking of painting as controlling contrast. And when all the contrast is as you intend, that's when a painting is finished. And if that intention is really kind of clearly communicating what that idea is, then that's when things are really working. So I mean, like, what is the idea behind this painting? I think he usually has, he comes from the same place in a lot of paintings. I think it's like, look at the scale of these buildings, kind of a sense of wonder, not describing everything explicitly. And this stuff would not look big if we did not have this group of small shapes here to compare it to. So again, so much of his work is abstract, but in this kind of representational framework. It can actually be a pretty good exercise to like have a perspective grid and just think abstractly in this two values of, where are we going to place this contrast in space? So actually have these kind of abstract shapes proceed as they would into the environment. And yeah, I think it's so fun kind of analyzing work that you enjoy using these very basic principles, because it also kind of, I think, gets rid of the temptation to like copy people's styles too closely. Because when I look at something like this, I see also those Prix de Rome paintings that we looked at last week, and I see abstract art, and I see every kind of style, because this is agnostic to style. These are just the principles. So I don't really, I definitely used to get more of a desire to kind of copy the surface of things and the style of things. And when you are thinking principally like this, I think that temptation mostly kind of goes away. And the surface becomes something fun to explore and experiment with, but it stops being everything. Because if you don't think about these principles, the surface is the only thing that you can experiment with. And that's where things become very, very limited. Some of my old work, like definitely just the style would change so much between paintings. To say I was looking at Theo Prinz or I was looking at Whit Brockna or anybody, and I was trying to take kind of literal information from the surface instead of kind of getting underneath the painting. So yeah, very, very interesting. Let me check the chat. Sorry, who else wanted to talk before Oliver?
It was me, but I was just gonna say that like now I see it like even in everyday life, like I'll be walking around and just like wondering how things could be grouped or where I would put contrast or whatever, and I get distracted in my conversations.
Like, I'm happy to destroy your social life.
Yeah, thank you.
Have you done plein air painting since starting the class?
Yes, kinda, a little bit.
Have you been able to kind of see similar kind of, I want to show this when we look at the homework of like seeing through things, like kind of engaging in that state of mind where you are not looking at specific objects. Because again, I think you have more of kind of an animation background, and that is, or at least that kind of style, it's hard to stop thinking about specific objects with that. But if you can go back and forth between like just seeing these patterns of value and ignoring what object they are, and seeing things as they are in terms of labeling and like the discrete kind of objects in space, you can just have so much kind of control over stuff. But yes, as the more distracted you can be in everyday life, the better.
The better, yes.
Check it out. Having dreams about grouping values, that's even better. Were they nightmares ever? Okay, Wufo, what were some of the bad habits that you realized that you had? Yeah, I definitely know this feeling.
I have a question.
Sure.
If we have a soft transition between two groups of values, like it just soften out, should we consider it as another value, like another one?
Generally, no. And that's another thing I think is going to come up in the homework, is that if you place too much importance on those transitions and have them be another group, it can lead to this kind of thing, at least in terms of value, that I usually refer to as pillow shading. I think because there was just this example of this I saw a very long time ago, and it always kind of looks like that. Pillow shading is when you have, say, as a light source on something. I guess this is a term used in pixel art a lot, where these gradients, this is all the light, but each kind of step of that is a different group, and you get this like stair-stepping effect. And that's basically just evidence that you're overstating the importance of these transitions between groups. It's a kind of look that I think you can eventually pick up on. But it's not wrong, because that's like, you'd basically just be wasting all of your values, wasting your budget on something that's not super important. If you did something like this in the lights, you can never get away with any kind of information in the shadows. Like if you have too much contrast in these transition areas, and you have a lot of information elsewhere, which you usually do, it probably is going to mean that your groups are inaccurate. So generally, a big part of this is making sure that, say, if there's like a gradient in the sky, that you want to like kind of clamp that gradient. Let me see if I can find an example of this. I think one of the pieces of homework had a really great photo, and there was a big gradient in the sky because some cameras will do that, some lenses will do that, especially polarized lenses. When you look at a sky, like look at the Theo painting, there's no gradient in the sky. And a lot of plein air painters won't have gradients in the skies. Let's look at maybe Polonov paintings. Yeah, here's a painting with a big gradient through the sky. But when I'm analyzing this, I don't want to kind of be looking at anything on this constant change, because a gradient is constant change. What I want to do is zoom out, and you can see, look how it looks like two stripes of value. You want to find these two groups first, and then the transition between them is not going to become another group. It's just, it should always read as transitions between those groups. And if you're too zoomed in, literally or mentally, then that transition can get like flabby. Like you kind of lose the integrity of those groups if you push it too far. We always want to have this top part of the sky be relating to something else in the picture. Say like, these values going on down here. And if you're too zoomed in mentally, you're gonna kind of lose that stuff. Now this applies to any kind of edge relationship, because edges are not just value. I want to look at this painting again here. I've got some images we can look at today. I do want to have today be more focused on homework review, and maybe I can finish that Cornwell demo that I did. We'll see how far we get. But basically kind of my outline is today, we'll be going through the homework, talking more about these, the exact differences between these groups. Then I wanted to get more into kind of the raw information side of things, how light works, how materials work. I think next week we'll start kind of this deep dive into why we even get these values in the first place, which is lights. So we'll take a look at this in a second. I think also this example from Theo, we have really clear design decisions here about ratios. We can take a look at some of that also. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you.
Cool. Okay. Let's check the chat. Yeah, it's a great feeling when like, maybe I might not be as good as them, but I understand the rules of the game that they're playing now. It's like, it's not like they're on a different planet. It's like, you're not going to be as good as a professional baseball player, but like you understand the rules now, at least you understand the limitations of like, and at least what goes into that. I think it can lead to greater appreciation too when you have like a frame of reference for what's actually happening. Yeah. Yeah, and intuition is super important. I would never recommend kind of getting rid of intuition, but kind of channeling that intuition and using analysis to make your intuition more powerful, basically. That's why I love painting, because it's this like, I don't know anything else that has like such a interesting use of like pure kind of emotion and the more kind of intellectual side of things. They're both super important. Yeah, and like just being able to talk about art, to communicate about art, because again, like a painting is communication, and it is communicating things that aren't necessarily worth or suited to using words to communicate. But if you can break those things down as best as you can and try to understand what's happening, that is like direct practice when you're making your own work. Measure using small shapes. Exactly. So this is, again, the same. There's only a few things that go on here. This piecemeal seeing it applies to, accurate shapes. It applies to accurate values, accurate colors, accurate anything, any kind of relationship. That's why I think like the more you learn about this stuff, it's almost the more comforting it becomes, because you realize there's only kind of a few things. When we talk about materials too, we're not going to be talking about soft light and hard light and overcast, and we're going to be talking about them, but not in the sense of like, oh, you have these different rules for every scenario. All we're going to be talking about is that there's light and reflections. And any kind of difference in the quality of light is because of those reflections. And it become a little bit overwhelming because you lose kind of the support of all of this, of kind of your quiver of tools that or rules that you have for when you're painting. And it just becomes, well, you have to kind of draw reflections. And that can be kind of hard and overwhelming at first, but it opens up this world of possibility. So yeah, I think especially with light, there can be a little bit of discomfort at first. I think similar to the way that there's discomfort in using a hard round brush with no opacity. Because again, there's this comfort in like opacity and not making clear decisions, that there's inertia to overcome and there's resistance, but once you do, you can never go back. Exactly. So values, drawing, the same kind of zoomed in piecemeal seeing is kind of what we are looking to overcome for all of us. I thought about two values where I can interpret my shapes like they connect, are on top or below the other, and the way I show it make them have more variety. Let's just jot down some average shape. So yeah, kind of doing things with more intention. Mental zoom sounds like a disease. Yeah, you don't want to have that. So we're going to try and avoid that terrible fate as best that we can. Okay. Anybody else want to hop on the mic and, how has value changed your life? Okay, then we can get more into some of the examples that I have planned for today, then homework review, maybe a little bit of demo. Do you have any advice about the memory drawing you mentioned on Discord earlier in the week? Let me pull up that part of the Discord. Okay, so unrelated to values, from wondering if anyone's worked out a different effective way to prove their sense of proportion doesn't rely on measurement. Like instead of holding your pencil at arm's length. So this is super important. Like you don't want to throw out the baby with the bathwater with this kind of thing. But over measuring, being overly reliant on kind of that intellectual side of things is, it can lead to very stiff results and kind of inaccurate results because you're kind of like, you're not using your vision and trusting kind of your senses. I think that could be why this is something that's ending up wrong. So yeah, and I mentioned that there's tools for that kind of thing. We'll look in the homework as we kind of go through them to see if there's anything that's kind of majorly inaccurate. But this guide here is really useful because it lays out this 2D side of things. This has nothing to do with construction. This is kind of a purely optical thing. You can see kind of these, this is compression. You know, we're taking a lot of angle changes in here and we're compressing them into a gesture. If we were to do this in terms of kind of snapping these points in terms of shapes, this would be a straight line here. But you know, this is a curve. We're kind of averaging things out. Averaging is very important here. So you find these big averages and how the small averages relate to that. That's one of them. But I really like this guide because he has these different tools in here. I have this. I think it used to be free.
Hello and welcome to the video lesson on accuracy. My name is Dorian.
Here we go. Okay, so yeah, here's a list of the tools. Alignment, so seeing where those kinds of gestures line up and using that as a way to triangulate. I think angle is a very similar thing. Now measurements is just one of these tools. Implied lines is where things don't literally connect, but we're kind of, again, averaging the connection between things. And again, using that to triangulate. Triangulation is a big part of this. Now, creaturizing is interesting. This is like pure 2D optical seeing. If we look at like bark plates, which is a good way to study this kind of optical seeing, well, what is creaturizing? Creaturizing, again, is not going to help at all with construction. But it's like if we were to copy this, let me get a better reproduction of this. Okay, this is a little bit better here. Okay, so yeah, if we were to copy this, well, we have lots of tools we could use. We could use like these. When I was doing homework and I was drawing a riverbank, like everything, this part of the bank is a bunny, this one's a duck. Yeah, it's like if you look at clouds and you say, well, what do the clouds remind you of? It's the same exact thing. You're accessing, you're activating a part of your brain that's extremely 2D. That's just the shapes that you're seeing. And that's really useful because if you're overly focused on, say, construction or something that's more conceptual, you might lose that accurate 2D scaffolding that you might need. I'm thinking about having some homework down the line of where if you're working from any kind of reference, you can no longer copy that reference. You have to draw it from a different angle. So the shapes that you're seeing become fairly useless for your study. that's a way to, like, anytime there's a safety in creaturizing or doing that kind of thing, well, we can get rid of that because you can't do that from imagination. And you always want to be relying equally, or maybe equally, but depending on the situation, you want to be pulling from these different tools and not be overly reliant on one or the other. So that might be something you can try down the line, but this is a very useful tool to have because it's a way to, again, tap into this like pure accuracy of 2D seeing. Because if we were copying this and say we drew this shape like this. Okay, now, well, we can see some of these other tools that we can use, like implied lines. I can average all of this into like a triangle. And triangulation means I can find this point, how it relates to this point, and how it relates to this point. I could find, say, draw a line here and find how this relates to this. There's all sorts of 2D tools that we can use. We might think we were being accurate, but let's look and see. What if I thought of this shape here as a woodpecker? So here's the head of the woodpecker. Maybe the eye would be right here. I got a little hair thing. And here's the body. You can kind of use your imagination and do a wing. Now there's like a personality to that shape. Now this that I have here has a completely different personality. And thinking about the personality of shapes, maybe like, it doesn't even have to necessarily be, here's another one. Like I can even see this as like the beak of a bird. And it's like, there's a certain, like, it's reaching for the sky. It has like a triumphant kind of feeling. You can think about the feeling of these shapes. And when you're trying to copy them accurately, you can say, well, this one looks a little fatter and a little depressed. And like, I want to kind of inject some more of the feeling of this, which feels a little bit more stoic and contented, into what I'm drawing. And it's just another tool that you can use to kind of get accuracy. So that guide that I mentioned is really useful for this. Definitely at least kind of watch this preview video. And let's look more at, so that's, again, the pure kind of 2D training of this stuff. And then I remembered, I think another, and the Harold Speed book has some more information on this also, that something that was really, really useful for me in terms of like actually looking at what I'm seeing, actually looking and analyzing, was not to flick my eyes back and forth rapidly and copy, because that leads to piecemeal seeing. I think a really, really important way to go about this is to look carefully, slow down so you can really look carefully, attempt to memorize what you see, and then the image that you were looking at, turn away from it. Now you're in the world of your canvas. You're in the world of your painting. And you want to rely on that memory of the impressions of the relationships that you just saw. And you'll find that not even looking at the subject, you'll be far more accurate than you ever could be, kind of flicking your eyes back and forth and trying to keep your subject in the corner of your eye as you're drawing. For some reason, that leads to rushing. It leads to going too fast. It leads to not comparing the larger whole of things. Because if we look at something and then turn away, well, we can focus on an important relationship. How does an angle here relate to this? Like, where is this in relation to over here? And just our mental image of that will be so much more accurate. So you can see that the way that they used to train, it would be literally turning their head 90 degrees, turning their head back, and then placing those relationships based on their memory. Then you can look and kind of check what you did, but you find that you gain such a greater mental understanding of what you're looking at when you slow down and do that. And you remember that what you're seeing is this kind of world of raw information. And as you turn back, you're now placing that information into a new budget, the world of your canvas. And I just think it's a great way to work because, there's a lot of evidence that all the greatest painters did this. I mean, you think about, how did Sorolla paint images, say, like this? I mean, these kids were moving, and there's even crazier examples of, like, how do you paint this kind of stuff? The waves are moving. If you look at images of Sorolla painting, see if I can find some examples. You know, here's a good one. Like, look, his subject is practically behind him. So there's counter examples to this where you can. There's a very famous image of Sargent that's used as evidence that he painted sight size, in the sense that, you know, he had his canvas next to his sitter and he was looking at both in the same vision at the same time. And he probably did work that way sometimes, but also this canvas is at an angle. Like, this is not pure sight size. Even in modern ateliers, they would never let you work like this, basically. So even though this is used as like an example of, you know, kind of sight size comparison, it's really not pure sight size. Now, something like this, again, is just a complete counterexample to this. His canvas is leaning towards him to reduce glare. Like, that's something you can never do sight size. His subject is behind him. The horse is moving. There's lots of examples of this, of how he paints, of like, so much of this must have been coming from his imagination, which means he must have been constructing mentally on some level. He also had like an assistant who would like set up these massive canvases and things for him. So it was good to be, I guess, in his position. Yeah, I mean, look at this. Like, look at how his canvas is oriented. You can't look at this and paint at the same time. So I would like really strongly recommend, if you're doing a still life of something, and you can see me on my desk right now, maybe I'll choose a subject behind me. I'll look. I will really kind of spend my time interpreting and looking and thinking. Thinking is 90% of the battle here. Turn around, use what I just absorbed, and then turn around to check again, and have this be kind of a rhythm, and that be the process. There was, I think, more examples that I posted in the Discord. But basically the same thing. You can see here in ateliers, like, there's limited space too, and they were packing these students in, so they generally had to like turn their heads and look, and you can see this kind of thing happening all the time. And you can see all like the compression that happens in a painting like this as something that kind of naturally happens as you're looking at these big relationships. I wanted to take a look at just this cool example of a painting of a gallery. And it's like, okay, well, you have a major problem here, because we really don't want to have the piecemeal seeing of, like, imagine if you were painting this and you were actually situated here in this room. Well, if you were staring at this painting, you would be copying every single detail in here. So I really like this painting because it shows like a master example of the exact kind of compression that we're practicing in these studies. Like, the big relationships of angle, of gesture, where we have this necklace that's connecting these beads. We also have the big relationships of shape, kind of these compressed shapes that are happening. We have the compression of form. You know, you can feel the cube-like nature of the body, and the cylinder here kind of lofting into more of a square. So all of the values are compressed, the colors are compressed. So I really love this example because there's a unity of vision here, where everything kind of in the real world has a little bit more fidelity. It's in a group that's a little bit more specific. And like, look at the compression of the frame here and how all these value groups that are happening. And you zoom out, like, again, that creates just a singular value that relates to the floor in a very accurate way. Look at that landscape. Like, this is what we kind of want our studies to be looking like here, like simplified and accurate, so that we can practice this principle of compression. And he's doing the same thing in real life here. And sometimes, you know, this is probably all from imagination, because I'm sure these people were moving. But he's using these same value groups because, you know, if we decided that this is kind of the accurate value for the ceiling and for a shirt, well, we can just place shirts everywhere, maybe at the right level. Yeah, this dude did do dozens of studies in one painting. Yeah, I really love this one. He does lots of kind of big scenes like this artist. James Brun. He's got like no art. Here's another one. Thought I had some more from him. It's not very popular on Google. Yeah, let me check the chat again. So when you're drawing from memory, are you trying to remember your creaturized and triangulated sort of shapes? Or are you trying to remember your overall? Kind of both. You want to, like, you only hold so much in your head. Like, it's more that you're studying whatever the important thing is that you want to get at that moment. And you generally, like, starting general to specific makes sense, where you can look for kind of big relationships, you know, kind of this, and this even being a group. Like, we can divide this later, but I wouldn't want to start here. You know, you'd want to find, like, roughly how this aligns with the doorway, like these big groups of paintings first. That's the kind of thing you want to take in from the scene. And then you fill in kind of the smaller stuff as you go. But I would try it. I think it becomes pretty intuitive when you just try this method. You always look, trying to keep your image in short-term memory. So I think the thing you really don't want to do is, like, try and keep both the image and your painting in the same field of view while you're drawing. Because you do kind of want to bring the image up in your mind. It's a way of kind of using your memory and training your memory and your kind of way to feel relationships. Because if you do this, you can then feel if something is correct or not in a way that you can't when you're trying to one-to-one kind of copy information. It's a very difficult thing to put into words. It is kind of very feeling based. You can kind of, I know, like, and it's difficult. It takes more brain power to look and memorize a relationship and try to reproduce it. That's why when I start to get lazy, I'll stop doing that. And I can always feel, like, when I'm cheating it a little bit. And, like, you know, that I'm only cheating myself basically by trying to go fast and, like, rush the process. I think, you know, one way to force yourself to be able to do this is to paint something that is 180 degrees behind you, and you'll have to do this. So that's what I would recommend. It's like putting reference on another screen rather than one that you're painting on. Yeah, that's if we're talking digitally, that would be one way to do it. Yeah, I mean, you could even, again, like, place an iPad behind you or something and copy that. One way that I like to make sure that I'm at least encouraging myself to think this way is to not do this. And I used to do this exclusively. If I'm doing a study, I don't want to do this because, look, I can just continue this line. I'm looking at both the reference and mine at the same time, and, like, I can get this information kind of one-to-one. That's not what I want to do. What I want to do, and I find it easier to make sure that I'm more thinking this way, is place my canvas into a new document and have that be either bigger or smaller than what I'm painting. Because then if I do this, now I have to use my brain to think, well, how big is the ratio of this to this? If I place the floor here, does it feel like the right division in space? No, it feels too high. In order to get that feeling, I have to have memorized something about this image, the feeling of that image. How much space visually does this take up? Where in the canvas is it divided, kind of the open doorway? And I can actually start to comparatively get these relationships in place. How many doors? If I have 2 doors up, this is the middle of this painting. It forces you to kind of be comparative like this in a way that you can't be. Another way is to make it probably easier like this, make your reference a lot smaller, keep this a little bit bigger, something easy. It's a little bit less challenging. But now you can see kind of these big relationships. How many floors would take up this wall? You know, roughly kind of 3 here. Does that make sense? Okay. Okay. And you find the advantage of doing this way more memories, it helps develop your intuition more. Yeah, you can actually rely on your feeling and you can start making decisions and you see things more accurately. It's just, you see more of the big picture than if you had your reference right next to the thing, you try and keep them both in one field of view. And one of the things about sight size is that it trains you entirely on that, to rely on that field of view of comparing your work to what you're seeing in one field of vision. I don't think that's a good plan long term, and it's certainly not going to help do like anything creative from imagination. Or to be able to say paint from life, like do plein air and like make decisions of what you're seeing. You can get very, very stiff plein air work if you do the one field of vision thing. I was drawing with Anise and she said after one of my explanations, I don't want to think I want to draw. She's a path ahead. Yeah, I mean, not thinking is an important part of this. Thinking is also an important part of this. Sometimes I think about like, Sunday painters who paint kind of to relax. Sometimes it doesn't make sense to me because like, it is like there's a lot of labor involved in making art. And sometimes it's easy and it flows. Sometimes it doesn't. But I don't know. I think it's a little bit easier to me visually. Say music. I feel like it gets more into kind of that math side of my brain if I really start thinking about these mathematical relationships between things. Math certainly has a lot of intuition and beautiful relationships in it, but that's too far. My brain just doesn't work that way. So what I like a lot about art is that you can learn as much as you want to about the raw information. And again, like next week, we're going to go into a lot of detail about how light works and some scientific things, but scientific things only in the service and in the pursuit of being able to simplify that information to use how we want to. But you don't have to know everything to a rigorous scientific degree. And I like that wiggle room. I think you can be really creative in how much information you take in, because the only thing that's really important is that whatever rules that you set for yourself, that you're just consistent with those rules, that you follow your own rules. And yeah, I find that fun. Kind of, probably, when you're younger and like if you have kind of a rebellious streak of like, well, I'd rather be sitting and drawing in class rather than doing math problems because I'm being told to. That's a really great thing to have as an artist, to really just have this strong drive to do your own thing. If you feel like every idea that you have is perfect and doesn't need refinement, in the same way that as a communicator, as if a writer, if you think, well, my first draft is perfect, how dare you give me notes? How dare you suggest that it's even possible to refine this? Well, that's not good. And in that process of refinement, you often have to kind of go back to the raw information and see where you can make your rules and your own models more elegant, more accurate, simpler and more accurate. And that takes a lot of thought. So yeah, it's challenging, but it also gives you this freedom that I find very enjoyable. We've got a better Google search result for this artist. I don't think this is him. I think because there's this party scene that I'm thinking of. Oh well, I thought it would come right up. Let me see if it's in my ArcLight folder. Maybe this was a dream I had. I definitely know it's him. Oh well. Yeah, I don't know why it's not coming out. But yeah, it's another kind of complicated party scene, but it's not as average out as it's much more detailed. It's like knowing how Rayleigh scattering works with helping to overstate halftones. Yeah, and also say the inverse square law of like how light fall off is really fast. That it's exponential. It's not linear. That's something where once you know that about light, Dorian has another thing about this, about fall off, and this is again something that is so common as a mistake. And this is because of relying more on what this can be your instinct, your intuition to paint in a certain way, to paint like that, where you have this linear fall off of the values, and light does not fall off linearly. What this is showing here is that there used to be a thing here. I think everything he made has been like paywalled at this point. So here's linear. This is exponential, where the light really retains its integrity until it suddenly falls off into black. Here, this is just every step is equally getting darker. You can see here that the light on this form keeps its power until it suddenly doesn't. Now we're going to go more into kind of reflections next week about why this stuff happens, but like just our instinct is to make things even, make shapes even, make value transitions even. And that's not the way things work. So when you learn things on the conceptual side, but what you know, it influences the way that you see things. Yeah, he does Proko stuff now. So he's from kind of the Atelier side of things. So a lot of his tutorials, stuff he talks about is purely kind of optical. But it's really great advice. He teaches that side of things very, very well. Okay, let's take a 5-minute break, and then we'll go through some more of these examples that I have kind of round out. Then we'll start to be kind of more driven by the homework, more driven about using these principles, and especially when we're done with light and materials, there won't be many kind of fundamentals left to talk about. It will be more about applying these things. So let's take a 10-minute break. We'll meet back here. For me, it's 2 p.m. Cool. So see you guys in a few. Hello. Thank you. I hope the break provided a lot of value for everybody. And I'm not going to stop making that joke every week. Do you have specific recommendations for more conceptual drawing courses or teacher? Yes. Yeah, so these are actually really good. What is Grogu? Oh, Baby Yoda. Yeah, okay, so I think there's actually kind of a serious lesson in here. Again, that when you learn new conceptual concepts, it changes the way that you see in a very real, tangible way. I'm trying to think if it goes the other way. What you see can influence what you know, but I think really there's things that can be completely hidden to you based on your kind of mental models of how the world works. And this kind of influence of language is a conceptual thing. On actually our perception is really fascinating. It comes into play with brainwashing. I mean, a good way to kind of detect, okay, what is a cult? Does something kind of restrict the language that you can use? Is there like in-group words where the longer you spend, the more you use these terms, when you change your language in that way, it really changes the way, as a consequence, of how you think, how you perceive things. So you can literally change the way somebody sees the world by policing language, by policing things you're allowed to express and the vocabulary that you have to express things. There's so much kind of application to these things. It's that's why I think like thinking of this as just like information in general is fascinating, because you find these parallels to like everything in life. Can help you kind of recognize unhealthy dynamics and things like that, kind of restricting your ability to see things. Back to conceptual knowledge, conceptual thinking. Yeah, Friends has great tutorials on this. I think I posted some links in the chat. Let's see if I can find them. But yeah, this kind of thing here, where you are creating your own world, your own grid of form and space, and placing each point individually. Scott Robertson's How to Draw book deals with this a lot. I think Friends' work is a bit more approachable and in kind of the subject matter that he uses. There's also the late Kim Jung-gi, was obviously a master at this. There's this channel, here's a bunch of lectures that he's done about kind of basic concepts in finding, again, big relationships of things. Like if you want to draw, say, an AK-47, well, it's a complicated thing, or a bicycle. You find out how many stocks take up the whole thing. 1, 2, 3. Well, we've got 3 stocks. We divided this into 3. The same thing with the bicycle. And if you know how to draw that flat, so divide this in even thirds, and we had the stock, and then, well, this part is going to take up the same amount, and then I never draw guns. The barrel is going to take up this amount, but we can project that back into space if we know perspective to find, okay, well, this is even thirds in space, so stock, this, and then the barrel. Well, we've now placed that in perspective. So I think the way that he goes around seeing things, he did was seeing these divisions. I think that's why he was able to draw anything, because he was always analyzing stuff in this way and really focused on it for that. Let me think what else. Okay, Glenn Vilppu. Really amazing tutorials. It's focused on drawing the figure, but I would really strongly recommend his book, Glenn Vilppu's Drawing Manual, because in the very beginning, he talks about a lot of these principles that you'll find in a lot of places. Simple but characteristic expressions of things. That's from Steve Houston. His book goes over a lot of these ideas. But yeah, in the beginning of Vilppu's book, he talks about how there's no rules to this. There's just different tools that you can use. I think that there's a lot of great lessons, but like this is a very kind of conceptual understanding of the figure, and I think his book is a really great place to start if you're not used to thinking this way. Yeah, I think Scott Robertson stuff can be not nearly as digestible or approachable. There's a lot of good information in there, but it's more kind of unsorted. I think James Gurney's books have a similar thing where his color and light books are more just like a collection of blog posts than them having a logic to the order of things. Will Weston's another great example of learning this kind of conceptual side of drawing. Also, my friend Ramon, he's got this series on drawing the head. and constructing the head. And again, like, you know, Villepeu has a focus on drawing the figure, but these principles apply to anything. The way that Ramon teaches it is really, really simple. He studied under Glenn, and if you pick up the bundle of all that, it includes one of his live classes, so you get kind of the information. But he goes through and will construct every feature, finding each point in space based on, you know, a center line. This is also a really, really great place to start. So this kind of thinking, along with kind of the 2D things, is you know, approaching things from both of these directions, and you get a really kind of complete education. What's your interpretation of Jamie Jones' work? Jamie Jones is great. So I'm assuming most people here are familiar with Jamie Jones. So Jamie Jones is really, I think, primarily inspired by Sargent. I mean, if you look at like, if you look at a painting like his concept art, you know, he's clearly taking composition and value cues from Sargent in basically everything that he does. I'm trying to find, so there's examples of like, here, Orientalists. He has this book on Orientalists that he was extremely inspired by. I forget exactly which one it is. I think it's this. I think it's like really expensive now, but he got this book and he would basically look at it and kind of take a lot of stuff. So examples of him like learning and interpreting and placing new construction inside of this framework that he was learning from. He didn't always do this, but this kind of inspiration, you can see it all across his work of like trying to get beneath what the image is so you can reconstruct it. Really kind of understanding what is happening with the values. And here, well, we have kind of a major exposure for the light, and all the shadows are clipping. It's doing the same thing here. We're placing all his major value groups. We have this huge difference in value here in the lights. We've got 3 values describing this alien rhino thing, nothing in the shadow. So he's interpreting and reconstructing. This is a Waterhouse painting, reconstructing it, new information. And if you can do this kind of thing, you could do anything. But yeah, he was really inspired by Sargent. And if I am to be critical of anything in his work, here's a Grimshaw painting. And then we looked at Grimshaw. But again, breaking it down, I think of this like you're like taking apart a radio to see how it works and putting it back together. Interesting seeing how he does a photo study and clarifying some of these value groups, clarifying the information that works. This is Zorn painting, and basically just turning her into a gangster. So this exercise can be very, very useful. This one I think is more obviously from Zorn's Omnibus. There's a lot of examples of Craig Mullins doing this kind of thing also. This is a Van Dyck painting. And, you know, just looking through art and being inspired by art is really important. Just as often as you can kind of get that feeling of like wanting to, you know, looking at something and being inspired by it and wanting to kind of create that same feeling. Trying to figure out how Zorn kind of does these reds. This is a Cabanel painting, I think. But very interesting to see how he uses reference, and he's not copying that reference. It is interpreting, reconstructing. You know, you really kind of clarify a lot of these relationships. I think this is Thomas Lawrence. But very cool seeing how he would do a study of these things. This reminds us, again, some studies, Bouguereau, Velázquez, Bouguereau. This is this painting they did is a little study of a crop of a Tadema painting. Sargent study. This is Craig Mullins. I don't know why this is in the folder. Again, Craig Mullins. I think it's just like the studies in general. I loved how he interpreted this. Now, instead of being exposed for the lights here, now I have extreme exposure for the shadows. All of our values in here, and we're getting nothing here. So these kind of examples of the extremes of understanding that he knew he could put lots of color information in here, reflections of the sky, reflections of bounced light, light beneath the surface, giving us this saturation here. Yeah, we're going to be talking about why these things happen next week. Now, Sargent, I feel like I underestimated for a while. If you look at this painting, in high resolution, look at the drawing of that guy. Look at the drawing of all these guys. Like, that's a weird drawing, in my opinion. It's super weird. That's a lot better, technically. I think that there's some drawings of studies that he did for this. They were part of that new exhibit. I want to find it. This is really, oh, here we go. Okay, so look at the study of those musicians. That study is really good. So does anybody have a theory? Why did he paint them so weird here? Like, okay, so number one, I've never seen anybody talk about this. Whenever you look at like kind of academic representation or analysis of this painting, it's always like, well, he was in Spain, he was influenced by the Spanish music, and like, it's lively. Nobody ever talks about why is this so weird? Or like, look at this guitar. It looks like a kid drew it. Does anybody have like any theory as to why this could be?
Because the optical focus is on the woman.
I think that's a big part of it. But why not just paint them more average? Like, look at this. That guy is still, that's a nice drawing. That's still accurate. And the focus is on this guy, and it's like super nice drawing. Why didn't he kind of do it more like this? Like, a lot of this looks wrong to me. Like that drawing of the guitar is like wrong. So why did he choose to do that? So I can tell you my theory. I don't know if it's right. It's just my interpretation of this. I think it kind of gets across this lively feeling. It adds vibes. Exactly. It adds story. It adds something. He's clearly not just thinking about shapes. He's not just thinking about accuracy. This is what it's all about, like creating this feeling. And in the entirety of this painting, he decided that if he painted it like this, as he studied it, I don't know, it didn't have that feeling. It was probably a little bit stiffer and more accurate, more correct. In Harold Speed's book, he talks about dither, that when you're engineering an engine, and if all the pistons fit perfectly, you know, it's not going to work if the tolerances are too accurate. I think this is a good example of that dither, of like when things are a little bit off, you get this life and energy. And this painting is entirely about life and energy. And this kind of kid's drawing of a guitar, you know, it has motion and it has emotion to it. There's also like, looks like a bloody handprint on the wall. It looks like there's really weird details. Like, you look, the weirder this painting gets. So it would be very interesting to see like a more historical analysis of this. If somebody, you know, being there, it feels like the music is a trance. Yeah, I think that's what he was trying to get across. And it's so interesting that nobody talks about this in terms of academic writings about this painting. It is just like that aspect of things is not even considered, when that's the entire thing. All they talk about is the history of him in Spain and the actual kind of circumstance. But painting as a language is not interpreted at all. It does say Ole on the wall. I do wonder what's going on with this handprint. I think there's a higher resolution version of this somewhere. But yeah, again, I think it's just so interesting. If you look at the studies, and they're often much tighter, more accurate, and a little bit less lively than what he did in the finished one. Now, the study for the dancer that I think Jamie Jones like looks at for a lot of stuff is technically, I think, much better painted. There's some amazing stuff going on, but I think there's something about this study that is great, but again, a little bit less life. And again, he's thinking about kind of larger context of the composition here. This is what artistic accuracy is about, these relationships and how you communicate them. Interesting. I wonder if he did this first or after. I'm not sure. But to bring this back to Jamie Jones, if I had one criticism I can make of Jamie Jones, and this is what I used to think about Sargent, is at first glance, I think there's something kind of sterile about Sargent's work, a little bit safe. It's almost like it's like in some ways like too good. Let me see if I can find. Well, here's a really old work. We're kind of getting off on a tangent here, so we'll bring it back in a minute. But I think this goes to show, looking at his old work, that anybody can learn how to draw because there was no evidence of extraordinary talent here. There's one like specific example that's just like he did stuff like this, like just you wouldn't guess this would turn out to be somebody who was so good at this. But yeah, so I think Jamie's work is very, very excellent technically. I feel like some of the subject matter and the way that he paints that subject matter is always the same, especially now, like kind of very commercial in feeling. And I don't know, it's hard to describe, but I don't feel like it has quite as much of that dither. But again, we're talking about one of the greatest people to ever do digital painting. So again, this is kind of like, comparing Batman and Superman, that kind of thing, who would win in a fight. But I do think it's worth kind of thinking, well, I don't look at Jamie Jones's work as much as I used to. I used to like it a lot more. And I think it's worth thinking about, well, why have I just gravitated away from it a little bit? I think that's the reason why is that there's something I like a little bit more, like dither. It is just like the best word from that Harold Speed book. Again, he's super amazing. And if I had to say what is my favorite painting from Jamie Jones, man, it's a more recent one. I don't even know if it's in this folder, but I gotta find it because that was the question. It's like it's people like painting a wall. I'll give it a minute. If I can't find it, we'll move on. I think those were Destiny 2. I really want to find it. Oh well, I'll find it after. I'll post it in the Discord chat. But yeah, that's my opinion about Jamie Jones. I think she's not listed as an inspiration. I've seen like when I do mentorships, it used to be where everybody wanted to be Jamie Jones, everybody wanted to be Craig Mullins, and I think that's kind of dropped off a little bit. And this Craig Mullins painting, one really ugly in the top left corner. So that's why I tend to like Craig Mullins paintings a little bit better, and I look at them more because he does have like ugly stuff in his paintings. It is not quite as perfect, and I do think that that's intentional. There's just some of it is, and I think especially his older paintings are kind of stiff figuratively, but there's definitely like he makes strange choices sometimes that create this feeling that Jamie always tends to go for, I think, more conventional solutions. Okay. Sorry about the very, very long tangent. Does anybody have any other questions about stuff that we talked about so far? Let's get back into this folder. Okay. You have an H.D. Mullins collection called Meeting. Yeah. I think that those paintings, these, he did this for like some just very wealthy client who wanted some illustrations for a story, like fan fiction he wrote. I think he did like a fan fiction of some old sci-fi story, and he just had all the money in the world, so he hired Craig Mullins to do all these like ridiculous illustrations for them. But yeah, I think a lot, especially in some figurative stuff, he can get a bit weird. Like the anatomy here is like very janky. But these are super high resolution, so you can zoom in and see like these individual brushstrokes. Jamie, I think, is way better figuratively. But when Craig really like puts the effort into it, he does some cool stuff. Just want to see if this painting happens to be in here. I don't think so. These still look really old. It was from a newer one. Okay. Let's get back. All right, so let's see, where should we start? This we're going to go into when we talk about value more. This is an example of the budget. Let's get through these examples. Just some stuff that relates to things that we've talked about that I want to kind of just have another example for. Did we look at this one actually? Did we talk about, I think we might have looked at it in terms of value. Can anyone remind me? Did we talk about this? Okay. So I think that this drawing here is a good example of having a budget for everything and the arms race that you can get into. Now, I think this drawing was done very optically. And let's imagine that this is just the whole content of the image, or this isn't a crop. Let's just take this kind of for what it is. Can anybody tell me where your eye goes in this image? Just kind of describe to me maybe where it goes first, where it goes second. If anyone wants to hop on the mic, describe kind of how your eye moves around, and if there's any points that you feel like kind of grabs you more than others.
I'd say that it's those two lines right under the eye. I can't help looking at them.
These guys right here?
Yeah.
Okay, why is your eye drawn there?
I don't know, maybe because they're at the rhythm, because everything else is just random shapes, and
yeah,
they have
and then
this rhythm.
we have this repeating. Okay, so interesting. Ava, you're saying in that woman falling like figure first. What woman like falling figure?
Well, it's on the right of the eye. It's like moon-like shape, crosses the moon-like shape, and the whole C-shaped shape.
So this.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I do
I
see.
think it's because of the contrast.
Okay. And then for me, it goes to the eyeball and then the light plane on his forehead. Yeah, interesting. This is kind of like a snowman shape here, if we kind of continue this. So where you get this kind of pinching, that's something generally to avoid because it creates this contrast, like, you know, a pinching kind of feeling. Again, when you're thinking too kind of 2D, you can miss this stuff. Again, like if you only have a few words to describe your everyday experiences, you know, there's certain concepts you can't even think. And if you're only thinking optically, there are certain tools you can't use. Yeah, so just to kind of go over this, if you're, when you're drawing, you know, rhythms like this create these like kind of pinching points. Something like this will guide your eye along this. So this is gesture. Yes, this is kind of 2D abstract gesture of these shapes. Something I've never noticed before looking at this image. You mentioned the forehead. I think that could be possibly why, because of this, just the gesture of that shape is creating, you know, it's like, look here. Melissa says, in the shadow shaped like a cartoon wolf. Now this is where my eye goes first. And if anybody can see this, I'm really glad you saw this cartoon wolf. We talked about cartoonifying things. This is a really great example. Now, I think it's an unintentional example because this wolf here has so much personality to me. You know, we got a little cartoon nose here and we got an eye. Maybe he's even like a spy. He's got a little top hat, fedora that old-timey spies wear. It reminds me of that. I don't know if anybody also knows this. Spy versus spy. I think they've got hats like this. Yes, so I'm not crazy. Like, it looks like that profile to me. Somebody said a cartoon wolf. Exactly. So this shape here has a ton of personality. Not only does it have a ton of personality, you know, I got a little private investigator here. Not only a ton of personality, but I think it has the most contrast in general in this image. Not only the most value contrast, where we've got really, really light and we've got really, really dark, but look at the angles. Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Going around the shape, like, well, this has 1, 2, 3, 4. This just has so much going on in it. And I think this is what happens when you kind of set different thresholds when you look at different parts of the image. Maybe he was looking here and kind of set, yeah, so like it looks like a Hideo Kojima logo. It looks like a lot of things because it's just, it's asking us to like think of it in that way. So if there's so much contrast here, also like this M shape that's happening, like there's a tangent here with that shape also, that creates a lot of contrast. We're going to talk about tangents a lot in a second. But I just think that there's a ton of interest going on here, and I can't help but look away. I think all the other answers are very true. I think my eye goes there also. I just think, for me personally, I go here first. And then, yeah, I do explore this. I do explore kind of the shapes on the forehead. I do see this kind of falling woman shape, maybe like a dress or something. Say a headpiece or something. But to me, I just always come back to like right here, especially that there's this area of gravity, of weight that I can't seem to avoid. There's also another tangent. So this is a tangent with this, and then this creates a tangent with that. And these areas are just different than everything else. There's a tangent right here too, where this shape meets that shape, meets this shape. We got this like plus, it's like X marks the spot, basically. Now, if we have all that contrast here, just abstractly, you know, we got this going on. I'll bump it up with some color and shapes. Like we're really going to be looking there. Now this becomes the arms race because we're playing our instrument at a 9 volume. And where we really want the solo, we can't show the solo. Even if we get it louder, you know, people's ears are going to bleed, basically. Like what we got to do is lower the volume. We got to lower the volume here. Maybe if you want the solo to be really, really expressive, you know, we just play super quietly and then we jump all the way up to the solo. Now this is edges, you know, how fast do we jump up to that solo? Do we kind of ramp up the intensity and it's like we're along for this ride here? Or do we suddenly hit this brick wall of intensity? That's what edges are. How fast do we change between groups? So this would be kind of more of a slow gradient, and this would be, again, a fast transition. So the arms race, this kind of war that we can get into is where we don't pay attention to this. That maybe, you know, we have this budget and we're just kind of not really thinking about it, how it relates to the top and the bottom of our budget here. So if we really wanted to have, okay, so yeah, there's some great practice about cartoonifying things. I mean, if you wanted to copy this image accurately, this could be a way to get kind of all the personality of the things that you see. I feel like a lot of this stuff wasn't thought about because these shapes aren't necessarily designed. This is more like how the computer would do it. This is more like a cutout filter where it's not really designing this in any kind of way. Now, one of the benefits here of the cutout filter, I think it helps, it is setting a consistent threshold across this. I think what the artist did was set an inconsistent threshold where each part that he was looking at, you know, he was just doing the angle changes that struck him in the moment. But you can see like all this stuff here, you know, we wouldn't want to focus on, we want to focus on the larger changes here. So yeah, consistent thresholds and groups of those thresholds. We're going to go over this Sorolla painting and talk about it in terms of angle thresholds in a second. But okay, so if we have this arms race here, well, I could really try and bump this up and say, well, I got to add a bunch of contrast here to compete with it. What are some things I can do? Because it's still not really grabbing away from here. Well, I can use arrows. Now we might look here first and then this second. Now maybe this is in second place and this is in first place. So always kind of feeling what are my focal points? What are my areas of contrast? But here, you know, we got into this arms race. So instead of always bumping up contrast, let's try reducing some of this contrast. We talked about this in terms of value, and we can try this in terms of value again in a second, but let's do it in terms of angles. So literally averaging, instead of having all of this contrast, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Instead of 1, 2, 3, 4, how about the average of this entire shape? Instead of 1, 2, 3, 4, how about 1, 2? Instead of 1, 2, 3, how about 1? Instead of 1, 2, 3, 4, how about we get rid of that spike in volume that's happening right here? Instead of 1, 2, well, what's the bigger gestures that we can find here? And when we do that, now do you see that we're looking here, that this is number 1, and these are all supporting characters? Can you see how like that affected where your eye goes? We didn't have to bump this up at all we have to do is reduce this. So when this is working from the middle, you get everything kind of a consistent place, and then you can say, well, maybe, you know, we could add a small shape here and kind of really kind of bump up that contrast. We could do this with value also, but does this make sense so far in terms of like just shape compression, where you get everything kind of in this middle point, in the middle of our budget, so we can make intentional decisions about what we simplify further or what we make even more complicated? Okay. Let's try that with the value also, because we've set this threshold here of, remember we talked about pillow shading? I think there's some pillow shading happening in this. So how can we find larger relationships? Well, I think we can just probably find an average of the midtones. if we wanted to kind of save on our budget a little bit. And I think something that it's interesting as to what happens when we average this out a little bit. Just trying to find the right kind of average value for this. When I average this, that I think these changes are too minor to be separate groups. I think this to this is just, it's such a small difference. And I think this to this is such a small difference. If we average this together too into one value, it's interesting that if we now create this, like, look how much form we can kind of get for free. I can kind of pinch it in here and create a slower transition between these two groups, which is saying, also I can soften this and then pinch that in more here. I'm actually controlling the form now, and it's reading in the sense of, well, we have this shape here, and then it comes out like this again. I could probably reinforce that with a highlight. And I don't have to go 100% white. I can just subtly kind of look how much budget I can save by doing this kind of thing, and how much form really reads when we simplify things. So yeah, I think then we could say, well, how different would these changes actually be? Then we can kind of bring that back, but we can make more accurate decisions after this by finding the kind of the big major things. And I think if there were kind of plain changes in here, you'll find that they're actually just information inside of this group and not happening, actually being different groups. So yes, does anybody have examples about or questions about this example? Let's look at this Sorolla painting here, and let's look for the same things. Now, we talked about edges being how fast do groups transition. Now, when I look at this painting, I see some clear groups about these angle thresholds. Now, remember that shape is related to form. So if we're going to get, say, this V shape here, well, why is that a V shape? Well, we've got maybe this kind of box-like form happening here, and then another box-like form happening here. Our shape we get from, well, he's thinking of this figure as two boxes. What about this arm here? Well, we've got kind of a major cylinder of the arm. We've also have another subform for the deltoid. We've got maybe a box-like form here for the wrists. That's lofting into this more cylindrical form. Now, all the angle changes that we're getting here are because of these thresholds he's setting on the form. And we looked at that in 3D. So we've got the first week. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Got 10 angles just for this silhouette of the arm. What about this whole figure over here? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We've got 6 for the entire kind of head and torso and pelvis. Here in the back, instead of these, we've got 1, like we're compressing it even further. And there's obvious groups. We've got really kind of specific, where we're letting ourselves have these subforms instead of kind of the bigger averaged out relationships. Let's use a different color for the medium group. Let's include these guys. And then everything in the back, well, no, that's very simplified. I think it's just these guys. Now, everything in the back, what color can we use? That looks extremely average. So all of these figures are precise, but different degrees of averaging and different thresholds of that. So how does this relate to edges, like we just talked about? How fast do these groups transition, having organized groups of this information? So I would say for the background here, I think it's in this group. Like we've got waves and stuff, but they're all averaged out. We only get angle changes, like where it's really, really necessary. Otherwise, this is just straight lines. So I would say that the background here is in the same group as these figures in the back. It's our most average group. That means if we were talking about in terms of value, let's say that this group was this value. Well, if the background was that same group, we would have a lost edge. We wouldn't be able to tell the difference between those two groups. They would have no change between them. So in terms of this variable that we picked, the edge is a lost edge. But what about these guys in this group? Well, that would be like, say, the background, again, is like we use white for the background. Well, this group maybe would be kind of a middle gray. How fast is that transition? This would be a slower transition, and this would be a faster transition, maybe somewhere in the middle. So this is, say, a soft edge in the context of the painting. And this group here is our hard edge. But we're not talking about value, we're talking about edges. Or we're talking about specificity of angles is what we're talking about. So this, we have our hard edge. So does that make sense that edges are just the transitions between groups and that we get that information into organized, unmuddy groups like everything else? This is the same concept we've been talking about in terms of value, but now we're really making clear, intentional grouping decisions about, how we're thinking about form and how that relates to the shape. And overall, kind of how that compresses into the gesture of our painting, that we have this scatter plot of where is the gravity happening? Well, there's gravity, just like that cartoon wolf. Where are the cartoon wolves in this? I think it's a much more intentional example that we have a big cartoon wolf here, maybe some smaller ones here. Well, this sailboat is different from everything else. Remember our drawing relationship of people, water. Well, there's no other sailboats in this painting. That's going to draw my attention. There's a lot of kind of temperature contrast here. You see that scatter plot that this makes? Here's our beads and here's our necklace. We can contrast that with this. And if we were looking at this as a piece of modern art, ignore this, it would be something like this. Look, we've got big shapes, we've got small shapes, we've got curves, we've got straight lines. This is the underlying statement that is being made in this painting. This is the representational contrast that is creating that statement. Does that make sense to everybody? Cool. I think it's very fun to analyze stuff in this way where you look for what is the bones, what is underneath this painting. Because again, we're not just drawing children swimming in the ocean, we're creating a piece of abstract art really at its core. Design. This is always about design. Every painting is like if you're designing a logo or something. Well, you have a problem. How do we get people to feel something when they look at this? You don't just want to have random shapes. You need to group things. This is design. And when you have this amount of control over the raw information that you see, you don't have to just copy what you see. You don't need a photograph. He probably did use a photograph for some of this. I wouldn't be surprised. But most of these decisions here were coming out of his head. He was the one making, calling the shots, basically. Now, a really interesting question to always ask is well, why is something here? The way to figure that out is to get rid of it. I think it's interesting. Well, why is this here? Well, let's get rid of it, because it's we're changing value here. Why not just do this? So does anybody have an idea? Why didn't he just do that? Keep the eye in the painting. Yeah, I think for balance, the way that I would describe this is if we look back at this kind of modern art version of the painting, remember we made this scatter plot? We had these important points and we connected them. This is creating a little bit of weight. If we get rid of it, my scatter plot looks a bit more like, yeah. And this is a completely different painting. One that, in my opinion, is much less interesting because now we have this and this are kind of similar to being the same size. We have a different ratio here. This is now a different musical interval. Whereas if we have some contrast here, well, now it creates this. Now we have big, and we have something that's a little bit smaller here. Just in terms of the way that this is bulging out, and this is concave, and this is convex, it's creating a different harmony. And this is more the harmony that he wanted. And that's why decisions like this, doesn't matter what he was really seeing. Was there a wave there or not? It doesn't matter. He was thinking about this line. And if we get rid of this and we don't have contrast there, well, then our line sinks, because this becomes way more important. So, well, we could have had a little more temperature here. That could have done it, but it wouldn't make sense. We have waves here. So now we have the contrast that we need abstractly, and it makes sense representationally. Perfect. That's what you always want to look for, where your decisions, your abstract decisions, you can justify strongly with making sense in the context of the raw information that you have. That makes sense, everybody? This reminds me of the painting you showed us in the first week. It might have literally been this painting. I use it for a lot. Okay, so yeah, we did use that Boldini painting, the party example. Same exact thing, where Boldini picked out this face in the crowd. Here's some close-ups of this painting. He picked out this face in the crowd here to create contrast for that same reason. You see this flow that's happening, this gesture? Well, he needed some contrast there. Why not pick out a face in the crowd? Bonus, we get some extra narrative of who is that person. So when you can get more than one thing happening from one decision, that's always a great place to be. Really nice close-ups here. You could see, again, how abstract this kind of thing is. Her face is as if he was designing a cartoon character. You could think of character design sheets for a TV show or something. He's putting that level of thought into how he is designing these features. Another great example of that is this profile that Sargent painted. That in itself is that is a piece of design happening there. We have this gesture here, simplicity versus all of the changes that are happening. There's another one that I like to show for Sargent. I can't remember the name of the painting. There we go. Straight line, curves. It's just, it's as simple as the idea of this painting is child against the wall, curves. We got straight line, curves, simple curve, complex curve. Everything is organized within those groups. We have 3 groups. The fewer number of groups that you have, the less distracting information you're going to have. Really, just the power of this painting is in complex curves versus a straight line. Everything is about relative relationship, showing the differences between things. Here's a close-up of that face, and it just shows how intentional this is. I mean, look how average all this stuff is out back here. He is clearly making the decision for some kind of reason to do it this way. So, great thought. This is exactly the same thing that we looked at last week. Okay, so let's see what else we have. This is related to what we talked about in the forum here, where you see Soroy is thinking of the arm here, as majorly of a cylinder, but also there's subforms. The planar construction of this deltoid here, and then really just a cylinder here for the bicep. I really like the way that Steve Houston teaches this kind of thing. And it's really evident in his teaching and his drawings, where the angles that he makes are completely based upon the form that he's thinking of. And he might be thinking of different forms for different situations. So here we've got a hand, and he's saying here, I'm thinking of this part of the hand as a half cylinder, taking a cylinder, I'm cutting it in half, and then taking the parts apart. Now, if we shined a light onto this half cylinder from here, well, our shadow would just be like this. We get a straight line right here. That's why we have this straight line here. And if we put all sorts of zigzag shapes to have the light falling across, you know, the tendons and the small kind of form of the knuckle, that's just going to weaken our description of the form. That we want to get across the main idea that this is a half cylinder. This straight line does it here. And he's only changing angle when it's necessary. We've got this little notch cut out here. Well, that's the light falling over this part of the bone. This is the thumb side radius. I think it's the radius. There's a little notch that's created here from that connection where the bone is. So you always want to have a reason for changing angle. You know, if we change the angle here, it's going to change the form. If we change the value in this painting, well, it has to have a reason. Well, it's a wave, but it's also creating this contrast here for our gesture, our main gesture of the composition. Here he's saying, well, maybe in a different situation, I would think of this as a cube, and we would get that same straight line, but we can convey a different form with that. It's about what is the most kind of the easiest thing for you to keep in your head at that moment, and the thing that's going to best represent the form. Looks like we've got like a cone cut off for the top of the thumb here. So again, anytime there's a change in angle, we're showing that there's a change in the underlying form happening. That's why you really need to think through anytime you create contrast, anytime you make an angle change, anytime you make a value change, anytime you create a transition between values, well, we're going to be communicating something. Anytime you change a color, that's what we're going to be talking a lot about when we talk about materials. So another thing I think is interesting about this sketchbook page here is we have some clear groups, and that we don't have access to, say, a full range of value like we would in digital or oil painting. But it doesn't matter. We're using a shorthand here to say, well, everything, if I painted this, everything that's being hatched in here is one value group, is a flat value. So if I did it, I could read his notes, basically, his shorthand, to turn this into a painting. That we have contrast. Maybe we don't have contrast here because this stops being hatched. So now we have light on light. Here we have light on dark. Here we have dark on dark, where we lose the side of the hand in shadow into the background. And we have our group for our midtones, and he's using white chalk here as a group for our specular highlights. And he's using the specular highlight here to communicate something, to say that this is a corner, that the light is reflecting back off of this corner to our eye, and that's worth having another group here. So we have this kind of shorthand going on for describing form. And I know if I were to describe any kind of midtones in here, how subtle those changes need to be in the context of the painting to actually kind of turn this into something with a little bit more of a budget to it. So it doesn't matter what your tools are, you can group things using this kind of shorthand, and he's doing all this for a reason. It's not just because that's what sketchbook drawings look like, it's because this is a way to communicate things. And this is the most efficient way to do that with that particular tool. So kind of big takeaway here is that the form that you're thinking about, you want to have that represent the thing you're trying to make it, and that it really gives you the angle changes that happen in a 2D sense, in a flat sense. That's, again, that kind of 3D to 2D pipeline happening. For a better arrow. Okay, does anybody have any questions? Seems like no. Okay, so let's talk about design a little bit more. Let's look at movie stills. I want to look at this movie still because we talked about tangents a second ago. We talked about it in the context of this drawing where there's lots of tangents happening, and tangents are where things meet. Let's take a quick break. Actually, I guess we can meet back here again in 10 minutes. We'll go through, we'll talk about design. I want to look at this image. I want to look at how this relates to our two value compositions and start thinking about, well, what are they saying? What are the ratios that they're making? We'll get through that. And then we'll use this Zorn painting here as a transition to get into correcting the homework, because this will get into our exact differences between value groups. Anybody have any questions? If you have any questions that you think about over the break, you can put them in chat, and I'll get to them as soon as we come back. Anybody? How about those mid-range drawings? Always rather hard to pull off. Can you, over the break, can you find some examples of paintings that you're thinking about or drawings that you're thinking about, and we can take a look when we get back. Okay. All right. I'll see you guys in 10 minutes. Okay, so mid-range drawings. Yeah, so basically the contrast is very controlled here, and everything still reads as separate groups. So the hair is the background group. You got a little bit of this kind of thing happening here, just kind of encroaching on that. But you just have to be really careful with your value changes. This group averages out to this. And then we have a whole different group here for the face, but it's so close together. And then we have highlights there, basically almost jumping up to this group. Then this averages out together. You can see how grouped all this information is. You can really express the same thing in such different ways. So the groups here, yeah, they're just not that far apart, and it's careful to pull. It's hard to pull off because it could look washed out. But I think the fact that there's so much information happening inside of here, and specific drawing information, you know, it doesn't. It just looks like traditional. It looks like the relationships are like that on purpose. Yeah, exactly. It just looks like it's using intentionally kind of a low budget here, but it's careful that there is a distinct difference between those groups. Now, look at the thumbnail here. You see how, like, when I do this, I think I overstated this group being a little bit dark, but like, look at the image really, really small. I'm trying to like not have that change too much, basically. I'm glad the break was valuable. Somebody has to make that joke every time. Will we ever go over how to take a low-res plan of a painting of our own creation, how we can make the full, detailed, high-res painting that respects and adheres to our 2-value and 4-value plan? Yes. The thing is, though, this gets into, number one, integrating all these different concepts that we've talked together in service of a larger idea. Number two, it reminds me again of that Harold Speed passage where he talks about if somebody hasn't tasted anything sweet before, you can't describe to them how sweetness is. And there is no method to creating a full painting from the kind of the low resolution one. Basically, you have to get your hands dirty, get very, very messy. And this is where spectacular failures really come into play. I think this is something that everybody can start doing this week, of really attempting in any process you can think of, whether it's starting in 2 values and kind of the strict thing we've been doing, and then adding color and taking it to a finish. You can try that. You could try anything, but thinking about these groups, thinking about the concepts and principles we've been talking about. I want to see a lot of failures next time. We've been doing a lot of studies. I want to see like something where it's like, I really want to make this painting and maybe it goes off in a bunch of different directions. I want to see you spend maybe 3-4 nights on something and you don't even get there. and have that be a valuable experience rather than a process from point A to point B. The most important skill that goes into taking something low resolution and making it high resolution, it's also a skill very important to making these average out sketches, is drawing. And sometimes you run into this point, and we talked about this a lot last time. There's a process. We went over this in great detail of how to create these low resolution and accurate sketches and take them to a finish, how reference comes into play there. But this is really something where it's not going to be straightforward, especially if you haven't like done this a lot. And it never even is going to always be straightforward, because every idea should be unique, and that means a different path to get there. It's problem solving. You know, if using kind of the logo example again, you can't just reuse a stock of logos that you have for every company that comes to you wanting a design. Every company has different needs, wants to communicate something different, so you have to create things from scratch. And when you want to have something that's simple and powerful, it's going to take editing and revision. And sometimes in the process of editing over weeks and weeks, it might seem like you're not making progress, but you're making decisions about what you do and don't want in something, what is creating the feeling that you want. So it's hard to make this to a specific homework assignment, but I think for everybody, in addition to like the homework that we're doing, I really want to see like mess, just these attempts to stubbornly kind of get out what you think is cool and have that be imperfect so that you can improve upon it. So whatever the paintings are that you dream about making, I want to see like full attempts at them. And if they're finished or not, just whatever those attempts are, I want to see like roadblocks that you get into. Like, I don't know how to get past this point, but like full color, full relationships, not restricting yourself by anything. It's entirely based about what the idea needs. So for next week and like for really the remainder of the class, if there's any homework that you did where you feel like, oh, maybe I found a cool idea from experimenting in 2 values or 3 values, you can use that and like, how do I make this finished painting? Try and answer that question. I can show you some of the tools that I use. I think 3D is super useful here. We talked about that in the process section. But yeah, I think like really the best thing you can do to learn this is to get into that messy situation where you don't know how to do it, but you're attempting it a lot. And a lot of those attempts are not going to be the way to get there, but you're going to find out that it was not the right path. And that's valuable information. So yeah, it's going to be a real emphasis for the rest of the class, is these no restrictions, whatever you dream of painting, whatever paintings you would most want to be able to make, as sincere of an attempt as possible with as much time that you have available to you. I have a feeling if you do that, you might find, well, in order to get to this result, maybe I need to go back to some of the stuff we talked about. Maybe I need to do those kinds of like Krenz studies so I can place form better in space. Maybe my value groups don't quite make sense, so I need to study light like we're going to next week, or I can't see these relationships, so maybe I need to practice that Dorian E10 2D accuracy, or I need to practice the studies we've been focusing on of getting value groups, and I'm adding too many groups that don't relate to each other. So you can diagnose these problems while you're on this path to expressing your idea. But you have to go through that path. You have to get lost in the dark woods. Have your paintings guide your studies. Exactly. So that's really something I want to start to think about and focus on over the course of the remainder of the weeks that we have, is really having a reason for it to do these studies, because we're starting to get to kind of that top of that pyramid that we talked about. Once we get through doing these studies in color, you know, there's not many more kind of fundamental principles to talk about in terms of like the tools that we have available to us. Does that make sense to everybody? I think this question, how can we build a painting composition from our imagination, be confident? Looking at it with that, yeah, that's one aspect of this. It's the abstract, it's the representational, it's really keeping in mind what your idea is and feeling it. And I really want to talk about feeling right now with these examples. aim high, fail spectacularly. Exactly. So a lot of the homework I want to see, full color, every tool, expressing the things that you personally find most exciting. And I want to be able to look at it and say, wow, I get what you were going for. Maybe here's some ideas that can help take it further. And there's no restriction on subject, content. It's just, again, whatever you find most exciting, whatever you would most want somebody to pay you to do for a job. Okay, so we talked about feeling a lot. What feeling does this movie still give you? I've never seen this movie, but it does give me a specific feeling. Maria says dragons. I'm assuming that was in response to what we just talked about. Not that this movie here makes you think or feel dragons. Apprehension, cold, sterile, uneasy, suspense. Yeah, exactly. So, okay, why do you feel that way? What are some things about this image that make you feel that way? It's cold, it's angular, the color, all the balance is one-sided. The color grading, stiff posture. Cool. Okay, so the gestures, body language. Let's explore all these things you guys talked about, because I think all those are 100% correct. So what are some of the first things I see about this image? I would say the first thing is this division right here. This is the first thing that I feel like happens in this image. Like, I got this guy, and it's just, there's this major division between everything happening here and everything happening here. Now, yeah, that's the first thing that grabs me. Now, let's use that kind of like focal point of what the areas of gravity. Well, his head is certainly drawing my attention. His posture, the way he's sitting right here, kind of down to his feet. This is continued to his face is super important. We've got this line that's happening here. But now I can see that something's happening. I've got this like K. You see this K that's happening? Well, there's a kind of perceptual tangent happening here. Maybe not literally, but when we find like the scatter plot of this, there's a tangent happening with the way he's sitting, the arch of his back, and this line right here. Now, this line kind of continues, again, kind of from the corner and hits in a very awkward way. There's all this tension happening between this, like, now, security office sign. Very similar to the wave in that Sorolla painting. Let's get rid of it. Well, what happens? Well, now we've got a lot of weight on this side. This is balancing out everything that's happening here. So we do have quite a bit of balance. It's like almost symmetrical, but you can see it's almost like fighting. You've got this fighting with this. It's like pulling, and there's tension. If we look at the abstract modern art version of this image, this is a very different thing from that Sorolla. Now, everything is boxed in here. We get like, if we kind of make this even more, just like that eye had these tangents, well, this has tangents too. In the corner, all these lines are meeting in the same place, basically, and it's creating these cells, these individual areas where we can get trapped in. Our eye can get trapped there, and this character can get trapped there. He's in that visual space. Now, again, I've never seen this movie, but I zoom in here and I see, well, the content of the sign is a security office. There's this uneasy feeling because of that underlying visual relationship. And it makes me think that he did something wrong and he's about to get in trouble for that. There's also kind of this motion that's happening here, but again, that motion gets stopped. So there's this feeling that this character is guilty, that whatever is going to happen next, the next content of the plot is, it doesn't make me think this is going to have a good outcome, that he maybe stole something and he's going to get in trouble, and he's not communicating innocence here. So he is literally kind of already in prison because of these tangents that are happening. Now, you'll often see that like tangents are wrong. They're against the rules. But here, tangents are the perfect tool, because what tangents do is they prevent depth. Remember I said, like, we want to go into the image and then we're stopped. We can't tell if something's overlapping because, it's not going over this. We're stopping and we're touching it. That stops depth. It stops you from knowing, okay, if we have a circle and a cylinder, a circle, we're looking straight on, a circle and a box. Well, if we overlap them, we can tell that one is in front of the other. But if they are just perfectly touching, we have no idea where these are in space. We are intentionally losing depth information with tangents to communicate that trapped feeling, where we have no depth, we have no way out. Let me check the chat. Characters look like they're trapped into a square. Exactly. It's almost 50-50. The details are clustered. Yes, like a fulcrum. Now, I think this is important. Almost 50-50. Because this is not exactly 50-50. 50-50 feels like maybe right here. And the reason why I'm not drawing it like right here is because it's like the figure here, like this is so much more weight. It feels like it's pulling me over a little bit. Like the visual weight of this is not right at the edge of that chair. Somebody is sending Serov portraits. Weird. I can't even open it. There we go. That works. I'll look at this. I'll look at this after. So, oh yeah. Okay. So almost 50-50. Now, let's think about, I'm going to use a musical analogy. If you don't know music, doesn't really matter. But basically, like, I think of ratios as like dividing an octave, where we have a note and then we have the same note. This is just the same thing doubled up. And here would be like halfway. So halfway means that this and this are the same. We have this mathematical relationship between them that's identical, 1-to-1. If I move this line, we no longer have an identical mathematical relationship. Now, the way that music works is that these different intervals, the difference between things, have different mathematical relationships that sound different to our ear. So musical intervals, ratios. So everything in music is about just sine waves, about here's a note, here is the same note twice, and now we start to get into different intervals just based on the divisions of this, whole, halves, thirds, fourths. It's all based on this kind of math. So here's a chart of like the actual ratios between the notes. A perfect fifth is 2-to-3. It sounds very consonant to us. Perfect unison is 1-to-1, just like two squares. Now, a minor second, 15-to-16. That is where you have something that's almost the same thing, and you get this extreme dissonance. Now, basically in music, as you move this line, so here's like an octave where we have the same thing twice. As you move this line, we reach these intervals that start to sound good in certain places. So maybe right about here, it starts to sound good, like a major third or something. Then it sounds really weird, really weird. Then it starts to sound good again, maybe like a fifth or something. And then it gets really, really, really weird. And the closer we are to that octave again, to the same note, the more and more dissonant it gets. So basically, if we want to have an octave, we have two notes. Say this is like D and D, and we just detune this D a little bit. That's like moving this over, and that D is a little bit out of tune, and we get this dissonance. So when we're at an interval 50-50, where it's supposed to sound very consonant, and we move it over a little bit, so it's say 52 48, you know, that's going to be just a little dissonant, right? And if we keep going, it's going to get dissonant until it starts to get consonant again, where we get, say, this like 80-20 kind of thing. That's a consonant ratio. We continue again, now it's dissonance, and then it gets consonant again. Then we have extreme dissonance, and then consonance again where it's equal. So if we're going for something very stable and we're off a little bit, we're going to get pretty extreme uneasiness. I see this all the time in like kind of first two value expressions, because if you're not paying attention to this, you're not paying attention to the exact ratios, you're not going to say, well, that makes a big difference versus that. It's an extreme difference. As if you were tuning a guitar and you were, you know, if you're this much off, it's going to sound terrible in a chord. You have to tune up a little bit and it's going to sound perfect. And it's extremely sensitive in the same way that this is. So let's look at some examples. Does that make sense to everybody so far? Okay, so 50-50, it's a little bit off center. There's a little bit of motion happening. Well, let's change this and see what happens. You see how it's like it's a little bit off to the right? If this were perfectly centered, it's like a completely different experience. This has such a different vibe than that. What this tells me is, number one, that there's some motion between these two parts. Like it's not totally 50-50. We're moving a bit. It tells me that the plot is going to continue in the next second. And it probably tells me like some action is about to happen. Something like more like this. If we're 50-50, we've got static. We've got things not moving. So if we go like this, and it looks like they're like kind of hitchhike or something. I've never seen this Bond movie either, so I don't know. But if this were totally, I really got to feel it. Like, where is that center balance point? That's where things stop. And now, well, it's about the characters. What are they thinking? When I move it, say I've made this like 80-20. Now it's not about the characters. It's about the motion that's about to take place. It's about the plot. You can convey so many different things with these subtly different ratios. Okay, this feels extremely symmetrical to me. He's leaning over a little bit, but this is primarily a character-based scene. Whereas something like this, he's not perfectly centered. It might have been tempting to do that. Here, something clearly just happened in the plot to make him react that way, and we get this pulling, this motion. And this is a very kind of even division here. We have this really clear 80-20 or 70-30. This is a consonant interval. So, you know, it's not as intense as it could be. We moved it kind of all the way over. We had all this room to happen. But it has much more energy. Well, it's very different. Like, this would have energy of its own way. Like, if we were centered here, it would be entirely about his internal world. I think it's almost more intense, that like we can't escape from whatever this emotion is. This has a different feeling because, well, we're feeling this emotion, but we're going to do something next. Something is going to happen next to possibly resolve this. Now, horror movies. Horror movies often have this like unbalance where we don't get these consonant intervals. We get these weird relationships. I think maybe the movie Saw does this almost like in a cartoony way, that every single movie still from Saw is like 50-50, but a little bit off balance. It's just enough to give you this sense of easiness, like one of your guitar strings is a little bit out of tune, where, you know, the balance of this image is just a little bit off 50-50. the balance of this image is a little bit off 50-50. This is not 50-50, it's a little bit off. Same exact thing. It almost does the same thing in every one of these stills. We have like, where is the weight in this image? Well, it's here, here, and now if we were doing kind of a traditional composition, our other point would be here. But our other point is not there, it's here, tangent against the frame. It's a very uncomfortable place to put that triangle. 50-50, off center. 50-50, off center. 50-50, off center. And this is a different movie, so it's not doing the same thing. This feels like he's about to do something. It's got motion to the plot. So generally with like indie movies, I don't know if it's an indie movie, but like character-based movies, you get this symmetrical framing of characters where it's more character studies. Action movies, plot-based movies, we get motion. Now here's a horror movie, see, 50-50, off center. This is a tool that's being reused constantly. This is all about Ophelia, 50-50. It's about what's going on in her head to make her do something like this. This is about what Spider-Man is thinking in this moment. Everything is symmetrical to him. This is not about the plot in that moment. Now, this is clearly about where that arrow is going. So we have to leave all this room here, and we have a very consonant ratio to create a lot of motion. Now, again, like if you look at like, I'm going to take a guess here. If I could think of, so this feels like he's not doing super well. This isn't 50-50, nor is it 80-20. It's something in between. It's very uncomfortable. This is very 50-50, very creepy. Thinking like, what is like an indie movie I could think of? I'm wondering if this would have a lot of 50-50 shots of like what characters are thinking. Doesn't seem like a, can't think of an example right now. But okay, let's look at something with more extreme differences. There's a, yeah, Wes Anderson has a lot of symmetry, again, because he's very focused on characters. In movies where he's a little bit, in parts of his movies where it's less symmetrical, there's generally more plot happening. Now, let's take a look at this painting here. This another Teo Prinz painting. Let's just get rid of this. Okay, so we've got some major divisions here. And I would say the first one is right there. The placement of the horizon, and where we get all of the small shapes of the figures and characters receding towards that horizon. Look at this division. You see how dissonant that relationship is? Now, why is it so dissonant? Well, because we have a battle. It looks like a war, somebody escaping, or it's very intense. That intensity is well represented in the underlying abstract ratios and relationships. If we were tasting this like a soup, this is the right amount of salt. This would not be the right amount of salt, say, for this recipe that we were thinking. So very, very intentional groupings, intentional ratios, because we have a budget here. We have our initial kind of width versus height of our canvas that we can divide. Oh, where are we going to divide it? Are we going to divide it here? We're going to divide it there. This is kind of where music comes into play. We have all these different ratios happening simultaneously, creating these harmonies and relationships. And if we say we want to keep this ratio, we take a chunk out of this, well, we can bring it back over here, and you can balance these things. Okay. That's all I have for design. Now we can talk about kind of the design of the value groups in a very similar way. We can get into this Zorn painting here. Then we'll go over the homework. We'll pull that up for now. Does anybody have any questions? Okay, so just like we talked about design of value groups in terms of their shape, we talked about grouping. You know, also like look at this original Soria painting we were talking about. You see how there's actually a pretty extreme difference between this figure and the rest. Like, there's a certain ratio between how average this is versus that, and it's creating so much focus here. So same principle is happening in any variable you can think of. Another variable is how far apart are our value groups. So we look at this, and it's basically like most of our values here are above 50%. We zoom out, our big kind of average of the lights is like maybe something like this, like it's really bright, right? And then we have all this room to jump really far down to black. Like, look at the impact of the darks in this painting, because it's against this field of something fairly light. Now, if our field, our middle field, was something more like this, well, those darks have much less impact. But it also would give us more room, or maybe we could have another light group in here that has equal impact. Now, this is kind of 50-50. The darks have importance, the lights have importance. This is not 50-50. This is more like an 80-20 kind of composition where we've got motion, we have impact. If we push this even further, it would start to even get a little bit uncomfortable with how much contrast there is. It would be kind of intense. But we have this very intentional relationship between these groups. So we could say that our four groups is something like, you know, maybe we have, let's make a little thing up here. And maybe we have this, and we have with this, we got, maybe these are three separate groups, and then we jump all the way down and look at that ratio there. Look at the gulf that exists between these groups. All these are kind of hanging out cozy together, then we got this gulf. We could do that in the opposite way too. Maybe we have mostly dark groups. And again, we have to be so careful with these groups, anything going on inside them so they don't get muddy, so we can tell that they're distinct groups. Now this group here has the impact. Now we have the impact of the lights. Does this make sense how this is kind of the same thinking, the same feeling that goes into where, you know, our gestures, where things are placed, our focal points, that the design of the value groups is just as integral to the picture? Now, where we get those value groups from is from the raw information from the light. That's what we're going to talk about a lot next week, maybe the week after. It's a big subject. But we are not just copying what we see. So we have all sorts of ways to creatively place that information inside of groups. Do we use a lot of contrast in one and push the other ones further away? That's the relationship of between groups versus the information within the groups and how they relate to each other. So, you know, we could have this. We could have this. So these are kind of more like that 80-20 thing. We've got, if we wanted to make an analogy, this is more like if we had, you know, this or this. But if we had something like this with a gulf between the middle of these value groups, you know, instead of a gulf here or here, we got a gulf here. That'll be kind of 50-50. So this is kind of a more static way to describe things. This has more motion to it, just kind of baked into the value design. Okay, let's talk about, we figured out why Zorn wanted to do this kind of thing, but how did he actually do it? What was the process he was thinking while he was painting to follow that thought that he had? Let's go over that next. So somebody posted an image in the chat. So I think the tricky thing with this is you want to still have the relationships really make sense. I think the ideas here are good. I think some of the examples, like where the values are placed, don't always make exact sense, but this is basically the same concept. Bill Perkins. Okay, so this is this. Yeah, that makes sense because this isn't always supposed to be super naturalistic. Yeah, we've got the San Francisco thing here. You can get away with a lot more with something stylized. It becomes more about kind of the abstract relationships of the groups. The representational nature of those values are a little bit less important here. Especially something like this. Like, I love this. That's amazing. When that kind of non-representational thing is pushed even further. But yeah, this is coming from light. That's where we're going to talk a lot about light next week. But yeah, that's interesting because yeah, that's a good example. Talking about the proportion of light and dark here. So our chosen 4 values don't want us to be the same in the relationship with each other. Yes, so this is something I think I saw still in some of the homework of the relationships in the groups are still a little bit arbitrary. It's super important to find the exact relationship. And when we go over the homework, it's really what we're going to be focusing on. What if there isn't a jump between values? Everything is either pretty light or dark. Well, I want to show maybe like how Zorn approached this kind of thing, where you want to still get the relationships that you see, and really it's about what you do see. Like, you don't want to just arbitrarily say, well, I'm going to have mostly dark and a little bit of light if you're painting like something that doesn't make sense for that. You want to look at something and say, this is what jumps out to me, and that's what I want to communicate. And I think that, oh, I missed some stuff in the chat. Better Call Saul is less. Yeah, that show is absolutely beautiful. Like, really amazing compositions and a lot of like visual communication happening in that show. Kubrick, obviously, too. So, okay, so I think that what Zorn was seeing when he was looking at this model was the values of the bow here. I think that's what he wanted to communicate. The contrast there probably was what jumped out to him. Now, the mistake would have been if he then focused on, say, the small differences between the coat and the wall here. You know, anything that we're describing is just going to take away from the impact of that. So let me give you an example. Like, let's say that the coat, he was seeing it. Maybe it was, you know, when you look at the coat versus the wall, ignore the model. We're just looking at this. It's possible that when he was looking at this, that you would see this boundary in space between the wall and the coat. But if we did that, we would have less, we would have to start over describing things, and then this is going to have less impact. So I think that when Zorn focused on the impact of these darks, everything else receded. And he said, I'm just going to make this the same value as the wall. So this is called keying. This is the actual practical way that you go about communicating these things that you want to do. Here we've keyed the relationship between the coat and the wall to a specific value. Now, the specific value is not important in terms of that it has to be the value that you see, but it has to be the same. So like, we could have made the coat and the wall this value. If we made them the same, it would have been accurate. But we would have to make everything else, the edge relationships, the same. So as we get up to this arm, well, we'd have to darken that and still have that be a lost edge. We'd have to darken this whole group here in the same proportion. It'll probably wind up somewhere like this. Now, as we get to here, well, we can darken that in the same proportion, but it doesn't have any more impact. All we've done is lessen the impact of this, like if we took this whole group and just darkened it. So he keyed this to a certain specific value in his budget, saying, well, I want it to be around here so that when I eventually get all the way down to the darks, it looks totally different compared to everything else. So he keyed this to a, not an arbitrary value, but one he decided so that this value would fit within his budget, right where we're starting to be at the clipping point. Because if we darken this, then we would have to take this and clip it, but we can't get that kind of impact back. So where you key is basically to allow yourself to communicate the things that you want. And basically what we have is like this, and then we have this light group, which is it's very different. It's a different group, but it doesn't nearly have the same impact as the darks here. If we wanted this to have the impact, well, we could have keyed this differently, but it wouldn't have made sense. Like, we would need a darker wall, basically, but we would change the color of the wall, and then this would have the impact. But, there's a lot of room for creative design here in value decisions, and you want to have them be based on things that you're actually seeing. So pick one piece of content you want to create and reduce. So it's not arbitrarily reducing it. It's like these are still accurate relationships, but you're keying to something, and keying something intentionally based on where you're placing that in the budget. We can take a look at the homework and we can start to see some of the stuff happening in practice. Does anybody else have any questions? I think that'll become more clear as we kind of go through the homework. I have a few more examples of design here. Maybe we should get to. Let me think. Okay, so artistic accuracy is more important than visual accuracy because visual accuracy having a balance. But it's what you want to achieve that makes the art speak. Yeah, ideally you want your visual relationships accurate. So like it's, let me see if there's a way that I can show this. Let me think. So say I wanted to have a big kind of feeling of form in this painting, like the original Cornwall does. Well, I can put like two other groups in here. Well, what if I wanted like the highlight to sing? I could key this like for the highlight here and have three groups. Like now this is all about that highlight right there. Maybe on the nose too. It's like super shiny. Oh, no, it doesn't make sense there. Because here it does make sense. Like that's where I'm kind of keying these values to. But what if I wanted all the shadows to have a bunch of color in there? Well, I can't have these black. It doesn't make sense. I'll have this lightened up. Because I open up so much room here, I can now raise this all the way up. And now I could have all sorts of information happening inside these darks. I could have like occlusion for the mouth be a separate group. I could even have like if he's a beard or something. We're getting that information inside of here. We're opening it up for the shadows, and basically okay, if I take this stuff and I make it even closer, Well, now I have room inside of here too. I can put some information inside of there. Now I can show both of those things. So what I'm trying to get across here is that you can show an infinite number of ways to convey the relationships that you see, and they're all accurate physically. Only one of them is generally going to be artistically accurate based on what you really want to show. Does that make sense? It goes back to that folded piece of paper thing. Is like the clearest I can show it. That if we have a strip of paper with 3 folds in it, and we have light shining here, I could show this relationship of maybe this one, like here, I just keyed this like 50. That means I only can go darker as this goes away from the light. I can actually key this a bit brighter, maybe the same value is back here. And then if I overstate this difference, well, I have to make this the right jump. There's a relationship in reality that it has to represent, so it has to go really, really far. I can raise this back up into our budget if I combine these together. And now this can be, these are all the same thing that I'm showing, basically. Keying is like setting a benchmark. Keying is where you say, this is a rule I just set that I'm going to follow. Here's an example. Like that this plane change difference here, like how many degrees difference is that? Not much. I'm saying that jump is how many value points difference, which means that following that same principle, I've reduced the contrast. Maybe it's actually what I see. So how do I get to here? Well, it has to be the right relationship. If I set this rule where this goes further, now this has to go further. And we can naturally start clipping things and getting different results just based on keying things. Keying is like the actual practical thing that we're doing by saying this and this is a relationship that I'm keeping, and everything else is going to follow that. Keying is key, exactly. Okay, so I think if we do some more examples of what I was thinking, we're gonna go very far over time. So next week, still plenty of weeks left, so I want to just quickly kind of take a look at some more examples of design, like why were some of these decisions made in these 2 value ones? Ask you kind of what feelings you get from it. We can kind of keep going over that stuff. But let's go into the homework and start looking at these exact value relationships, again, based on reference. Now, I really want to start to see, again, like just spectacular failures next week, playing with these things, changing, say, the relationships that you see, overstating things. I can give you another example of like, we'll go over the homework more at the end, but there's basically, it's going to be options for kind of what you focus on for the homework. This is something I talked about last week, but you can take a look at some of the paintings that I've done from life just here at my desk. We looked at this one where I overstated all the contrast here that I was seeing. Like this was a flat plane to me when I was looking at it. When I was looking at this in real life, it looked like this. It was just a plane. Maybe there was a little bit of temperature variation, but I painted it where that plane had this amount of contrast going on inside of it with 100% white, very, very dark, all over the place, which means that my next relationship here has to be a certain distance away from that. So if I painted it as I saw it, maybe this value here would have been more like this, much closer together. Maybe even like this, right? we're not going to, and then this value here might even be for these darks, and we can actually show differences in here now. We're going to get edges we didn't have before. This isn't what I wanted to do with this painting. I wanted to have these darks linked, so I painted it in a certain way based on how I keyed it. This painting here, I wasn't looking into the shadow. I keyed it based on, okay, what is the distance between these specular highlights, the light midtones, and the shadow? And then how far away is this? I didn't need to put anything in here. If I was looking at like the skull sitting on the table right here, I obviously would have seen values. I wasn't looking at that piecemeal. I was comparing it to those big changes that I made. And I'm not changing the relationships that I saw. I'm just painting them in a certain intentional way. So this is hopefully what I'm attempting is accurate in terms of the relationships, but there's an infinite number of ways you can express those relationships accurately. Here's another example. Actually, I think that's the only other example I have. Yeah, I think that gets the point across. Can I ask about that red in the eye socket? Oh, wait, I did have another example. Yeah, let me pull that back up. The red in the eye socket. This here? Yeah, so we're going to talk about saturation a lot, probably the week after next week, because we're going to be going into light. First, we're going to talk about value, then we're going to talk about color and why it happens. So subsurface scattering is basically what is happening. But basically, I saw that the light was scattering in here. It had more saturation to it. And I was overstating the temperature contrast. Like, it was not getting this blue. I overstated that stuff to make that also make sense. I'm thinking of the color as kind of another layer inside of here. If we look at this in values, there's certain kind of decisions happening. This is like the drum track. Look, there's none of that temperature stuff. Like, this is actually the same value. That's not happening in the values. This is the drums and the bass line. This is the guitars and the vocals. Now we have this happening in the vocal line, harmonizing with what's happening in the drums and the bass. But I was really focusing on, I have this group here, I have this group here, I have this group here. So there's 5 groups here right now, but at first I was considering these averaged together to have this kind of big light effect. And then these were my 4 groups. And I could have shown these relationships that I was seeing in any numerous different ways. And again, like when I look at my early work, early on, I was copying what I saw. So if the light changed, it turned into a muddy mess because I just kept copying over time. Over the years, I was starting to look for relationships. I think at this point, I didn't really know what I was doing, but I started to change a little bit. I wasn't conscious about it yet. And then this is where I started to really start experimenting. Go, oh, okay, like I can black out shadows and like have room in here. I wasn't really doing anything with it, but this is starting to get much more about relationships than early on, where I was really just copying what I saw. How does he put so much form? Okay, so this is because he doesn't put any contrast inside of these groups. Like, this is that Sorolla painting we looked at in the beginning. This is That's this painting. He's doing the same thing that Soraya does. I like Soraya a lot better. But it's the same principle that when you zoom out of this, it is very close together. Everything is kind of gray. It's the same thing that he can get all this kind of form information here because he's reducing the contrast. It is literally like if I took this painting that I looked at before, I go find on Instagram again. When I zoom out of it, no, there's not a lot of groups. But he's just basically doing this, which is more like what I did in this painting, is brighten this contrast, reduce the contrast, and now look how much more room we have for everything. This is what he's doing in his work. He's literally reducing the contrast to have lots and lots. Look how much room we can kind of put into there to describe the form now. It is just the difference between this and that. And you can see how kind of gray his work actually does look when you think of it like this. When you zoom out, you still get the same four groups. It's just how they're arranged. Okay, so this here, I was keeping my grays close together. So I wanted the white here to have like a lot of impact against this. And I was trying to think about the color of these blues being the same color as what's happening here, that this is really kind of just merging together into a shape. Yeah, so Maria says my biggest takeaway is to zoom out more. I think if there's one takeaway from this class, that's probably a good one. But here, like this is like, remember I said this is more like we have this field of gray. Here we have white, and I wanted this little dark accent here. But this is very different from that Zorn painting, where he wanted, it was more like this. And I could have painted it like this. I would have had more information inside of here. Like it would just be a different way to express this. So you are in total control of these groups. You have more control, like you said, you have way more agency over the stuff than you might have imagined. And again, that's, I'm going to sound like a broken record, but atelier stuff and even a lot of kind of concept art teaching does not give that impression. It's like groups inside pre-established groups. Yeah, it's just subdivided a lot because we have room to do it with that low contrast. Okay, let's take another 10-minute break. We'll go over the homework. Yeah. Didn't get to everything, but we'll try and fit this all in as we go. See if I can eventually get to doing one of these demos. Do you guys want me to save out stuff like this, or just it's fine having it kind of on the recording?
What do you mean?
Like, do you want me to save like a PSD of like these little quick demos of like stuff like this?
Oh no, it's okay this way.
Okay. That's what I thought. I think that would be too much. That's fine. Z is not here today, so I'll just go through some thoughts on this for the recording. Yeah, I feel like so I'm assuming this one's from imagination. Well, let's start with that. Let's look at these ratios because we have evenness happening in a lot of different things. Well, let's find the evenness. Well, we've got a 50-50 relationship here, where we've got the meeting of these groups. Contrast here. There's contrast here. We're dividing this into quadrants, basically. It's very static, but it doesn't look intentionally static. And any of kind of the rhythms that are happening just are, again, dividing this in a way that can be intentional. Like next week, I want to show you a painting that is symmetrical. I'm going to show you right now. A painting like this is very symmetrical, but not entirely. And we still have rhythms happening. And we have contrast here, and we have contrast happening here. It creates almost like a butterfly. But we have a group of a figure right here. We'll go into this in more detail, but creates this activity amongst rest and feels like a very restful composition to begin with. Like it just feels very intentional, all of this symmetry. If you want to have symmetry, I would have that be intentional. So other things that I see that are even, and again, the reason why I kind of prop these into their own canvas is so that I can always compare the width versus height and the divisions that are happening amongst that. Like, look at this. See these gestures? How if this were a modern art painting, these ratios don't feel that good. Doesn't feel that good. So where else do we see symmetry? Well, we have a big shape like this that's divided in half. And then this shape here is divided in half. This shape here is divided in half. Even the relationship that's happening with this, like how much higher is this one? You know, we can make this stuff more interesting and uneven. Make this one even lower. So basically, I mean, it shows that you're totally in charge of where you place these lines. So why not have them maybe even be higher and this one be lower and have things be more uneven? So I think in general, like I would maybe even want to take this whole composition and like have mostly light at the top, and then we can get some more interesting things happening with these relationships. Now, there's one other major even thing that I see happening in this painting. Can anybody in the chat guess what I'm going to say? Shape size, that's what I'm trying to fix here so that I have big, I have medium, and I have small. Exactly, the division of values, the difference in values is evenly stepped. Here to here to here. You see how we're stepping? So I want to think more about that. This is maybe not going to be so perfectly bright. And then maybe this group here would be even closer together. And then what would happen with this group? Maybe it'd be more like this. And then we could have these darks kind of punching through. You know, you get some very different things happening. So it would take some time to really explore everything you can do with this, but that's something I would definitely focus on, is not having these just be arbitrary differences in value. Now, if you look at, say, Min Yum as an example for some of this tree stuff, you're going to see intentional decisions everywhere. Things are never going to be accidentally even. The grouping of shapes, the grouping of values, the grouping of colors is always going to be extremely intentional. You can see how this is not even stair-stepped values, basically. Yeah. Okay, so I'm just going to kind of quickly go through these. I feel like I'm going to be, again, a broken record with some of the stuff, but the exact differences between these groups here, I think I would first compress that sail with the background, because look, this value back here, well, it gets pretty dark, but it's not that dark. I want to see this as like 3 first. 3 first. See, here's my 3 first. And then I can split this one and I'll get my 4. So like, I want to find this accurate division of average values in the 3. I just want to look at it with the biggest lens that I can, basically, to find this stuff. Okay, and then once I have this, well, that sail is a little bit darker. And it looks like it's the same as this. And then the wave looks like this. Let me get that. So I'm finding a bigger relationship first and then splitting this. Because, yeah, I think some of the stuff is getting overstated. And I want you to try getting, at least for now, all these relationships to be as close as you can see to the image. So this whole group is much higher in value. And this here is darker, it feels like. I think there's if you have time, go with a stair-stepping value pillaring effect. It's similar to what we talked about with this example here, is that you're spending your groups on something that's very close together. Like here, the difference in light falling across this form is like barely anything. So to have a major difference here, to have this be accurate, I don't think we can even have this division. I think to have this make sense, we wouldn't be able to have information in here. That's what I think the problem with this is. So basically, like when you have too much stair-stepping happening, you know, this is, I just tried to make this correct, but the danger is that you make the relationship incorrect, that you're basically using way too many groups. Let me show you another example. It would be like, instead of saying light, shadow, instead of that, it would be, you're overdoing this. This is something you definitely don't want to do, because look, if we do this, there's no groups anymore. But if we do this, well, then we can find the highlight in relation to this. We can find the reflected light in relation to this. And then we can find the differences between them. And you can see that if I did it the other way, I would have overstated and made this muddy by accident. Would have lost the integrity to the midtones. Does that make sense? Okay. Just quickly here, look, I'm seeing that the shadow side of the clouds looks like the same, like shadow of the pants here looks like the same as the clouds. I want to like see through things. That's why I would make these the same first. And you can see that these bricks are even closer. And then the top of the sky here, like I wanted this to have some integrity. Now, when you look at the sky with your eyes, it's never going to get this dark. This is a very kind of lens thing that's happening here, but it's just something to keep in mind. But look, there's no difference in value here. You've overstated that difference and not compensated for it. So I'm comparing across these very different things, like this is the same as that. This is the same as that. I'm taking a note about it. And you can see you're going to get back some of the integrity to your shapes and composition. Now this is totally overexposed in the background, and you even made that more overexposed. So let's actually have some more contrast in these values. We could actually, it would make sense if we have another group inside here. We could show lots of information here in the shadows and have a lot of contrast here. Can maybe even push this a little bit further, have this group together with the background. It can be very subtle in the end. Yeah, thinking about relationships basically. Here, I think like he's using totally flat shapes, so you might as well find those same relationships. You know, the arm here is the same as this, which is the same as the face. Actually, the face is the same as this, but that looks a little bit too dark. Yeah. This whole group in here, we don't want any kind of change happening in it. It's just how much change actually happened. Look, you see how much it changes? That's something you don't want to have happen, because that means you're going to be judging incorrectly based on here and based on here differently. This is the same, like that is basically the same. So we got to make that the same, and look how much change is happening. So yeah. Okay, let's move on. Okay, Oliver, are you here?
Yes. Hi.
How'd this go? So you took the ones you did from last week and added more values.
Yes. Unfortunately, I've not had that much time to paint, so this is what I could do with the time I've had. I felt it went all right, although I feel like I've rushed some of my decisions, especially with the two character ones, because I feel like some of the proportions of them are a bit off.
Yeah, that comes into the drawing stuff that we talked about, especially that Dorian E10 stuff. But yeah, sorry, go on.
But yeah, the two above, like the ones with the trees and the scene from Godfather, I think it is.
Yeah.
It's
where Sonny gets shot at the toll booth.
Yeah, I've actually never seen the movie, so. But yeah, I feel like those went all right. I feel like I did a better job of sort of controlling the overall values in those, and I feel like they more clearly portray the ideas of the original.
So yeah, I'm a little. I want to talk about something in the screenshot for a second, because it's so related to what we were talking about. Like, okay, what is the content of this scene? The character is getting assassinated. He pulls up to the toll booth. There's no way through the toll booth. He's trapped and he gets shot in his car. Now, what is the composition? What do we see in this composition that makes it feel like that? That makes us feel trapped?
So I feel like the wall on the left and how it's then sort of divided down the middle. Yeah, that wall, and then the sort of the back wall of the building.
And look at
it's sort of like caging it in.
Look at, there's tangents everywhere. Tangent with the frame. There's a tangent with the tire and this. Now, the director here obviously knows about tangents, but look how trapped this composition makes us feel. So this is 100% intentional, especially this tire with right here, to make us feel like trapped and uncomfortable, just like he is. More than uncomfortable. So sorry, I will nerd out about intentional tangents. Now, the thing that I see is that the relationships are not the same as here. We want to find these exact relationships. So that means, number one, I think darkening down this whole group, right? And raising this group up. And you really got to sneak up on this contrast to get kind of exactly where you need to be. Now you'll find that this tire down here is actually this group. And this plane, the side plane here, is actually the grass group, which is the same as the top of the roof, is the same as this. We have to make these the same and make that work somehow. So you can see we've maybe gone into the groups a little bit too fast. Because now it's like causing some problems here, but we need to make some of the stuff the same, and it's just not the same. So that's why I would even start with making sure you have 3 values that relate accurately, and then find the 4th. this, you see, that's the same as that. This is just the same as this. So yeah, I think, I have too many groups in here. I really have to spend time kind of like sneaking up on these, so to speak. But I would really want to start with 3. Like you zoom out of here and you see 1, 2. I think this is different.
I almost feel as if the sort of spaces in between the darker lines of the I have no idea what you call it, but the object that falls down in the should be a bit brighter.
Here?
Yeah.
Yeah, so at first I want like, so is this the same as the sky over here? It does look like the same as the sky. So I'm finding it easier to just paint over this to show what I want to wind up with here. So basically, here's our 4 groups. I started with the 3, the biggest ones that I saw, and then I could find the 4. So I want something like this, where and then the tire here is the same as that value. And then this is the same as that value over there. You see, I can like reuse them now.
Yeah.
I want this to feel kind of more like this, if that makes sense. Then if we look at here, yeah, like the hand here is the same as this whole group.
Yeah.
I think we can pop out the collars a bit more. But this difference just feels too strong, like the background versus that. I think I would probably even get these closer together. And then it gives us room to like, we could even use a whole new value group. I paint it over the, yeah, but it's okay. I would maybe even have a whole different value group for the dark halftones on the face. You see, we've got like if we're describing a box, here we've got like one side of the box, the other side of the box. This might be important enough to show. And only by getting these 2 values much closer together is that going to read more effectively. So we can use this whole other value group in here to show different sides of the face, the front plane with the face. You see, we're getting volume now, and we don't have to overstate this. Like, we don't have to get all the way to 100.
No, I feel like the shape is getting like a lot easier to read.
Yeah, and now if we have this here, we can, this could be the hair and the light. This could be the dark part of the hair, and then, I'm even still overstating it. Like these groups here can be even closer together. So I would spend like a lot of time and energy getting these groups in the exact right proportion, and then I can use kind of these in-between areas to create intermediate planes and really kind of round the form as much as I need to. Eventually, if I say we're finished with, but I think it's worth showing the top plane of the hand versus the side plane of the hand. But I think you looked at this difference and that difference and expanded them too much. And that's why everything had to start going clipping, basically. I like what you did here because I think we don't really want to copy these values exactly because this looks like an old faded photograph. I think you did a good job here. I would maybe just, this group maybe could be a little darker. And that's just from experience, like painting from life. I feel like it was a little bit too even. That looks good to me. And then if we were to say, show now the front plane of the face, we can find kind of these intermediate values. And it's going to be really subtle modeling. Like if this is a sphere, think about how subtle the values are. Remember, if I go too far here, we're going to get that pillow shading thing starting to happen. To show this is a sphere, like we just looked at here, it's barely any value change across the sphere. So it's going to be really, really subtle once we actually get to say modeling that cylinder of the neck, any of the value changes in here. Like that's not going to be the important thing. But I think overall you set this up in a really nice way. But I would take these dark values here and now use the zigzag kind of thing we talked about to have this be lighter. Because this is a lighter material. Like we can zigzag all across this, like light to shadow. That can be a lost edge into here. You see this? Light to shadow, light to shadow. So just that zigzag kind of thing. And then this is a darker material, so like that. And look, it looks much more optical now. So we can go a little brighter for where we get light. Really, really subtly, because we need to fit that inside the groups. We can pop out the cheekbone here. Top plane of the ear, where the ear comes out. And look, we got volume. It looks much more optical, not like a photographic kind of camera. Can turn the form of the side plane of the cheek, and it's going to fit within all those other values. Could soften the hair too, and really get that highlight to pop. But yeah, I think he did a great job. I think that sets up the painting for nice values. I think the same thing is going on here. Like we can just make this whole thing darker, and then yeah, I think I would plan this out as like these are just much closer together too. A little bit more like that, I guess. 1, 2, 3, and then yeah, this is lighter, but it's not like 100% to white, and this whole group here looks a little darker. This whole group here. And now we don't have to go all the way to white for this. You can see it's actually pretty dark. So you see, they just try not to overexpand this stuff too much. Do you have any questions?
No, I actually think you've answered most of them during the lecture.
Cool, perfect. Thank you, Oliver.
Thank you.
Okay, Colleen.
Yeah.
How'd it go?
Well, it went well. I did one from life, which was really challenging because people were moving and stuff.
Yeah, I think you did a great job with this one from life. This is my favorite one.
I tried like I did a few modifications from the picture afterwards, but mostly from life, yeah.
Yeah, I like this a lot. I think it's very similar stuff. The distances of the groups. This whole area here has so much impact because all this like merges together, and you can see you've evened it out, right? Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now this, I think this painting looks like slightly washed out, so I think we're not being able to get away from that. But if we wanted to fix that, I think just taking this group here and making it just ever so slightly darker is going to make it not look washed out anymore. And you can see like how subtle these value groups are really, of like the difference between washed out, not washed out. Where it's like you got to pull one away a little bit. Now I think the really interesting one is the one from Light, where I think the zigzag stuff is also like this chair here. I don't think it would get this bright here unless we are really getting rid of all of the shadow, unless we're really getting rid of all the light information, so we can open up the shadows. But you're not doing that. Like to make this consistent, then we could like have, well, this shirt could be a totally different value group, and like we can have value groups like in here, like you basically crunch the lights and crunch the shadows.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's easier here to kind of just fix the lights where so I think this light side of the chair would maybe be something more like this, which is the same as, yeah, I just don't think you need to go like, I don't think you need the rim light basically. Because now if we get rid of that and keep that for outside and keep that for the snow. Now, okay, the shadow side of the face can be this value, and now zigzag. The light side of the shirt here can be that value. Light side of the shirt here, that value. This goes into that. This goes to that. I think overall this plant will probably be lighter. Yeah, I think we just kind of lose. We wouldn't get so much dark happening here. It would be mostly lighter, and then this would be just areas of dark local value and like occlusion with the leather of the chair. I draw this more carefully, but you see, I'm trying to get rid of like the crunch, because if I can like, you had it all like this, but I can save that information and have a different group for that stuff. So we can actually get like the side plane of the chair here, like this side plane. So and all the stuff is inside, so I don't know like why we would lose it so much. But highlight in the hair can maybe be like that value. And you know, if the collar here is bright enough, maybe that will get white. But yeah, I would really kind of save these dark values for just being inside of this group. Really, like eventually we'll just get a little bit darker here for those occlusion areas. It's a real tough subject. I would definitely do more of this and focus on not crunching stuff so much.
Mm-hmm.
I still think, you know, this value here is maybe a little bit. Now, looking up the image changes when we darken this, and then maybe group everything going on out here together with the lights. So it's these kind of massive changes of value groups and exposure, going to give very different feelings. And we can bring this back inside for the reflections of the windows. I think that's what I would do. I know the photo probably looks a little bit different than what you were seeing.
Yeah. Also, the girl's shirt was like bright whites. The girl behind the guy in the front.
Right here.
Yeah.
You know, maybe that could pop out again too. Yeah, and I think it looks like it brought back some information, but yeah, I would say definitely do more of these. Keep going with this, and as a way to avoid it, when you start working with other values, you can just like bring these way closer together. Maybe even something like start like this and then make more decisions.
All right.
With the ones from imagination like this, again, it looks a little awkward in terms of the ratios. Like we have a point here and a point here and a point here, and it's like we'll just off-center triangle, and it's kind of equilateral in that. If you want to push the perspective, we can have this compressed a little bit. We can move the door over so it's not 50-50 in the shape. Can maybe even make this taller and crop it. So you see, this is all just design. And then the value group of the sky and this, maybe just a tiny bit darker. Because then those lights are going to look really bright. And we can even darken them a bit. Like, not gonna, if here I'm just like opening up some room for the lights to not be 100% clipped. What if the sky is super dark, actually? Maybe we have like a gradient in the sky, and that gradient could go between these two values. And now this could even be eventually like the sky could be this deep blue. And maybe even this could be like a desaturated red or something. If we're thinking about the eventual colors of this. Then we can have kind of a gradient between them. So the more you paint from life, the more you'll be able to see the stuff about the values. But I think right now, immediately, you can start to see stuff about the design of this picture that you can put into practice.
Yeah.
Same thing here is like it's very evenly stepped. I would want to sacrifice probably this group. I mean, not sacrifice, but have to be closer together. And then we can bring down some of this exposure. Like it really just deciding like where do you want to have more information? Like now we're really kind of drawn more to here. Or I think it doesn't make sense to like open up the shadows more because then we're looking here and there's nothing going on there. Like we want to look here. That's why I think I would darken this and have maybe even more contrast with the clouds here. Like, that feels like too much. Maybe just a tiny bit more. I feel like that design reads a little bit better. So same thing with this. Like this group is just too bright. You got to get that closer together so that those light shapes will sing across this. And yeah, same for the boat. I feel like we're like missing some information. It might even be because of like having shadows back here. I think the stuff would be a little bit darker. And maybe compared to the sky. And again, I think this imagination stuff is going to get easier the more you pay attention to doing this stuff from life. It's hard to say now like exactly what I'm thinking because a lot of it has to kind of with the light, the atmosphere, what would the value of the sky be? Like if this is a blue sky, again, it might even be darker. And then it might even be the same as the trees back here. But I don't know if that'll look good. But here now we can maybe take almost white and then have the paint on the boat be the lightest thing. I'll paint them. There we go. Yeah, that looks a little bit better to me. All right. Do you have any questions?
I don't think so. Thanks.
Really great work. Okay, Kai, you here?
Yeah.
Okay, so here I feel like I see a lot of what's it called? Pillow shading. I think this is similar to what we looked at, in this example, like over grouping stuff. But first, I mean, like how did this go compared to last week?
I didn't have as much time as I had last week, so I feel like, and also just after listening to the lecture, I see a lot of things that I would change.
Yeah.
Like certain things that are overstated. Yeah. Especially like angle changes too, like in the shadows of the Orpheus painting.
Yeah, definitely. I think it would simplify some of that stuff. I agree. I think you'd be able to fix some of the stuff. But I think the one that really kind of majorly jumps out to me is this one and this one, in that I see a lot of that, like when you're outlining a shape with another value, that's when you know you're doing the pillow shading thing. Like if you have something like this and this, average these two together and combine them. See that?
Yeah.
And then all this is like significantly darker. This to me is grouped. Oh, it's the same thing with this. I just want to group those together first. And there is going to be changes within there, but it looks more to me like okay, again, it's so much easier to show this like quickly zooming out of this, where it's like this value here. Then we've got this value here, a little brighter. There's our two values. Third value, the dark gray. And fourth value, the black. when you're zoomed out this far, you're never going to see that kind of stair stepping. So this is kind of my clue here for these shapes. See, does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Same thing is happening here. I think the whole face really kind of falls into that value, and then this value and that value. I think we'll just darken this and have the real difference be right when we get to that shadow, that exponential fall off when we get to the shadow. That looks better.
Would you have that like extra value? Because that's I think a 5th value.
In this one?
Yeah, for the torso. Because yeah, I'm not sure whether to keep the torso the same value as like the pool deck, which is like totally clipped.
You know, well, I would definitely take this value here. Like that's too much. Like that needs to be this. And even this could just be one value. So like you can combine this together with that. And then this could be that value, which goes up into here and then becomes this. So we've merged those together. And in terms of that, I would probably group it with this at first. We have 1, 2. Yeah, I think we have 5 going on here. Like, now that there are paintings that are going to have like 5 value groups. The idea is more that you combine whatever is closest together at first, so you can accurately kind of find that difference. So, I think it would be okay. It doesn't bother me as much as like as that happening at first. Like,
yeah,
that's the most important thing, is to get rid of that overstated group thing. And then having exactly 4 something you can kind of figure out after, and it's not nearly as important. Some nice drawing changes happening here from the original. Again, I think something like this, it's fine in this example, but like I wouldn't show that as a separate group, and just to make sure that you're not overstating kind of the difference in value happening there. That would be like probably very subtle. But otherwise, this is really cool. I think that be cool to kind of see these changes in oils again. Like this, like we have this light here, we have 3 values right here. I want to be consistent. Like if this is a rim light and then it's going into this, like maybe even have that just be dark or have that be consistent.
Yeah, I wanted to show that sort of towards the top the metal is duller. So maybe going with the darker value.
Yeah, that looks better to me. But yeah, really, really great work. Yeah, I do think a lot of the angle changes are just like a little bit too much back here, but I think that's something you've already recognized. The same thing happening here. Like I would really kind of design those shapes a little bit more to get kind of the feeling of what's happening in this. We've got like a real circular feeling happening, and this is just so divided and random. We're not getting that feeling. Do you have any questions?
No, that all makes sense.
Cool. Thank you, Kai. Okay, Azel. Azel, are you here?
Hello? Yeah.
Actually, give me just like 2 minutes. I'm gonna be right back. I just need to get some water.
Okay, no worries.
Okay. See in the chat. I think most of us made the same mistake taking even stuff in value. Yeah, that's something I see in a lot of the spectator homework also, like arbitrary values and even stepping. Okay, so Hazel, tell me about how this went.
Okay. I struggled with the Lady of Shalott one, the William Waterhouse. Yeah, because the leaves were like kind of messy. And
Yeah.
like the grass, and there's a lot of details, and I was like, what do I do with this?
So I think the main thing is think of that Zorn. We don't want the darks to sing, we want the lights to sing. And here, this group is so bright that we have this even stepping happening. You look at this painting and look like if we were to do this, just the overall impression of this, like you know, it's this happening, right?
Yeah.
So that's why I really want to have this group here be darker. Maybe not that dark. So it's very subtle, like in here, finding the exact right relationship to these groups. That gets it across a little bit more. And then I think the sky group here, maybe we can even go tiny bit darker on the. It's like now those lights are really singing in a similar way. You can even brighten this up a tiny bit. See that?
Ah, okay. Yeah.
This group here too, well, we're getting a lot of deep black in here. So maybe we don't want to brighten this up so much. Maybe I want to take this group and push it down. Something a little bit like that. So I'm just kind of like push and pull these groups to get that feeling from, now we're starting to get a little bit of evenness back from this again. So we're kind of bringing all these groups down in our budget. That's probably good enough. I think this photo is a good example. Do you know who took this?
No, but I could probably find it because I saved it.
It's okay. It's just really cool.
Yeah, it's a cool photo. I don't know.
I don't think it's Alex Webb, but it has kind of an Alex Webb thing going on. Something jumping out to me is interesting is, this these stripes use the rest of the values in the image. And we've got some zigzag happening within the stripes, like light to dark. Now that same exact value goes to this. Dark merges in with this. So you see the zigzag principle happening in that. But it's on kind of a micro scale. When you zoom out, it doesn't really happen. But I would say the main thing is I think you overstated the gradient of the sky.
Oh yeah.
Like this value here looks like the top of the sky mostly. So I'm gonna be making these decisions like super zoomed out. And this value here looks like the same as that. So we have this counter change happening. So this needs to be darkened a little bit because I'm keying to this value that you made here. Yeah, zooming out, looking across, and I think you overstated some of the impact of these lights at a distance. I think the most interesting thing that you did is the imagination stuff. But yeah, I really need to sit with this one for a while. There's no difference even in the horizon. That's the same, and then it gets dark. This value comes up here. I just need to plug in my iPad. Sorry, 1 second. Okay. Yeah, same thing you did in the Lady of Shalott painting. This group, darken it, and then we get something more like this, and then this group here too. Well, let's start with darkening this one first. Don't be afraid of using deep darks.
Yeah, that was a little weird because the lights are so blown out.
Yeah.
Like the ground and everything. I was like, what is this?
Now the lights are blown out, but not really, because we get this in the lights and we get this in the lights. Like that's still lights. We got these two very different groups.
I think we got tricked by the saturation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. So yeah, I forgot to turn it back into color. So that's the kind of thing where you really like from a distance try and see through this stuff and just group it visually. This is all the same. This is very different. Well, that's 3 entire groups. That means everything in the shadow is like really close together. I would start with that, and then we can find these small differences from this. If that makes sense. So yeah, I really want to talk about this imagination stuff. Like this is imagination, right?
Yeah.
That's awesome. I love this. I think the value groups are a little washed out looking. You can maybe just make the lights a little brighter. Now it doesn't look washed out. Because your darks don't get very dark in any of this. And I'm wondering, you're not painting on this black background, are you?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so yeah, that might be a reason why if you were doing that. But yeah, I wouldn't be afraid of getting really dark. I would maybe, if you're going to try another study, really try and get some of these dark values as you see them. But in general, like this has, talking about like you're gonna be one of those property house flipping TV reality show guys right now. This has got great bones. This one got great bones. If you look at the bones, look at these ratios. Like that's a consonant ratio. That's very, very harmonious. This to this, and you got this big shape, you got small shapes, and you've got medium shapes. That's lovely. And you have curve versus straight line. So we have these really clear, strong relationships happening. Straight versus curved, big versus small. These groups. We also have like animals versus people, architecture versus organic things. It's really fantastic. What I would say, now for this one, I think we could even take some of these values in here, like balance them out a little bit. Like this could be even brighter, and now all of a sudden it has more balance. I don't think we even need to go that different in something like this. Could even use some of these dark values more like in here. Can have like a belt or something. Maybe bring a couple of these values back into here. So yeah, I think you're going to get the hang of the value stuff more as you get more accurate with your studies and as you do this more from life. But your instincts from imagination are really, really great in terms of like this doesn't have to be so different. I would average these together and have these be one group. You could even take some of these groups in here and use them. So instead of just light and shadow, you can have this be, well, maybe someone's got darker pants, and use like the zigzag thing to like have a lot of variety happening in the crowd for like different colors and materials that they're wearing, and have that stuff be part of the sketch. See, as I just bring these value groups into here, it suggests different local values, different materials. Just a little hit of bright somewhere. It's like, oh, now they're wearing something shiny. This is super cool. Maybe even have this. I don't like that. But this whole group, like there's something a little bit washed out. I don't know if I like that. Maybe a little dark. Now the other thing is that these figures back here, it depends if you're doing this intentionally, but if there's perspective, they're going to get smaller, probably a lot smaller. You could even use this as a way to have like a whole other group of like how big your shapes are back here. It's something that you could play with, but yeah, it was really cool. And eventually, maybe you even have like a tiny separation here. You could start describing what is happening in there. You can get super, super detailed, but I would start with the areas that are very important before you ever go into stuff like that. I guess my question is like, do you find any of these good enough to meet that thing of like they're worth finishing?
I don't know, because to me, both of them have something that like they're just missing, and I don't know how to explain it, but I can't resolve it.
Okay, so yeah, that's a problem. I think probably a lot of that is the drawing and the values. And when I say drawing, I mean like the specificity of the drawing. Like if these are stairs, how small would these stairs get? How big would they be here? Like there's things where I can't really tell what's going on. The drawing of the horses, right?
Yeah,
yeah, just being really clear with how, like this shape here, I don't think it quite fits into perspective. Like we would want to have this be big and then suddenly get small.
yeah. The perspective was messing me up as I was doing it. I was like getting so thrown off. I was like, how do I? Because I stole
like
the composition from like some, I don't know, some painting, and I was like,
yeah,
I can't force the perspective into.
right.
It was,
So
it was weird. Yeah, I don't know.
there's all sorts of problems that we have here. You know, the drawing of this. How do we get this to look like a shoulder and like, you know, get the pose right? Like, how do we solve those problems? Like, I don't know. It takes really careful drawing. It takes a lot of working at this. And I think like you could even do like a line drawing of this and get like draw really specific horses, like because you have a composition that works already. Like you can try and figure out how to make this work. That's what I want you to try and work out of. Like maybe do a full color sketch of this. Like 3D is a possible way to go to figure that out. I think maybe I'll show some examples of that next week. But I want you, without 3D, I want you to try and like push this stuff as far as you can. And in order to take this further, maybe you don't have to be so careful now about like exact, like having no pen pressure. Like you can become a little bit more instinctive and like mess things up a bit and then rein it back in later, like when you've made some progress, basically. But basically, it's going to be like mostly drawing. Like, how do you draw something like within this composition and make it look good? How do you like finish this stuff? Like, yeah, it's this is kind of the start. The 90% of the labor can be figuring out how do I make this into a finished image. It's not like the last step where you finish it. This is again like problem solving. So you've given yourself tons of problems here, which I think is a really great place to be, even though it doesn't sound like it. So yeah, I mean, the best thing I can say is like explore these further, figure out like, well, the reason I'm trying to get some of these values closer together is because, well, we've got like trying to think about design. What if this was like this value here was like a deep red, and this here was not nearly that chromatic. And then this is warm, so maybe this here is cool. This is now, again, like we've got different instruments playing different melodies at the same time. And if you've already solved some of the value stuff, you can figure out some of the temperature stuff, like the design of those as a different problem to solve. So I think my advice is like, try and get more accurate with your studies. With just 4 groups, really zoom out further so you can see some of that stuff more accurately, because you're definitely overexpanding those groups. And then paint from life for sure, because that's going to give you more practice with this. It's not going to have clipped information like this. And then now introduce some chaos into your process. Draw with lines. Try anything you can to figure out how to solve this next stage of the problem.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that for next week.
Cool. Really cool work.
Thank you. That was helpful.
Okay. Valentine?
Hey.
How's it going?
Good. It was still hard to value, but I think knowing I'm gonna put 4 value, it was easier to remove the details at the beginning.
Okay, so I do think the exact distances of these groups, again, are a little overstated. Like this whole group could be darker here. And then I think this group even. Just kind of recalibrating the distance of these groups. And then I don't like, And then this. And I wouldn't be afraid again to use kind of these darks here, because then that'll show like that we're actually dealing with something a little bit more like this. And these are super close together, these groups. This is really close together to that. I don't have to have this be quite as bright. You see that? Can you see how it was overstated before?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if I look at these, this group is not far enough away. I think that's really all this one needs. Like this, and then this group here, that feels like too much contrast. Like here's what I see. Again, if we look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's really hard to see that stuff when you get too zoomed in. But like there's these designs happening with those shapes, like that line here, and then how far away this is. Even this group again a little bit darker. I'm using really weird colors here because we're really just focusing on the value. You know, this red here is red is always going to be a little bit brighter than you think it is, and so it merges in kind of with that. Now, same thing with this. Is it Cornwall or Dunn? Maybe Harvey Dunn.
I don't remember.
But same thing. It's just that they're just a little stair stepped and even. I think now would maybe be a good time to start introducing some of those stripes, because we have the tools to do that now. Like what value groups are actually going to use for that. It's this one. But I think that these are a little bit too bright.
Yeah, I tried, but I thought it was drawing too much attention to the stripes.
Yeah, it's definitely something to balance. But I think once we get to like this level of fidelity is something that we can start putting in instead of averaging it out, basically. It's averaged out, yeah, it's going to be part of that group.
Okay.
And the face just definitely feels darker, like, overall. So really, the solution to most of these is definitely going to be like zooming out. Your work from life looks a lot better. I would say something like this, again, feels a little overstated to me in terms of the importance of that. And then this doesn't feel like, if we're going to show that, I think we got to clip the sky more, or at least have it further away. I probably want to show like this and reduce some of this. Maybe now I can get this back a little closer. Maybe a little bit too far. Let me try this again. I do think I want to combine these together into some kind of average. And then use this group here to show that against that. And then you have a darker. I think we have, but these are just too close together to not group together into one thing. There we go. This could be the same as the sky. So we have 3 groups right now. 1, 2, 3. And then where are we going to put the last one? Well, is it going to be clouds? Maybe. That actually looks okay. My other option would be, instead of clouds, to go darker, another darker group in here. I don't like that. I like this. And then maybe this whole group could maybe even still be a little darker.
Yeah, it's not hard because the building in the front was like merging with the tree.
Right.
On the dark side.
The way I'm seeing this is like, this is even kind of the same value of the tree and the light, and the sky almost comes in to be like this. I think there's different solutions to this. Again, I think this photo looks a lot different than what you were seeing, I'm guessing. But what I know for sure, besides like the exact kind of solution to this, is I think you're still like overstating these small differences. I think a lot of this stuff can be found like a bigger average between stuff like this to find the between of, say, this and that. And then I think it's going to give you more room for something elsewhere, like the clouds or something.
Okay. I thought I had room in the shadows because I didn't put too much lights. So that's why I added.
Yeah, and I think with that level of, I would just darken this a little bit because you open up that room in the shadows, and now that looks better to me. If for your original intention, pulling that down a little bit, that group, because you opened up all that room, so we need that right amount of contrast. That makes it look a lot better to me. Yeah, that's actually pretty cool. Okay, so for this one, I like this design. I feel like because you don't really have a lot of perspective happening here, it looks very designy. It looks very like decorative, almost like graphic designy. That's why I think the next kind of groups in here don't really work, because it's like breaking up this big group a lot with this kind of cloud shape here. It's creating this kind of extra tension that's happening, and it has a lot of like perspective, and there's a little bit of pinching happening with these shapes. But there's drawing cues here. It's like a cast shadow. Shadow for like how the sphere, light over a sphere. And it's just bringing my eye like over here. It's just so different than everything else. So I think I would like, probably I would split this and have a difference here. So now we've got 3 values, and have a darker value for inside of here. Well, what are we going to do with that? Maybe we could even have a 3rd value like this. We bring maybe some highlights like into here. And then what's happening in here would be like super low contrast, basically. But I'm not sure, because again, there's not a lot of like perspective going on. I can't tell if it's a shadow. What would be happening kind of in this area? I feel like what would really help is, again, perspective practice and having some kind of drawing that can inform what you're doing from imagination. I wouldn't be afraid to kind of go in here and once you have an idea, kind of draw stuff out. But I think, I don't know if you know kind of like what this dark shape represents over here. It has the design. The design's really cool and working. I like the ratios, but it doesn't, it feels really abstract, as if there's nothing kind of representational underneath it.
Yeah, I didn't know either.
Yeah, so I think that's just kind of the main problem, is like figuring that out. That takes drawing, and it really shows like how long these ones from imagination can take, because you get to these big problems with this stuff. But yeah, does that make sense?
Yeah, totally.
Cool, thank you. Awesome work again. I really like these ones from Life in the graveyard. It's really cool.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, Naima, are you here?
Yes, hello.
Hi.
Hi.
How these go?
My mantra this week was, if I'm not struggling, I'm not learning.
Okay.
And now that you pull it up, I can see my mistakes.
Yeah, it's like definitely jumping out in this one, like even difference in value. I really want to darken this, and some really subtle value stuff in here that'd be cool to get. Like, so where do I see it first? Well, I see this light group in here, maybe even grouping those together like you did. Then I see this group in here, and then we go to another one like this. And now we can fill this in, fill that in, and maybe even get that. So yeah, these are my 4 groups. You can see how close together these are. Like I want to group this with this. Like that's an optical illusion happening here. Like you wouldn't guess that these are the same, but they are the same, and it only shows up when you are like zoomed out. Now we've got like a zigzag thing going on here of like this really dark value jumps all the way up to this, and that gives us our material of the helmet.
Wow.
This is like from the film. If I were painting this, I'd probably not have this be such a bright rim light, because then we can show more of a material difference here. But I think it's that main thing. Like we were just kind of missing the 4 groups. It was still, this feels like we're, for no reason, kind of we're crunching everything inside of here.
Yeah, this is just like a test. I wanted to see how much compression I could do, just for the fun of it.
So if you want to have all this compression in the darks, let's add like another value group up here in the lights, and that's going to make that make more sense.
Okay.
So I think you're trying the same thing here, of like losing everything here. If we want to keep this and key to this decision, well, let's make this even brighter here, and we'll get like a whole other value group for the shadows, and we can have that be in the wall here also, and get like a gradient from light to dark, and then it goes all the way. So light midtone, dark midtone, losing all the shadow basically. So I'm
Hello? Oh, okay. I'm the teacher now. This is my class. Everybody welcome. How are you doing? This is your hydration check and your posture check. If it's cold, please warm yourself up. It's very cold in here. Yeah, it's cold here in Canada. Yay, everybody's hydrated. Everybody's posture and spine is like not all messed up. That's good. That's good. Yes, Framed Ink is amazing, and I would recommend all the books from that author. I don't remember what its name is, but he has a bunch of books called Drawing Technique, Framed Ink 1 and Framed Ink 2. I have all of them, and honestly, they're so good. Marco Mato. I don't want to move. It's so cold. My books are in like another corner of the room. I don't want to move. Yes, this one. Hello, student. Welcome to my class.
I plugged in my iPad, but I think my charger was broken, so it wasn't charging.
Ah, I see.
Okay, so did you take over? Can I take the rest off?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, yeah. What were you saying? What did I miss?
Just checking on chat for their hydration levels and recommending a new book called, well, it's not really new, but Framed Ink.
Okay. Yeah, Framed Ink is great.
Yes.
He's awesome. Okay. Okay. Well,
Bye bye, Eva.
Yeah, he's really cool. I think one thing to keep in mind is like with comic art like that, you know, we've got a lot of two-value compression happening, but a lot of that is touch information. He's probably going to use a lot of outlines. Yeah, it's using a lot of these principles in addition to extra things, where we're kind of merging optical and conceptual with that. Yeah, so I was going through a tunnel, sorry. Okay, so yeah, I was saying here, where I spend my value groups makes other things correct. Like if I want to keep all this lost, like how you set it up, and even like just have it be exactly this value, I need to have this be the right distance away. So I made this brighter than what I saw here. And it's why I overstated the difference that I see here. Maybe even have this bed frame here be more different than the wall behind it. Like actually probably make it brighter and do this with the bed frame. Now it's probably going to get the similar relationships than is here, but not literally showing them. So I think it's better to start experimenting with that stuff once you can really get your accurate studies done, because that's harder than you think to get what exactly the relationships that you see. I wouldn't underestimate how difficult that is.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. The first one gave me a lot of trouble.
This one?
Yes.
So yeah, I once spent an entire hour for a student on this one, trying to figure this out. I think you did a really good job, because where you put these groups looks good to me.
Oh, thank you.
Like where you decided that this starts being the other group here, that looks good.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah, and the way that this merges into here. So I think you figured out what's happening in this painting. I think like,
okay.
you know, on this value here, it gets close to this. So it starts to encroach a little. That's why we have to merge, get these value groups to be subtly close enough to where we can actually start to get a little bit of that coming in for this, but only it's going to be found like more right here. And then this whole group, that starts to look brighter. It's such a tricky one, but I think this is like roughly kind of a good place to then start comparing these other relationships into here. But I think some of this is getting a little bit too bright, but I do think we just need more values to describe that. I think you did a great job compressing them. You know, then we're going to be able to put in how bright is the face here compared to everything else. It's like super, super subtle. So yeah, good job with that. I think from imagination, I think there could be, I like the sketch almost more because it suggests like more form. Like I can feel there's a top plane here and a down plane. It almost feels like okay, it almost feels like this, like top plane, and then we got like this pyramid, upside down pyramid kind of thing going on.
Oh.
We can try and get some of those like value relationships into this. I think you lost a lot of the form as you added like lines and stuff. I think I would be like more, I would get it closer to this, because I think this thumbnail is really cool. I think maybe a lot of this stuff is overstated. We can maybe even get this to be a darker group like this.
Yeah, I really have difficulty translating value into colors.
Yeah, and that's, I wouldn't even focus on the colors too much right now. There's too many value and drawing problems to deal with,
Okay.
to be thinking about color. I would really be thinking again about this as form. So like top plane, side plane, and then maybe the top and the side of this that's in the light is fairly similar. And then really sculpting this information. So like if there's a top plane right here, down plane for the nose, maybe another down plane here for the cheekbone, down plane here for the side of the head, but it's going to be a little bit lighter because it's not facing quite as down. Now I found kind of the big stuff. Well, maybe if we're going to have another value for the inside of the eye, it could be like this. You get some information maybe inside of there, but I don't know, that feels a little bit strong to me. Maybe. If anything, I feel like this whole shadow group could be darker.
Okay.
So then you could start to describe some of this form even more, these subtle form changes. But now I found what is light, what is shadow, and I can start rendering this stuff based on that. I'm thinking of this rib cage as like a big sphere. So I think you lost that 3D to 2D pipeline. I think you had it a little bit in the sketch here. But yeah, everything in here, I want to keep it a little bit closer to how you had it. I think it had a lot of nice impact because we can have this like these bright accents on the dark. Now this can merge in more with the sky, so you can see you're kind of overstating some of the stuff. We can get the same value going across here. That's why I think we don't have to worry about the color right now. It's just there's too many value problems. Yeah, and I think all the detail down here is kind of hurting the design a little bit. So we can still have it, just knock it back a little bit.
Okay.
But does that make sense? Like you really want to be thinking of the stuff as form. It's as simple as, okay, this is just a cube at first, and then I just pulled out the cube a little bit to have two planes there. As you go, you can introduce.
That looks much cooler.
So this is kind of working out from averages from the middle. I'm averaging stuff together, and then it's like, such subtle stuff happening in here. There's gonna be lots of plane changes going on. Maybe a top plane of these bones, and I'm jumping to these new value groups as we get to those top planes. As the hands start to cup, top plane, down plane, side plane is going to be dark. So it can be kind of a very logical process, which is sometimes helpful and sometimes frustrating when you have to make these abstract things work with that. So really cool. I like how you're pushing. I like how you're trying stuff from imagination. So, and yes, I'm still recording. I didn't lose anything. Cool. So great work. I like the experimentation. I think I would say that focus on the 3D thinking would really, really help these.
Okay.
Do you have any questions?
No, that's about it. I just was wondering if the values were exactly the same as the painting, but that's not the points. That's not the focus. It seems like, for example, for number 5, it was better for the sheet to be more whiter, I guess.
So here I wanted to show that like it's not necessarily, it doesn't have to be exactly the same. Like I wanted to show that if you wanted this whole group here to be this value, well, everything up here can relate to that. But I think
I was focusing on excuse me. I was focusing on having it exactly the same, but now I can relax, thinking that what's the best way to serve the purpose of the painting / image.
So I want you to do both. I want you to relax, but also be stressed as hell. so like I want you to practice that while also practicing, for example, maybe something like this, like because this says that optical illusion, I think is really great. Like you wouldn't guess again that that's the same value group, and like you're going to learn so many lessons trying to get something like this exactly like how you see it. So practicing your eye of getting things exact, the exact relationships that you see, but you're still grouping, you're still reconstructing that stuff, just not changing them, while also realizing that you're in control and you can shift these relationships and still have them be accurate, just placed differently within your budget.
Got it.
Okay. Thank you, Myra. Sorry, thank you, Naima.
Thank you, Levan, for the feedback. I'm gonna work hard.
You're welcome. Okay, Myra, are you here?
Hi, I'm here.
Okay, so again, we've got the ones that you worked on from last time. This is going to be very, very similar, where the differences between these groups are overstated. So like with this one, let's try and get these relationships as close as we can to what we see, which means they're going to kind of meet in the middle a little bit more. And we want these edge relationships the same. It's like this stuff is so subtle. So really, this group and this group, raising it up from pure black, and we get to here, is actually way brighter. Now we can see all the details going on in here are actually a lot darker. I think we have like this whole group in here. That looks, I can darken this whole group to get it away from black. And I think this group is just not different at all, really. Like that would come way later. So I brought everything closer to the center, and it like gave us, now I can split this instead of splitting that.
Mm-hmm.
Subtle stuff, but you can see it feels more like the light of the scene now.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing with this. I think this whole group here, we could use another group. Like instead of these two groups being different, at least at first, this could be the same as that. This group could be a little visually more similar to the sky. And I think we have room for, say, these dark accents across here. Definitely don't want to overstate that though. But then this group here, brighter. So yeah, same stuff. We're talking about these relationships and chasing that feeling of it, of the breadth of these midtones and that feeling like light. I think that's a little bit closer. So I like these changes here. But I do see like, look, you look at the small one group, second group, for everything in here. I think it needs to be a little brighter. Look how kind of mentally zoomed out I am, and then how far away this one is. So I can see, like, I want to like visualize my four groups before I ever even start painting. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
To be able to like look at a reference, really think while looking at it before I paint, so I can see what are my four groups, and it takes brain power.
Mm-hmm.
Because I do think it would really be worth having this be a separate group to be able to show that that's lit, but that would take this group and darkening probably this entire group here, so that really stands out. Maybe get this closer together to the other ones. So I'm trying to analyze this before I paint. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, this was the hardest one for me, actually.
So I think this whole group I made a little bit too bright. Maybe get some of that dark in here. So I'm just going to use this kind of guide that I made and then analysis of let's put this off to the side actually. We can see what I'm thinking basically is this.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see that this tree here is like so overstated because of that. Like this value is going to be so light in terms of edges to the sky. So I probably want this group up here first. And this dark where the cliff goes under, we're going to have that. Now all these values in here, that's going to be in between eventually. But we got this value for the sky, this value here for these side planes of the rocks, down plane of the rock, side plane of the rock. And then this group here is just a little bit brighter. So now it kind of feels like, again, like the light of the scene from getting those exact differences of the groups. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Cool. Do you have any questions?
So like what I got is like I kind of was able to separate the groups, but their values were off. Like the in between them, the bigger groups.
That, and I would pay attention to stuff like this tree, for example. Like when you zoom in, that tree is very dark against the sky. But in the grand context of this composition, it is just doing this. It's just softening that group a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So being able to see kind of the code of these relationships. So instead of like, again, like they're very, very dark, knowing that if I were to paint those shapes exactly, it would be values like this, basically, really, really close together to that sky.
Mm-hmm.
Really sneaking up on when that feels right. But it's really just making a soft edge against the sky. And I want to find the bigger stuff first. But yeah, look at your reference and try and decide on your 4 values before you even paint.
Mm-hmm.
1, 2, 3, 4.
If I do that, what you're doing is considered cheating, or
like painting over the reference?
Yeah.
No. So this is there's no cheating in art. I guess now, unless you are using AI, unless you're using AI to generate these, and then when you come to class, you're using ChatGPT to generate all your questions, that would be cheating.
Okay. Yeah, it's
But-
because it's because like I feel like because I have this tool able to switch to black and white, I feel like if I had done from life, it would be much harder, you know?
Yes, it would be much harder, but we're trying to ramp up the difficulty basically. So I think you're still having difficulty seeing the values in these photos. And it's perfectly fine to now just be focusing on the problem of value. We can figure out the other stuff later. So I think using kind of the color proof to look at the values, that's totally fine. I would even say zooming out and because now if we paint over this, we don't have to deal with drawing. And that's another problem. If we just paint over this and consolidate this into 4 value groups and really looking at it first and deciding where do I want this 4 groups, that's going to build that skill just in a very focused way. I think once you're really comfortable taking an image, painting over it like I did here into 4 value groups and compressing all the information accurately, then you can say add more difficulty, like draw it instead of painting over it. And then we can introduce color, and then we can introduce doing this from imagination, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so for next assignment, would you recommend me to do more of those? Like
for you, definitely, I would try this painting over thing a little bit. I would say spend at least a couple days gathering reference, like reference like you have. These are all good. Zoom out to the size of a postage stamp like this, and paint over it directly, and try and do what I did here.
Mm-hmm.
I think that would be really helpful.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
After you do that, I think then you can try, like you said, like try doing this from life. Then you can't do any of that. But I think with some very focused practice of just focusing on that concept of compressing all this stuff from a distance, you're going to look at things from life and be able to see them differently. Like, for example, I think you're seeing things from life like zoomed in, but when I look at this, like I did with these, like I'm trying to see, well, this tree here relates to this, and this relates to that. And what does this relate to? Not really much else, but this relates to that, and the sky relates to this. When you look in real life at something, you're going to be able to see like this Terminator vision of that relates to that, relates to that across the whole scene that you're seeing. And this is going to get easier over time.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any other questions?
Yeah, that's it.
Cool. So yeah, I think that would be a good thing to try. And I'll talk more about like the other homework when we get through this. I think we have one more, Russell. Russell, are you still with us? Thank you, Myra.
Thank you.
I think Russell gave up hope. Left. Okay, so would it be valuable to paint over something and then the next day draw it again but use it as reference? Up the difficulty gradually, like the same platform level with more enemies or something. Yeah, that would be awesome. I think that's a good idea. Okay, so some things that jump out immediately, Russell, is design stuff. Like, I know this is kind of horror and it's a little, we got the 50-50 stuff going on. In the design, everything is kind of symmetrical and gridded, and this shape feels a little awkward here in the center. But also the values. So I just feel like I want to like, well, you have all this complexity and simplicity. I want to make that more obvious. Maybe we can even move him further over into here, get more of a shadow, and really make these crucifixes, what is the plural of that? Make them much smaller. So we get a lot of complexity, maybe not that much, but I think just what I did is fine, actually. Now I think that these decisions read a little bit more. And I'm not sure if we need to have this light. Well, I know you're trying to have, there's a little bit of that pillow shading happening, just a little bit. Like this whole side of the face, we can probably use, like that would be less pillow shaded if we did this. See that? I think this whole group we can darken. And then we have room for, say, even like, if this is leather, we can get like highlights on the leather, and we get highlights now and materials. And it should all hopefully work together as part of a, maybe even this crucifix here can have some highlights jumping out on it. And I think we might not need to go so, I think it's okay. But yeah, I think that's kind of what I was trying to do. Same thing in this, I think that your decisions are kind of pillow shady. If this is the top of the sphere, maybe this whole bottom here, maybe you more, maybe actually this is all in shadow. It's just the top planes here that are getting this, and we don't need any of that pillow shading happening. 1, 2, and then maybe this background is actually a lot darker, and we actually find the legs again. And then maybe this wouldn't be so bright. We can even merge this together with that, merge this with this, and again, use this group here to describe different materials. Maybe we get a really shiny part here. We've got, so now that's metal. See, now I've got different materials in here. Now, same thing going on with these of like the distances. The groups are too close together. We're not really getting the design of the picture. And like the light here feels like it needs to be further away by darkening this group. So I think so often this dark gray group has been made too light in a lot of the homework. And then if we wanted to make this look less like a photograph, instead of having this be, like, we can have these shapes eventually, but we could maybe zigzag this a little bit more. Like, this is pillow shading. When you're repeating this, you are like repeating yourself. I don't know. But we can maybe use a whole different value here for the skin. We can darken the uniform so that the dark values for there make more sense. And now this is going to have a lot of impact. We can zigzag the shadow of this to be that value. And it's going to look more like we are seeing it and not like an old photograph. We just brought information back. Now we can get all sorts of in-betweens happening. Pillow shading happening there. And I think that's what I have for this. But you can see it's just that we brought resolution back into the image basically from the photograph. Okay, this would be the same thing basically. I think it's very similar to this. Does anybody have any other questions? And I can talk about the homework. Okay, so I think I gave some individual critiques of what you might want to focus on for homework. Here's some possibilities. We're starting to get away from things being extremely rigid here, and I want it to be a little more individual as to what you choose to do for homework. We talked about spectacular failures. Any tools. I would go in very hard on that stuff, like really trying to use the tools we've been talking about to figure out how to express yourself with your personal work. In terms of continuing with the more rigid homework, I would really focus on, again, what we talked about, these exact groups, but then you could even try finishing one of these, a finished grayscale study of once you really are happy with your decisions that you've made, you can go in and start describing transitions, modeling this form. I'm now sculpting the form with these in-betweens. Look, I just described planes here. I'm using these specular highlights to further describe planes. I don't want this to touch this value because we've got these distinct plane changes. I have this gradient coming across here. I want to have an extra value here to show this shiny material happening. And I can create soft edges, and I can describe how this hat is turning slowly across the form here. And there's a really light shadow for this here. So you can get a little bit brighter here. This is catching the light just a little bit. But these forms here are really soft. As that form is turning, we get cast shadows across that. I think these buttons here, I want to have like extra values in here to show how this is metal, not just have that be light. We got soft transitions happening in here. I can really now explicitly show how soft the shadow is back here. So we can do a finished grayscale study of all the in-between values, basically, all the information within the groups. Okay, so we talked about using these tools to do some exciting personal work things, failures, full color, figuring out how to express an idea as clearly as you can. We talked about continuing with the kind of a finished grayscale study. Now, next we're going to talk more about color, where color comes from. Let me think of some other possible homework. Painting from life is another big thing. Any kind of painting from life, you could do this rigid process or not. And have like another value group in this tie if it's really shiny. But I think, yeah, I think let's see some like spectacular failures for next week, especially. Then maybe we can get weirder with the homework as we go. You see how I can get planes happening in here now with the in-between values? I like how this is merging into the wall. Maybe I can get a really bright highlight on that ear, I think looks nice. Get all sorts of subtle stuff. You know, if this wasn't a military uniform, I'd be tempted to have this be a stripy tie, because then we can get zigzag happening across those stripes like that. But he's in the military, and he would get dishonorably discharged for that. So can't do it. Here we have a cylinder, and I want to show that cylinder turning away from the light and softly getting darker, and then have a sharp edge of the cast shadow onto that. So much stuff we can explore in a finished grayscale study. Before we get the color. I think I'll try to make it work. Okay, I think I'm out of steam, so we should probably end it here. We went another hour over again. I thought today I was absolutely going to be on time, but I was wrong again. So one of these classes, I'm going to try and have it be 4 hours. But yeah, for anybody who stuck around this long, do you have any other questions? How can I check if information within a value group is overstated? If your groups become muddy, that could be a possible reason why. So really the way to check is zooming out, looking at it really small. If your groups are not reading as separate, it's possibly because you have overstated information within. Now, that shouldn't have been an issue so far because we haven't had information within. But now as we finish something like this, that could be very possible. So zooming out is the way to check that. So I will upload all this stuff, and if anybody has any questions, you can leave it in the Discord. And thank you for sticking around, and I will see you next week. I'll leave the beast moment. What does that mean? Yes, I think we're getting to that point. So we'll just let everybody join. I'll start in a minute or two. Visualization exercise. Let me see. Is that in the questions one? I never know what to pick for this because let me try picturing an apple. I mean, like, it's in color. It's not this high fidelity, but it's also not this cartoony. So I don't know. Maybe I exist outside of the spectrum. Am I alone here and like never knowing which one applies to me? $1.5. I'll take that. Yeah, it's like I reject the premise of the question. Sigma artist. I feel like needing to picture a red apple for this thing, I'm pretty close to here. If I have a freelance assignment, then I'm a 5, or any kind of work to do. I wonder what that means. Maybe we could talk about this too a little bit. What is most common? A fully rigged apple. How difficult is it to rig an apple in 3D? You don't really have to do anything. Sometimes I feel like can be like a little bit of a misunderstanding of what artists do, unless I'm really wrong with some other artists. But like when I'm painting, I certainly don't see like a completely finished image in my head that I'm just like translating onto canvas or like the computer screen. It's very kind of ephemeral in that actual mental image. Sometimes it's like, I have an idea that I'm going towards, but I feel like I've seen like some beginner artists get discouraged of like, oh, I can't picture things like perfectly. Like I certainly can. I feel like most artists that I know are not like visualizing a whole movie and then just doing a study of their imagination. I agree though that Fuji apples are the best apples. Please, everybody in the chat, put what your favorite apple is. And this will be for your grade, so choose carefully. Oh, Gala, yes. I think Gala is related to Fuji, if I'm not mistaken. No, a cross between a Golden Delicious and a Kid's Orange Red. I don't even know what that is. Descendant. Okay. I'm wrong about this. But yeah, Gala is pretty great. Honeycrisp, also top tier apple. We got to make an apple tier list. Pink apples, I'm not into the sour side of things. Gala apples are bottom tier. Okay, this is just going to be the homework. Everybody's going to make an apple tier list. Black Prince. I have never seen this. looks pretty good. Got a fancy name too. Gold covered apple. Like actual gold? These are edible? AppleRankings.com. Sweet Tango. These are made up. Pink Lady, that's real. I feel like reminds me of like forbidden rice. Like anything that's forbidden, that's gotta taste extra good. I've actually tried this before. It's like it's not worth it, but it makes you feel. It's a very exciting dish. I clearly see what I want to paint, like finished painting, but it's very hard to replicate on the canvas. Interesting. So yeah, that's definitely not my experience. It's edible. I don't know forbidden rice lore too much. We're talking about apples because of this, just what our lesson is going to be today. That's why, because of this meme here. But all these apples in the chat are making me feel like there's a whole world to explore out there that I'm not aware of. It's kind of exciting. Okay, so we have more homework? Yes. Let's see this up. Okay. Martin has an apple tree. Teach a man to fish, and he'll eat forever. Okay, let's get into this. So yeah, we could start with this. I think there was a question in the chat that made this pretty clear. So the question was, some of these shapes in here are technically like that pillow shading thing that we talked about. Let's open this in Photoshop. And that term is going to apply like specifically to pixel art. So it's not exactly the same thing, but I think it's a good shorthand for what we're talking about. But basically, this kind of thing. That shape here is just repeating we're just repeating this again. And that is a certain use of the budget. But the thing is like that shape there is only softening this edge. Because here's remember the 3D to 2D pipeline. What this artist was thinking of here is clearly these plane changes that we're looking at. We have a cylinder, and I can feel how this is continuing until it gets to here, and now we have this kind of shape. So there is a 3D structure going on here, and we have a pretty clear cube happening. And this right here is what Ramon calls the staple, which is like a really good tool for creating volume. And you can do it here too. Like if we didn't have quite as many planes of cylinder, well, we could create a staple here to think of this as a box-like form. And it's really like, that's why we're getting this line here for the shadow. Man, I saw another Twitter tutorial that's coming to mind. I forget, maybe somebody posted it. Let me check real quick. I think it was about the pillow shading thing, or maybe I found it. I think it was just one of these things I was looking at. Oh, here we go. Okay, so yeah. I don't mean to pick on like random Google Images tutorials, but so this is saying like, this is one of those kind of like rule things that I noticed, like always have your shadows go from, you know, have like variation in your shadows. But the problem here is that if this is a cylinder and we do have light coming from this direction, it's just going to be a straight line. And any further complication of that, this makes it look like the normals are kind of messed up in 3D. Like this is, it looks like a shading error. It looks better in this context. So we have like, this is creating a plane change here of this kind of dip where it's going to create a shadow. So I can't really see a difference between these two, but this kind of jumped out to me as we looked at like, we looked at how Steve Houston was considering like the palm of a hand as a half cylinder. And again, there were just a straight line there for a shadow. So a lot of stuff about art is just like, you know, it's easy to overcomplicate this stuff. And that's exactly what's happening here, is that the artist is considering this as a 3D form. Who knows how they started? They could have started with a line drawing, possibly not. This could have been all shape-based. But when we have this is how edges relate to drawing. So you can see here that edges are above drawing in this pyramid, which means that if we're using edges, we're probably going to be using value in some way. Now, this is where I feel like there's an issue with this pyramid that I can't really figure out, because edges deal with everything. They deal with every drawing relationship. They also deal with value, but it's possible that edges could skip value. Maybe not. Because if we're going to even have sizes, there's value differences there. So maybe it works, but going off on a tangent. Basically, edges are one way to control drawing. And we talked about that here of like, if you soften the edge of something, you know, instead of having like a perfectly 90-degree angled cube, which doesn't really exist in reality, we can get that kind of soft piece of chewy gum that you might have had in the mid-2000s. So basically here, if we're thinking of this as a cylinder, but we have this kind of low resolution cube right now, well, we need to soften that. And how can we actually soften it? Like, what are the tools that we have available to us to slow that transition? Because that's what edges are. They're slowing a transition. Right now, you know, without this would be a very, very fast transition. That's giving us our perfect kind of cube. I need to slow that down to show the light slowly turning away from the light source. And light is going to be kind of an exponential fall off, not a linear fall off. So it's not going to go like this. It's going to really keep its integrity until it suddenly falls off a cliff here. So I know what I need to do. How can I do it? Well, one thing would be use an airbrush. And you know, that's going to make it look like a cylinder. We've just rounded that corner, basically. What other tool do I have available to me? I can lower the opacity of my brush and just, instead of using an airbrush, I just did the same exact thing with a different tool. What other tools do I have? I could use a smudge tool, do something like that. Now, remember we talked about if we change that shape there from anything other than a straight line, we're going to be communicating something a little bit different. So there are times we might want to use one tool over another, and especially smudge tools, you can get a lot of variation here. Maybe I would want to use something like this for like the transition of grass or hair or something, because I get all that stuff for free, but maybe it makes, unless this was like a fur coat or something, that would be great. Then I could probably even soften this edge too, because we would have like not quite a hard transition. Unless, you know, we do have a lot of light here against dark, so I would probably want to soften this less than that, because we have a perceptual less of a soft edge there. I'm always comparing everything to everything else. So what this artist decided to do was to have no actual soft gradients literally, but create those transitions, basically, you know, manually raising the resolution with these shapes. So the question was, you know, why is this not wrong? Well, it's not wrong because if you zoom out, you can't see any of them. What we have when we zoom out are these really clear value groups. This dark gray, this middle gray, black, and white. And there is a certain proportion between all these things. And if I squint, everything even in these windows becomes one group or the other. You know, now in this window becomes a stripe of this, a stripe of that, a stripe of this. This becomes black. This figure against the wall becomes like this. So I'm averaging all the information within. Now, there's no pillow shading here, right? There would be if it would have to be a completely different use of this budget, where basically, if I were to do pillow shading with the composition, I'd probably have to lose this whole group and then use that other gray. You know, it would be something like this, where like you're not really considering, you know, it'd be a waste of the budget, basically. So we're not necessarily talking about softening transitions between these groups, we're talking about actually defining these groups. That's really kind of the big picture stuff that we've been talking about. The actual way that you go about any of this stuff really doesn't matter. Like, there's different tools for different situations, but again, like an edge like this, you know, scatter brushes, or no, I could use a grass brush to kind of soften that. The thing is that this is a micro edge. This is communicating something about drawing, about the cylinder of this. You know, this edge here, again, if I soften this, it's going to turn it into more of a cylinder and less like that perfect kind of cube. When we talk about macro edges, let's go back to our kind of breakdown here. Do we have anything that is, okay, so you see when I zoom out, this window here, I have to decide, because this looks like a macro edge to me. Like this group, you know, it's still using that same one we found everywhere else, but it looks like it's slowly transitioning through this group. And when I was compressing this, I had to decide, well, what is that actual shape? But in the actual grand scheme of the composition, I really wanted to show kind of every relationship. This does have a softer transition. Now that's really a design thing. It's like at this scale, everything is purely abstract, really. So, you know, what is hard, what is soft, what goes slowly, what goes fast. And so painting is really made up of these micro decisions and how they relate to the abstract kind of macro design of everything. That's one thing I feel like we're going to come back to a lot, because I feel like in a lot of the homework that I see, the actual focal points and the path that they create are not as considered as it could be, I think. We talked about this in the Free to Roam stuff that we looked at. But basically, like when I zoom out of this, we have this really nice flow from the car to the guy to this, and then this is balanced out. Like, remember, if you want to figure out what something does, get rid of it. So what if instead of these windows, you know, this was boarded up or something and it just wasn't quite as interesting? Well, then we still have this flow. You know, it still does something interesting. Like, I expected this to not work quite as well. So we have all this concentrated detail here. Here, now we get rest area. So it's almost like, let's see if I can explain this. We were on like we had an average of this, then we were on this side of the line with how far we were going into complexity. Someone's just like, I mirrored it. Now we're going on that side of the line in terms of simplicity. Like, does that make sense to anybody other than me? What I was thinking is that we have, yes, we have this kind of gesture here, and it's made up of all these different points of contrast. We don't have a car anywhere else. That's interesting. There's also a lot of value contrast. There's edge changes in here, different materials. So that's super, super interesting. This guy is super interesting. There's narrative stuff happening. He's got a different pose than everybody. We've got these dead guys, very complex, lots of narrative stuff. And over here, well, I just like made it into nothing. That's creating contrast, almost its own kind of focal point right here. I think what the painting did, just the opposite direction, was to create even more complexity compared to this, to have like an area of different kind of shapes. You know, even though this is complexity here, it's fairly like irregular, the shape design. This is all very regular. So that's where the contrast is coming from here. And I think it would be cool to see you guys think about just these abstract ways of saying this versus that, regardless of kind of what the variable is, thinking of whatever variable you can, because that's what makes art so open-ended and gives you kind of all these possibilities, the different ways you kind of reach the same conclusion. There's not one path that gets you there. It's about finding the best thing for your particular situation. So hopefully that makes sense for why this kind of thing is not technically kind of against the rules that we've been talking about. Even though they're not rules, they're principles. And again, you can kind of get away with pillow shading in terms of the composition, but you're throwing away, like, you know, if you had $50 to spend, you're spending 40 of that on something you really don't need, basically. You've bought a jet ski, basically, and it's not a good investment. Let me check the chat. It does feel heavy on the left side after doing that. Yeah, so this is all creating kind of different feelings. And I want you guys to try and get tuned into like what the feelings that this stuff creates is. Now, I do think that, like, even at the micro scale, repeating these shapes too much is, you're still using the budget. It still gives this kind of like posterized look. Maybe I can do this even further. Like, I like kind of what's happening with these shapes. This feels a bit more interesting than, say, something like this. So, you know, even though technically, you know, this is just softening the edge, I feel like there generally are more interesting ways to do that other than just kind of repeating the same thing in a posterized fashion. It doesn't really take away from this, but that's something just to be careful about. You can see here, this is like further kind of posterizing the edges, and there's other ways, I think, to add more information rather than do that. I feel like the windows take away the importance of the car. When you take them away, the car competes with more. Yeah, this is first. The idea is wait till you so much your budget to describe halftones. Yes, exactly. And not only that it would just describe halftones, but like often you really wouldn't find those kinds of repeated shapes too much. Like, again, even something like this, I feel like we could be more descriptive with our shapes about what's happening with the form, because repeating it like that, like, it doesn't really communicate much. And often you'll just get this kind of like gross roundness is the best way that I can describe it, because you're not really reinforcing planes. It's just like roundness upon roundness. Let me check the windows of the car. Do you mean like this right here?
I mean, like when you took the windows the windows behind the car, the whole plane of windows, and you just made them gray.
Yeah.
It made all the contrasts and unique elements of the car stand out more.
Yeah, yeah.
But
totally.
when you have them there, there's much more visual noise, so the focal point becomes on the figure more.
Exactly. So this is like, it's not that different from everything else because our ground is pretty complicated. I want to take a look at the two value element though. It's basically the same thing. But yeah, really, really good point, because it shows how relative everything is. And it really, that's kind of your middle point that we're thinking about. Exactly. Yeah. So I feel like, just even when you're describing things as subtly as like these subtle halftones, I think it's better to find kind of unique shapes within that, because it's going to describe much more of the actual form and planes rather than I guess soapy. That's a way to describe it. So this two value one, it shows that again, we kind of have a middle point and we have a budget to all of this. So this is a very, very complex image. It's really, really noisy. I mean, I could probably like simplify some of this noise in here to find what the actual kind of two value statement is, but that background is really complicated, which means that to have the face here be a focal point, we got to make it super, super complicated. Like, look at how noisy that is, but it does stand out against the rest. It feels like a completely different group. If we made the background even more complicated, even more noisy, even here, I'm kind of like, it looks like I'm simplifying it. It's making the face stand out even more. It just shows that there's like such a delicate balance between all this stuff. And it's not mathematical. It's really like a feeling thing of when do these relationships feel correct. But it shows that like you can get into this arms race. If you have a lot of contrast, you really got to bump up focal points to make it like read against that. And often simplifying things makes more sense to kind of find where you are versus continuing to push complexity. Yeah, we have like, these are mostly made up of these like in rectangles in perspective. This is a lot more random and organic in the actual shape. So and this stuff again happens like intuitively for a lot of artists, and it really is helpful to have this kind of intention, because when you can practice it with intention, it really bumps up the power of your intuition. What if everything, including the background, was even more noisy, but the face was super simple? Would it work? And if the background was so complex, you have to simulate the face, or so this is the same thing as value. It's like, you could reduce the contrast between two groups by like raising one up or lowering something else. You have like a lot of choices here, and they all create kind of different feelings. There's many roads lead to Rome, but like sometimes it makes sense to pick one over the other. Kind of anything I do to this, whether simplifying it or like making it more complex, it kind of just ruins it like immediately. It shows what is a delicate balance the stuff is in. And when you have a composition that you can't add anything, you can't take anything away, that's really what we're going for, that there's nothing superfluous. There's nothing distracting. There's nothing that's not contributing to our idea. And it doesn't mean things have to be simple. I mean, this is, again, very complex, but everything is in still a very delicate balance. I think it would be useful to kind of look at two of these examples. Did we do this? Did we go over these creepy little fish teeth? Okay, let's look at these creepy little fish teeth. And then we'll go back to the questions that we had in Yeah, there's rest areas happening here. You know, all this kind of dissolves into noise when you look at it. This is almost a third value. You know, we have black, white, and then the noise creates this gray. In Callan's class, we look at this Sergio Topi drawing. He does that a lot. I think it was this one. Where, number one, you can see lots of this kind of dissolving into opticalness. This shadow here, anything in the shadow, the information is getting lost. That's an optical kind of appeal. You know, this here starts to feel like a little bit like a paper cutout. We're getting a little bit of kind of that conceptual thing happening. But where we get light kind of revealing form, we actually start to feel like these plane changes happening. So there's abstract design happening here. There's the optical sense of light. There's the conceptual appeal of form. You know, this hand feels very rendered out. And there is a clear value structure to this. There's black, there's white, then there's a dark gray, and there's a light gray. We have a 4-value composition here that is achieved through optical blending rather than kind of literal blending with paint. But this is a composition. This is where all the relationships are set. All the different variables that we can think of are intentionally designed. And when your relationships are intentionally where you want them to be, that's when something is done. Yeah, none of this is mutually exclusive. Like the style ceiling or like possibilities here are completely endless. Comic books in general, like this is why I hesitate to call, say, the 2-value stuff we've been doing like NOTAM, because that's the different thing. We're talking about compression, and compression is just how you deal with information. And you can see interesting uses of compression with something like this, or like the framed ink guy, where we have like this conceptual information. We have like flattening of form in places where you don't want too much of that conceptual appeal, to create this balance of these focal points and have them be complexity versus simplicity, then complexity again, light on light, dark on dark. You know, we have all these this versus that. That's basically all that this comes down to. So there's no rules as to like, oh, you can't mix this, you can't mix that. These are just variables in different proportions, basically. We have to get those variables in obviously different groups so they don't turn into just soup. And that's what muddiness refers to, is when you just have ice cream soup, basically. And, you know, ice cream soup is good on occasion, but you don't want to have it all the time. Believe me. Okay, so let's look at these two paintings here. Let's start with this one. So we could have a volunteer. Anybody want to hop on the mic? Just tell me kind of what feeling you get looking at this image. What words come to mind when you look at this?
There's a kind of solidity to the image.
Sorry, say that one more time.
There's like a solidity to the image. It feels very stable.
Okay, stable. Let's write these down. Stable. Okay, anybody else? Good answer.
It feels very calm.
Okay. Wish I had like a whiteboard or something that would make this more dramatic, but this will do. Yes, calm. I agree. Anybody else? Anybody? Any words come to mind?
It feels bright.
Bright. Cool. Okay. Yeah. So far, these are, I would say, the exact same things. Yeah. Anybody else? I think maybe I would add like restful to the mix, peaceful. So okay, so we've looked at art and it has given us something. It's communicated something to us, and some of those things it's communicated that this is stable, calm, feels bright, restful, peaceful. Now, how does this feel bright? It's still just the same two values. Like, how is it doing that? Well, it's bright because it's communicating the relationships of a sunny day. We know that we know that this is a blue sky without this being a blue sky, basically, because of these accurate relationships. But even simpler than that. Let's dive into the abstract basis of this composition and see where are the focal points and why are they focal points. So let's see if you guys can do this too. So where would you say that your eye goes first in this image? What do you see as the big kind of difference that you can't look away from? We tried this with that spy versus spy wolf thing in the eye. This is a very similar thing. We're just looking for, what is this image doing? Where does my eye go? What is the number one kind of place of interest in this? So got some answers. Oh, we have some stuff in the chat too. So loneliness, let me add these because these are good. Timeless, loneliness, static, contemplative, guarded. I think that's very valid too. Okay, so the guy, the gate, stairs to the gate, the head, heroic. Okay, cool. So yeah, I mean, this is really doing a good job of communicating this to us. So also, this is by my friend Tahir. His work is really great. He's very good at drawing too. So good guy to look at for inspiration. A lot of his images have this kind of Mediterranean sunny feel, and it's really telling that he's able to get this kind of thing in just two values, without what you would think we would need of a blue sky, basically. And a lot of his images tend to have that kind of feeling of peacefulness, but also maybe loneliness, maybe a bit of melancholy, kind of a moment of respite. Except his work for Battlefield 5, we got to do something different. That kind of thing probably wouldn't work. It looks like he gets a little bit of that into these images. I think that's why it kind of elevates it beyond kind of your standard concept art. There's something very beautiful about this too. And maybe we can analyze this in even the same way as we're looking at this. Where is my chat? Okay, so to me, my eye goes here. Maybe here first, but if it goes here first, I'm kind of pulled over to here. So maybe I'll get distracted by something, but I'm always pulled back to, say, the human interest. Now, what forms of contrast do we see here? Well, there's value contrast because this is a dark shape on light, and it's also a small shape against a big empty shape. It's not only a small shape, but it's a complex shape. It's a big, spiky, complex shape against nothingness. So there's three things we have right there. Let's add a fourth, the fact that this has no human interest. Maybe this does a little bit because this is kind of man-made. But a face, that's going to have significantly more because it's a face, and you look for those kinds of shapes. Line contrast too. The perpendicular stick that he's holding against the vertical lines. Yeah, there's some, this is kind of pointing here. Texture contrast. Yeah, there's definitely no texture and a little bit of texture. Okay, so we also have that everything is horizontal or vertical except for his stick. I'm going to push back on that a little bit in a minute. But I do think that the stick here is fairly different than everything else. But I want to show that it's actually fairly balanced. It's not the only diagonal in this painting. It's just the only literal diagonal. So we'll look at how to find those. So to me, that's my justification of why I think this is kind of the number one focal point. Now, where does my eye go next? Probably this, like the gate, this arch here. So let's kind of just give these points. Well, number one, number two. Where does your eye go after this? The big shadows. The stairs. Okay, let's put 3 here. Now, why does it go to the stairs? What kind of contrast do we have on the stairs? Looks like the eyes follow the diagonals like a pinball. Yeah. So smaller shapes. Yeah, these kinds of shapes don't exist anywhere else in this painting. And not only that, but you see that they have a strong conceptual component to them. This is that 3D to 2D pipeline. We can feel what's happening with these stairs, and it feels like there's a plane here going up and down, and there's a plane here going this way. And, it's very solid feeling right there. So not only do we have shape contrast and this complexity, we also have the appeal of this plane change, the multiple plane changes that are happening across this, which makes it have a lot of contrast. So yes, I would agree. 3. Now, where else does your eye go? Upper left. Everybody seems to be agreeing with this. So in my opinion, composition can't be bullshit. It can't be like random things that you draw on images to look smart. This is clearly communicating a hierarchy of importance to us because everybody's saying the exact same thing. So I would agree. My eye is going here now, this kind of general area. Now, is there anywhere else your eye goes last? I feel like we're kind of we're kind of covering the whole image here, but is there anything else? To me, where I go next is the big corner in the foreground. Exactly. I go here. So 5. Now, we don't necessarily explore the image in this order, but this is kind of generally, I think, how the image is organized. And look what we have if we kind of trace a path between all of these. We have a rough pentagon, right? Now let's go back to the words that we talked about in the beginning. Stable, calm, bright, restful, peaceful, timeless. There's something about this fairly centered pentagon that communicates these things. If we had a painting like this, hanging in the Museum of Modern Art, we'd probably get some of those same feelings from it. You probably also get comments of like, my 5-year-old could do this, but again, kind of besides the point. There is an underlying abstract painting here that is supporting the ideas of the representational painting. I think we could maybe use some other analogies here for what is happening. And, I think I actually kind of have it a little bit off balance here because I'm not just looking at the head here. It's the area of weight. This is not just individual kind of things. It creates these areas of weight, of gravity. There's this. See if I can find an image that kind of shows this. When there is an object with mass in space, you can picture it like you stretched out like a piece of a blanket. You stretch out a blanket and you put a pool ball or something on that, or a bowling ball. It's going to create this. It's going to sink into it. Now picture that happening not just in 2 dimensions, but in 3 dimensions, where all of this kind of 3D grid around it is deforming around it. And the bigger the mass, of the object, the more it's going to create this distortion. Now, the way that kind of the orbit of a planet works is that, we'll say we have an asteroid coming through here minding its own business. Well, just like if we had a bowling ball here, that, like, picture this as a marble instead of an asteroid, it's now going to circle the rim of this until eventually it crashes into the planet. Now, in space terms, that's going to take billions of years. If it was a marble, it would happen pretty quickly, but it's the same concept here, is that we kind of just get pulled over into these areas of gravity and weight. Same exact thing happening in any of these images. So it's not just the head here that is creating contrast, but this whole figure, so we talked about in the Sorolla painting, is in a different group of complexity. The way that we've subdivided these shapes is totally different compared to everything else, where everything is fairly general. Now we're describing some kind of chips in the surface here, so it's not just, say, like a cube-like shape here, but we get this corner and we get this edge here, even though it's literally not there. So that's why I would say this is 5, because we're actually getting some touch appeal happening in areas like this. Like, this is a drawing cue, this little cutout area of white. If we didn't have that, we would lose the top plane of this, and this would sink into obscurity. So that's why, I'm just kind of averaging this out to where this is. And I think if we do that a little bit more carefully, then we get our kind of perfect pentagon. And that's really what he's intuitively trying to balance through this painting. So I think we have a pentagon, but also, like, you see how symmetrical everything is. The image is divided in half, and let's not ignore everything else in the painting. There's these kind of, like, if we subdivide this again, we have other stuff. We have this, which is maybe less important. We have this, but everything, like this here, is balanced out across the aisle by this. This here is balanced out across the aisle by this. This here is balanced out across the aisle by this. The sense that we have a boundary there, conceptually, but maybe not optically. We also get, like, kind of like, maybe a butterfly or something like that. There's abstract things happening here. Not only just a butterfly, but we mentioned this literal kind of, this literal diagonal of his staff. Well, that's balanced out by, there is this diagonal in terms of the gesture of this happening here too. That's why I feel like this is kind of a butterfly, because we get this, and then we have these kinds of smaller ones below. Now, when I think you take everything together, I think the image is still a little bit right heavy, because we have the figure here. This is balanced out, but maybe not quite perfectly. And that's why it still feels like it has some kind of energy to it. That's why it feels like almost like there's a bit of a rule of thirds happening, even though everything is still fairly symmetrical. So this is, again, kind of like a masterclass on how you can effectively use just a few simple tools, one group or the other, to communicate so many things about the composition, and why it's really useful to, like, even when you're using color, to really be thinking about variable versus variable. So we have some questions. How do you plan all that and justify with representative things that make sense? Seems overwhelming to think about. Yes, it is overwhelming if you are laying there in bed at 3 a.m. thinking, how am I going to make this amazing image with an underlying abstract appeal to it? Yeah, you're going to wake up in a cold sweat. But when you're sitting there painting, that's where intuition comes into it. It's about meditation, basically. And it's a good image to have up, because let's go back to these words that we use to describe it. What is the representational scene here? It looks like a guy who was maybe out hunting or something with a staff, and like maybe he's a guard, and this is a moment where he can, like, sit and relax and enjoy the sunshine. Again, it tells us that it's sunshine, because we have these clear cast shadow shapes. Like, the shapes that use are descriptive of so many things. These are drawing cues, like I mentioned. So this is not something where he sat there with a notepad and a piece of paper and he said, I'm going to have this 5D chess thing that I'm going to do, and everyone's going to think I'm a genius. No, maybe he actually started this painting more widescreen. And maybe he had this to begin with. And maybe he said to himself, well, that still looks pretty good, but it's kind of conventional and a little boring. What if I try something else? That what if I try something else is the important thing that we're talking about here. Now, we have a pretty unconventional kind of ratio between width and height. It adds its own kind of interest here. It is unconventional. It's not just widescreen. It's also not a perfect square, but it's still totally balanced in what he did. So that kind of works with this, like, it's a little bit right heavy because we have this literal diagonal versus implied diagonals. This kind of works with it. I feel like that it's an interesting kind of ratio happening here. I don't know what it actually is. It's not quite 8 by 10. Looks like it's pretty much 5 by 7. So it's a very consonant ratio. It's not anything crazy going on here, but it's certainly not like the standard widescreen thing that you see. So basically, like, you make a decision, you have your idea in mind. He clearly knew he wanted to make a restful scene, something a little bit on the static side. And so in the chat, I think knowing the story behind your idea will help you make decisions. And it can be even simpler than knowing the story. It's in knowing what feeling you want to convey. And if you don't know what feeling you want to convey while you're working, that's what you need to be looking out for, to say, does this suggest anything to me? And then you have a direction to go in if you feel like it's worth exploring that. So that's why I really wanted to stress the importance in the homework of working on something for more than one day, of pushing and like almost wrestling with something, of like, you're trying to tell me something and I want to figure out what that is. I want to figure out how to get to the bottom of this. And it's not something that's going to happen immediately. It's not something you can plan out. You can't plan your way out of the discomfort of not knowing how to do an image. You have to kind of go through it. And I think really the situation I want you guys to get in is to be in that uncomfortable spot where it's like, well, I have an idea, but it's not really doing it. Well, why don't I try anything under the sun? And if things are this simple, you can try so many different things. For example, like maybe he didn't even have this pillar over here, but he knew I wanted to have a certain amount of contrast there. Well, I can just abstractly just put some contrast in there. And, it works with something like this too. Like maybe he didn't know it was going to be windows. Maybe he started out that these were kind of boarded up. But maybe that wasn't the right kind of contrast. So it was like, well, abstractly, that contrast isn't right. The representational thing could be boards. That doesn't really work with the composition or the narrative, because this is not supposed to be kind of condemned. So maybe windows, more decorative windows. That's going to give me the shapes that I need, and it's going to work with the story. And this is stuff that you need to really like sit inside of an image for a long time to figure out. And sometimes it's not even while you're painting. You could work for a week on something and step away, and then you figure out it's problem solving. Then you figure out the solution. So if you feel overwhelmed thinking about it, I would try and see it in the other way of like, this is actually very simple because there's no rules and the possibilities are endless with what variables you can use. This guy here is the only human in the image. So if we put more guys back here, it's going to make it less powerful. We can make a really finished image with more people in here, but it's not going to have the same feeling. So having confidence in what you want to communicate, and that what you want to communicate is worth communicating, is the most important part here. And as best as I can explain it, like struggling with these images as much as you can, not trying to, like, we've been doing things in a very kind of controlled 4-value, 2-value way. Like try breaking that sometimes. Like try basically anything to have something with your voice. Whatever you think is cool about painting, try and get that across. And when you think of just kind of these variables, really the sky is the limit with what you can convey. I think part of the problem for me is thinking there's a right idea that I'm trying to get to, rather than enjoying exploring ideas and just seeing what works. Yeah, I mean, that's so. Sean, where do you think that comes from for you? Is that like an internal pressure? For me and a lot of other people, that could be like an industry thing of like, if I don't show the right idea, if I don't go from point A to point B, then I can't have a career. Then like, art directors aren't gonna like my work. There's so many kind of things that go into this. The irony is that, again, like when you just explore ideas and see what works, your work becomes better and you become more successful in the industry. Perfectionism is a big thing. And that's why I mentioned, like, there's no way to plan your way out of this. This goes to the atelier stuff also, of like, if you look at Grand Central, so it's almost like the way of approaching this kind of thing. Let's look at their Instagram. Number one is like the style, that before you ever start an image, you are going to have something like in this style, basically. You know what's going to happen before you do it. That takes away some anxiety. Number two is the process. I don't know if there's anything that has like some process images. You know, starting something like this, you know, straight lines, optical shapes, you're always going to do something like that. Again, it kind of takes a lot of the anxiety out of having all this information in front of you, because you know exactly what you're going to do. And you have this tiny pencil point. And if you can kind of zoom into these little problems, then you can avoid some of that discomfort. If you look at 19th century work, like Academy work, you can see the zoomed in thinking in something like this. Like, I'm going to spend maybe the entire day with a pencil point finding these jigsaw puzzle shapes, and I never have to be nervous about what I'm doing or think too hard about it. If you look at so even in like academic work in the old ateliers, the work was often extremely different from each other. You know, you compare kind of the blockiness of something like this, of the start, to you know, this looks very like impressionistic almost, like with what's going on here. Like there's style, there's personal style that is coming into this stuff. Like the way he's describing the hatching along the form here, like not everybody did that. It doesn't really matter exactly what you do as long as you're exploring the same principles. And that allowed like the personality of artists to come through. Dan Yan is a big one, where his, and you compare, like, I'm not quite as knowledgeable on this historical side of things, but and you can definitely see it in how they were painting. They were exploring the same principles, but their personality would come through. This has like a really interesting composition to it. So basically, like, when you remove that certainty, that's when really interesting things happen. And I just want to like encourage the importance of that uncertainty and the healthiness of that, and that a straight line from point A to point B where you never have to worry if things are going to fall apart on you is not growth, and you're not really building anything. Yeah, so I think the mental kind of work here is abandoning the need for the certainty and safety of a process that gets you from point A to point B every time, because that's not what this is. When you want to communicate something, that's a new problem every single time. Yeah, so what I'm saying is about the process, but about ideas also, is the only bad idea is one that you don't really care about. The only kind of good idea is one that you do care about. So if you feel like, and this is where you have to kind of work on separating what is external influences from what do I actually care about. And there's usually a moment where, say, if you think something's exciting, you get a feeling about it, and then you can like kind of talk yourself down from it as like a mental process in the next second. It's about recognizing if that happens, and if it does, well, where does it come from? So what is an idea worth exploring? Well, something that you find exciting. There's no external objective standard for that. What is the right process to get you there? Well, there is none. It's whatever communicates that the most clearly. Well, what are the tools that we have to communicate that? Well, it's contrast. It's the contrast of different variables and different ratios. That's what visual art is. So this is not completely open-ended. There's some rules to the game here, basically. But the possibilities are pretty much endless. I feel more freedom while using a simple tool to explore while painting. That's because that limitation can make you feel like you have more freedom to be the one in charge. That's why, again, I feel like that Atelier stuff, the modern Atelier stuff, is almost like a coping mechanism to deal with like the complexity of information in front of you by saying, you know better than that information. Like, we're going to use this process every time. And what you see that happens is that when you learn that way, at a certain point, you get bored. Like, it's just, you could do it for years and years. It's going to get uninteresting. The only thing you have to do at that point that can be interesting is like dump acid on your drawing, or like do something really weird, or like only use green, or like just something that is just not that interesting, because you're still like, your whole basis for this is like avoiding what's under the surface and only dealing with the surface. So yeah, and this is not just in fine art. Like this happens in concept art of like, you kind of take on other people's styles. I think even 3D, I wouldn't go that far, because 3D is a way to kind of get principles. It's a way to get certain kinds of contrast. It doesn't have to be like something that prevents communication. Yeah, don't quote me on this. like that was exactly done. So the reason why I feel like, maybe it's a little bit harsh is because there's everybody has something kind of unique to contribute to this by virtue of their own experiences. And I feel like education that kind of takes away that possibility and tells you this is the way it's done, this is the method that you have to learn, it's a shame, because it really kind of it is taking away from like the diversity of of thought that goes into kind of the vast universe of art. For saying you hate Proko's channel. No, I wouldn't go that far either. I feel like that there is some good information on there, and there's some not so great information. I think Proko's doing his best, and it's just difficult with like, number one, he got his education from Watts, and they do a lot of rules-based stuff. And it's really hard to like pull your way out of that. It's really hard. It's really hard to go against that kind of teaching, just like it's hard if you like are a successful concept artist or a successful magic card artist or something, and you have to do something different. You only know that kind of one thing. Also like this goes into like social media stuff too, and the pressure of the algorithm and stuff like that. And it's like, it's all these kind of external influences. The celebration of the craft. Yeah, it's extremely about, I can't think of a better way to put it. It's about the craft. And yeah, there's a safety in that kind of when you focus on, well, how can I learn to grind my own paint or something like that, versus like actually use the tools of this. It's, I don't know, has anybody seen the show Freaks and Geeks? Showing my age. But there's a character in that show who, what's his name? Jason Segel plays a character on that show. But he has a passion for playing the drums, and he's got like a hard-ass dad who wants him to get a real job, basically. He's like, no, I want to play the drums, it's my passion. Well, the way he describes to other people is that all he ever does with his time is work on his drum kit. He says, I'm working on my drum kit. it's like you're kind of avoiding working on rhythm and the fundamentals of playing music, and what you're focusing on is the kind of the safer alternative of like, how many symbols can I get? Basically, I think it's a very similar thing that happens in art, is you can get distracted by like, well, I don't have lead white paint, so I can never paint beautiful skin tones or something. Like there's so many of these points that you can kind of get trapped up in, as opposed to just, this stuff does not matter. Like it's really, it can be overwhelming in its simplicity, but also very beautiful and encouraging in its simplicity at the same time. And that's not to say that like you can't kind of enjoy the craft side of things, but it's about extremes. When it becomes entirely about methods and materials, you know, it's that's definitely like an extreme. Okay, so let's look at another image here. Something that's going to be different than this. And I mentioned it before, we've got creepy fish teeth. Well, first we have a battlefield image here. So let's use what we learned in the past one. Where does your eye go in this? And I think that this is maybe a little bit easier here. So my eye goes to one of these three tanks. I think this one first. Yeah, the right tank, since chat agrees. 2, 3. And look, we have a triangle. We have a very intentional triangle happening here. Now, what do we have to contrast this triangle? We have lines like this, a line like this, and you know, it's a very stable composition. It's very similar, like I mentioned, his work has a vibe to it because he goes to these more stable feeling abstract designs. I think it's fairly interesting when you use that kind of thing for what is usually a very chaotic battle scene, and you get something a little bit more unique. You know, there's like if I zoom out a little bit more, I see this shape happening too. You know, this versus that versus this. We do kind of get the triangle in here, but there's multiple kind of ways to describe what's happening at the same time. You also have this curve here versus these straight lines. I think that's pretty important to what's happening. But look how balanced and symmetrical this is. The weight on this side is the same as the weight on this side, and this is definitely stuff that he's thinking about. And again, it's like contrasting the beauty and simplicity of this composition with the horrors of war. You get something fairly interesting that is a little bit more sophisticated than if you were just, you know, creating chaos and saying, look how crazy everything is. Okay, let's go to this image now. So before we do this, does anybody have any questions? Okay, let's do the same exact thing as we did before. What words, what feelings, images, besides apples, what comes to mind when you look at this? What should I put on this? Flow, fear, ominous, monster fish. I think it's a little bit too specific. Claustrophobic. Dark, forbidden, like forbidden rice, anticipation, sterile, cumbersome. Okay, so I'm noticing a trend here that this is very, very different than the other image. So let's kind of look at the underlying abstract things that are happening to give us this. Now, remember I mentioned that art is like music in that they both deal with ratios and intervals. And if you have things that are 50-50, well, it's like the same note playing on top of itself. It's not quite harmony, it's the same thing. Aggression, that's a good one too. So when things are very, very different, say like big versus tiny, or like giant versus micro, like the difference between this versus that is different than this versus that. The difference between things. Now, if you have in music, if you kind of detune an instrument a little bit, you get the same note. That's almost, you're almost at the same note. That's like maximum dissonance. So when you get something that's like really, really far apart to the point where it's almost looping back on itself, it's kind of the maximum energy that you can have. So let's break that down into a principle. The more different your relationships, the greater the difference between your groups, the more activity and kind of energy that we can get from the image. So having that in mind, let's analyze what's happening here. Okay, where does your eye go in this image? Where does it go first? Teeth. Fish face. Okay. Giant fish. Okay, so here seems like we've got a unanimous agreement. Okay, where does it go next? These guys here. Okay, what about next? The ceiling. Okay, so this kind of thing, we are literally kind of cramped in the side here. But so we're going back and forth kind of between these areas here. We've got this huge area of nothingness to contrast this against, but we have, I see a gesture here. I see a gesture between the ceiling and the people. I get a kind of flow happening here. I see that as being contrasted by these straight lines happening right here. So let's look at this modern art. My 5-year-old can do it then. This has straight lines versus curves, but it's also like we're creating these tiny things. We're not just getting something like this. We're not just doing something like this. Like this would be so different. This does not have any energy or aggression to it. This feels a little bit more balanced, especially if I do like if I make these a little less steep in their angle. You can see how we're totally changing the feeling of everything here. With this, we're getting kind of cramped here. We've got huge versus tiny, not big versus small, huge versus tiny. That's different. That has more energy to it. So we've got this happening. What do we have? What else do we have happening on top of this? We got big shapes, we've got medium shapes, and we've got small shapes. And look at the difference in scale between big, medium, and small. It's not quite big, medium, and small. It's big, small, and micro. So instead of, again, a linear big, medium, small, we have big, small, micro. That's like if we had a value group to say black, middle gray, even steps of this. Well, that's very different than something like this, where we suddenly fall off into darkness. It's all about the ratios, whatever variable that we're using. So these underlying abstract relationships, how far apart they are, is reinforcing this feeling of confusion and claustrophobia. Now, the subject matter is reinforcing this as well. So we've got somebody here, looks like walking away from us. Everybody's walking away from us. Maybe this is like an aquarium or something. Let's say there's a kid here. But we've got this flow. We don't see faces. The only face that we see is this creepy fish profile. So, it just does a good job at communicating that particular feeling of a little bit of anxiety, uncertainty, danger. And that's being communicated through the differences between groups. It's pretty fascinating when you think about it, that you can have that range of expression with just these simple tools. So I hope this gets across how intentional the placement of your contrast needs to be. That 80% is not good enough. This needs to be where you can really trust your senses and your intuition to say, no, I'm not going to place it here. I'm going to place it maybe a few pixels to the right. That if we kind of move this here, that's, you know, when does this feel right? When is the right balance? And that's the kind of thing you just don't practice when everything is a straight line from point A to point B with a guaranteed outcome. You never develop that instinct. Everybody has it. I mean, it's why do you pick out an outfit in the morning versus another outfit? You know, maybe you have two equally favorite pieces of clothing. You're 50-50 on them, but you wake up one morning and say, well, I want to wear that one because I feel a certain way today. That's the exact kind of thing you need to tap into when you're painting. That's how to have unique work, basically. So everybody can do it. And if you said, well, how does it gets overwhelming? And yeah, like you could, again, wake up at 3 a.m. and say, like, what am I going to wear tomorrow? How am I going to, especially if you're nervous about the day of like, how am I going to decide? Well, you don't have the information yet. It's the same thing. It's like when you wake up, however you feel then you can deal with that in the moment and say, well, what do I feel right now? But if you pre-plan, if you kind of anticipate these decisions without having the input yet, it's impossible. And all you're going to do is basically just spin your wheels. So that's the fascinating part of art to me, is that there is this totally intuitive side to it. That when you over intellectualize, you you make overly rigid in terms of process, it just completely loses the magic. And when you're completely intuition based and you don't use any kind of intellectual thought to refine that pure emotion and pure intuition, it's also pretty meaningless and not interesting. That's, I don't know, really interesting to me. Really, this is why I will never compete with human-made art. Yeah, basically what it's doing is just taking a soup of all of those decisions that humans made and reproducing a surface. Remember we talked about surface? AI is only surface. And just like some art that just uses kind of like a formula, all you're dealing with is surface there. You're never kind of getting beneath it. I've heard our eyes tend to enter composition starting from the top left corner. Is that a thing? If it is, maybe it's part of the reason it feels claustrophobic because the camera was flipped. I feel like the fish are just going really fast. So I don't know about this because, again, certain languages you grow up reading left to right or right to left. I think that becomes kind of, you know, some images feel better flipped left to right, but really kind of the same relationships. That probably does have something to do with kind of your upbringing, your language. It could be a cultural thing. So yeah, I'm not totally sure, but I think you can kind of see that like when a piece of work is successful, there is kind of a general agreement from an audience as to what is happening, and it's not completely open-ended. I remember reading they did a study following people. I think going to go all over the place. I think even James Gurney posted an article about how like eye tracking is not helpful, and I think that those studies are kind of, again, like it's over intellectualizing the stuff and trying to like debunk things almost. I'm not sure exactly how eye tracking goes into this. Again, like, you know, what are the methods of the study? When you get too kind of precise with that, it's the sum of all these senses working together. It's not kind of one thing. And I don't want to make it seem like it's just like kind of where your eye goes first, but it's about the feeling that you get, the weight and the gravity of things. And that's not something you can really measure with a single variable in kind of a study. So I feel like maybe that article or that study kind of gives the wrong idea about like, oh, we've kind of debunked this thing. Because I think that there's always this like, is it better to lean towards intuition rather than intellectual? So I think there's always this, there can be a backlash because, you know, maybe you were like drawing in your sketchbook during school and you felt like, well, I don't want to listen to the rules, man. Like I'm going, that's why I want to sketch. And maybe you had an art teacher who told you, well, you got to learn how to shade a sphere and you can't be drawing anime characters. Like you're never going to be getting anywhere. Like maybe this has been your experience. And it's like, you might feel like a kind of reflexive thing against like, this is like a principle or a rule or anything kind of on the intellectual side of things. So I think it's hard to say if it's one or the other. They both equally kind of go into it. I think like if you are more used to intellectualizing things, focus on the intuitive side of it. If you're more used to the intuitive side of things, try the intellectual side of analyzing what you're doing, because they reinforce each other. Yeah, and I think like having any kind of like backlash to one or the other doesn't really make sense, because this is not a value judgment here. This is a form of communication. And if you only had intuitive language, that would be like yelling and screaming. And like there is a power to that kind of thing. But if you are only kind of pure emotion with your language, nobody's going to listen to you. And if you're only pure intellectual with your language, you're never going to engage with the emotional side of communication, which is very, very important. And you're going to be isolated. So it's the same thing of like, you know, what's more important in language and communication, intuition or the intellectual side? They're both super important. And I think if you are like more comfortable with one versus the other, it's important to go outside your comfort zone and try the other one, because they reinforce each other. So just like the intellectual trains your intuition can train the intellectual side as well. How do you adapt using 3D to this thinking? So yeah, 3D is like, it's entirely, it's a whole field. The way that I found 3D to be the most useful for me is to, when I get to a certain point where I reach the limit of what I can draw out of my head, 3D becomes useful for that kind of information. I find it fairly pointless for like color information, something like that, because I know like I can do that better with less limitation from myself. I think the same is true of drawing. I think the way that I use 3D is still kind of like a bottleneck in the way that I can communicate. And if I improve my drawing ability, say 3D form and space, I could put more of myself into my work. So something like 3D, like it's hard to say for sure with any like with any definites, but it could be a crutch. It could also be a way to reinforce creativity. Like 3D is not like AI in the sense that you are making a lot of decisions, visual decisions. But this is something Craig Mullins talks about. The more complex the tool, the more it's going to push you in certain directions. And 3D is a very complex tool, unlike a pencil. So AI is such an opaque black box that you're not making any decisions. Like that is deciding everything for you. 3D is not even the same sport. You're still making a vast majority of the decisions, but the more complicated the tool, like he uses ZBrush as an example. Like if you give a room of beginners all ZBrush, they're all going to come out with lumpy alien heads. If you give them all pencils, you're going to get very, very unique things from everybody. So the simplest you can keep things with less of a safety net, and the more you rely on your own skill and intuition, the more unique your work can be. But yeah, that's not anything like dogmatic. Like obviously using tools to help make sense. And I mentioned like Tadema even having like a perspectivist who did his perspective drawings for him, because it's not a perfect world, and you have to like make sacrifices somewhere as to what is important for your communication. You want to just get your point across most succinctly and clearly. And again, like AI is stupid in like copywriting for the same reason it's stupid for art, is that you're not making any decision. You're not communicating anything because it's not up to you. And it's generally kind of not a it doesn't make sense for the stated goals. I just imagine a rabid man screaming wildly and a very monotone professor reading less technical dry text together. They both live in your head, and the one you feed wins. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I think like that's what I think like it's unfortunate if education gets to artists early on that tells you only one of these is useful. I think that's really kind of what tends to happen. And that's where kind of that emotional backlash comes from of like, oh, like if we're going to be learning about light, well, that's going to like, or like same with music theory, like music, learning any music theory is going to like depress your natural intuitive genius. Like that's not the way that it works. Okay, so we've got, I think that these two are useful because they're basically polar opposites. Like this gives me anxiety. This makes me feel like it's calm and restful and the opposite. So I think like, you know, at first glance, they're using the same tool. They're just using them in different ways to get a completely different feeling. So I think we could take a little bit of a break here. And then we have one more question that we can get to that was in the Discord from the week. And then we'll go over the homework. And if we have time, I could finish that demo a little bit. We can just go through the whole kind of 4 value thing. We can kind of go to the end of that. And then, yeah, we'll take it from there. Let me pull up the question. Oh, we have 2 questions. We didn't even get to them yet. Sorry for being very wordy. Does anybody have any questions on what we talked about before we take a break?
I do. I just wanted like more clarifications on the 3D thing.
Yeah.
It's more like, what if I want to use 3D to help like drawing and the perspective side of it, but I want it to fit the early like ratio idea or 2D value?
Yeah, so that's generally exactly how I use 3D. And I can, so I posted a link to it. I did a little bit of an interview thing where it has the process of one of these paintings. We can look through, would it be helpful? I mean, if you saw kind of like where I start to use 3D in a process?
To me, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we can take a look at that. And I just don't want to come across like this is the right way of doing things, because I've been feeling a lot like, you know, if I just spend a little bit of time in one of those Dragon Ball Z training capsule things and like work on my drawing a lot, I'd have so much more control over my work because I wouldn't have to have anything really come from the 3D, or I can like have that be less of a factor. You know, the more you can place of yourself into every decision, the more design, the more intention you can get. So we can take a look at kind of how I use it, but I'm starting to think that the flip side of that is like, if you can use a tool to kind of push your work up to another level, you can then learn as to why that works and then do it yourself basically. But it can be, again, kind of tempting to like keep using that tool. So it's all push and pull and pros and cons. So let's take 10 minutes, then we'll come back and we'll get to all of this stuff. Hyperbolic time chamber. Yeah, sorry, I'm not up on my, I forgot my Dragon Ball Z terms. And yeah, like this really depends on your goals too. So yeah, I think of it the same way as like, you know, using models. It's very similar. But again, for models, you know, it's still uncompressed, still information in the real world that you have to do more with, basically. The 3D is calculating things for you. But, you know, for like professional work, if you have a time limit, stuff like that, like painting over the 3D might make sense for that instance. It really just, all this is situational. It depends on whatever the particular problem it is that needs solving. If there's a constraint about how long you have before you can solve that problem, you know, sometimes you have to do things like giving up a little bit of that. Again, I feel like I need to just be clear again that like AI is on a different planet than this kind of thing. Mixing with silhouette. Doing 3D after every fundamental problem you solved. What do you mean by that? Yeah, I think this is really important. So for me, it's very, very useful to have a sketch done from imagination, have your idea in place before you go to any of the tools. I think that's kind of the big separation here. I think there's some of the homework use 3. I think it's worth talking about that when we get to it. If you go too early into powerful tools like ZBrush, for example, well, maybe your endless imagination now becomes, well, I'm going to make a lumpy alien head because you went to ZBrush too early, as opposed to you had the idea, then you wrestled the tools of ZBrush into submission and like had that support your original idea. So that's super, super important. Now, I feel like with enough experience having done that, then you can start with the powerful tools. If you are an expert draftsman, well, yeah, you can use 3D and pretty early. If you're a master at composition, you can start going to 3D pretty early. And if you have enough under your belt of like this kind of abstract stuff, you can have specific information. Like photography is the same thing. So photography is so difficult to get good at because you're at the mercy of what's in front of you. You're at the mercy of the limited tools of the camera. To make that show your vision, that takes so much practice to be able to take. You don't have the kind of direct control that you have with painting. It's a very complicated tool, is what I mean. So to make that unique takes a lot of practice and a lot of intentional effort. And I think with painting, the more that you focus on this abstract stuff, then if you did start with 3D, you can think more kind of like a movie director and use those same tools. But if you don't have that experience of thinking abstractly, it's a terrible idea to start with something too complicated, too powerful. Here I was just thinking roughly of like, how would I split this into more values? It's kind of the zigzag thing. Well, if I did something like this, the sky would eventually probably be blue at that exact same value. But the value is almost too light here. It's like a little too washed out, more than I would want. It means in order to get the face here, that would have to be just a different temperature at the same value. I think the sky would make more sense being in this dark group. Maybe we could get something like, it depends on the skin tone of the character also, but we're basically losing and finding new edges by doing this. I think this would make more sense because a clear blue sky with sunlight like this, well, that's going to be roughly in this value range. And we can have all sorts of contrasts of temperature. This is now a lost edge, but we can have temperature differences there. Something like this maybe, and relate, say, the light to the shadow. Having a this value group too, well, it's too intense. We would probably get lots of temperature in here also, like getting to pinks, depending on what's being reflected up into here, something a bit warmer. You don't like lab sliders, do stuff like that. No, I really don't. And we're going to talk about this starting more next week as we get into light and materials and how it relates to our sliders here. Because that's really kind of, you have to imagine this whole scene and have a model of how light works to take this stuff further. Just like you need a model of the form and space, we're not only constructing form and space, we're also constructing the light and materials and how things are reflecting the environment. So this is all about kind of mental construction. And, you could use any tools to get there. I could use lab, I could use RGB, but I feel like this makes the most sense in relating to how light works. And again, we'll talk about that more starting next week. Okay, let's get into, Colleen asked about 3D. Let me pull that up. Just give me 1 second. Okay, let's talk about this painting here and kind of the process of how this worked out. So my friend asked me to do something for imagination. She wanted to do a YouTube video about that particular subject. So I only had a limited time to do this. And that will probably reflect in what the process is. This started out with two values, exactly what we've been doing, one group or the other. So this is another thing. I had a deadline. I didn't have any kind of ideas. It was just make something from imagination, like as if it's that simple. So I asked one of my friends, I said, well, give me a brief, basically. I'm too lazy to think of one. Tell me something to draw. So he said, do a funeral procession, sci-fi in the future, but it's medieval inspired or something. So I think he was like almost writing a parody of what my work is and saying, do exactly kind of what you normally do, which is like great. And I actually love the idea because it's exactly what I already do. It's like, okay, now that's just generally kind of what I'm thinking in my head. And I think before I started this, I Googled funeral procession and looked on Google Images. And I think I looked at like stuff like this. I got stuff of like, there's a crowd and then there's something happening and there's another crowd. And that's kind of what I wanted to show. I wanted to kind of be in the crowd. Similar to this, I didn't look at this image, but this is kind of exactly what I was thinking, like a row of people here. Then I didn't really look at reference anymore. Then what we're seeing, this is pretty much entirely just imagination. And just, I'm going to throw some relationships onto the canvas and see what happens. If I only have two groups and I only use the round brush, well, then I don't have to worry about too many different things. Now, again, it's not the correct way to work. I could have scanned a bunch of splattered oil paints and maybe would have found something interesting in there and kind of found something from the chaos. But it's just what I chose not to do this time. I think I'm just roughly kind of thinking, well, there's going to be a crowd here, and then nothing, and then something. Okay, skip ahead a little bit. Control up. Now, I really quickly went into four values without like having really any idea where I was going. So this was really rushed. Like there's not really any kind of two value basis for this. I jumped ahead pretty quickly because I wanted to figure out what are the relationships between these groups going to be. And I was like, okay, I'm just going to juggle a few more things at once. I think there's going to be a guy kind of roughly in here. I was thinking it'd be some kind of like cube. I wasn't really sure. And then like a procession. But I run into a lot of walls here. And that's again because I didn't really have a clear idea before I was starting. It's kind of like, it's like I was in a maze or something, and it's like around every turn I ran into a new wall. I couldn't really find the path through, and I really wanted to kind of limit my tools here. I'm not going into color too quickly because I don't want to kind of cheat. I don't want to climb over the hedge walls. I want to make sure that I'm kind of playing by the rules of the maze, and if I need to backtrack, so be it. So I'm thinking maybe I put some more contrast here, a value and a people, but it's like there's no rest area really. It's like there's I wanted to have like rest area in the middle, but I had to show people there doing something, and it kind of ruined it. And there's really not any difference like narratively between these groups. It just kind of looks like soup. So I was like, maybe I can kind of have a bunch of flags or something, and those would be different than everything else. So I'm just like, whatever idea comes to mind. It's always like, well, something's not working, so then I'll just try something, and maybe I can come up with a justification for it or an excuse for it. And something is happening. I do like this idea of kind of being in the crowd here. And I do think I was thinking of having a contrast of like like commoners versus like royalty or something. Like that was kind of the contrast that I want. I think it's something I go to pretty often. I think as I'm working here, it's like that's something I'm thinking of. I want to express that, and is the decision that I'm making going to reinforce that or just distract from it? Eventually, here you can see I start like duplicating people and trying to make things more rigid and repeating here, and things more chaotic here. Let's skip forward a little bit. But yeah, it's like maybe I'll add a horse, maybe I'll add a tree, and then everything kind of just falls apart. It's like that really doesn't work. And then here I try like duplicating these to have maybe like a row of soldiers or something. But it's like, you know, none of this is really doing it for me. So you can see I changed my mind like a lot, and I never detailed anything or rendered anything. So it's really not a huge commitment to like change something at this point. How would you balance exploring thumbnails versus choosing one to work with? You don't have first idea because of deadline. So yeah, this is exactly what I was meaning to say, was that with more time and with being a little bit smarter, I probably would have done 3 or 4 different thumbnails as opposed to just going with my first thing. You can see here, I'm doing all my thumbnails on one image and just having it evolve basically until something I like happens. So I don't think it's a particularly great way to work, but you can make it work if you kind of keep changing things. Again, like there's no commitment with digital. There's no commitment with only having a couple value groups with the simplicity of the drawing that's going on here. But ideally, I think maybe my second idea, my third idea would have been stronger, and then it would have felt less like I was in a maze where at every turn something was, I was hitting another roadblock. I think that's exactly why that was happening, because I'm just trying to keep evolving kind of the first idea. But yeah, nothing is really like, at this point, I'm not committed to anything. I'm just trying anything that comes to mind. Maybe if I have counter change here, I don't even know what the shape is. I could figure that out later if it works, but it's not like working, so I don't need to figure it out. And yeah, Sean, I mean, it just shows that there's no correct way to work. So here I'm like, well, maybe if I have a little bit more sky, lower the horizon a little bit. And I'm only 20 minutes into this painting. I think it takes me about like an hour to then find the idea. In my head, this is still finding the idea. I think like, well, there could be like a train or something. It doesn't even make sense. But it's not any commitment to try it, so I just try it. And this is very clearly not like a point A to point B process. I was like, maybe they can have these big flags. It's like, it's really cliche. I don't like it. I don't keep it for very long. You're like, okay, maybe if I increase the contrast of this entire thing, it'll make it easier. And it kind of does make it a little bit easier to see what's happening. And I realize like the sky is totally blown out. Like it's pure white. I can't get anything in there. The whole image is fairly crunched with this pure black, pure white. I'm like, okay, maybe if I put in like a shadow, I'll get some light direction, and that will suggest a different direction to go in with everything else. You can see even at a certain point, I decide to think a little bit more conceptually. I do like a little line drawing over here because it's like, well, maybe if I make that a little bit more specific, it'll jumpstart my brain like everything else. This is like, okay, I'm not going to go with that white sky. I got to change it. So I darkened it, but still not sure of this value structure. This was like, I'm definitely at a wall. I don't know which way to go. Maybe if I have clouds in here, but that just doesn't have the right vibe to it. maybe if I make this have a little bit more volume. So yeah, right around here, I'm like, well, maybe if I make this drawing a little bit more specific, get some planes in there, I'll know what to do with everything else. And it kind of did help a little bit, because if everything is at the same kind of level of wonkiness, your brain accepts things. If you take something a little bit further, it's going to show you the problems with everything else. I think I switched the lighting direction from this, but it's still like, what is this big white thing? Why is the sky so blown out? So this is all problem solving, and really it never stops being problem solving. Okay, so at this point I'm like, well, my friend told me what the brief should be, but he's not paying me, so maybe I could get away with something crazy. Maybe I can change the whole idea of this, because all my friend wanted was just something from imagination. So I was like, what if I just blow this up, and now this will be different than everything else? Like, it's a giant figure, maybe in a crowd, maybe something kind of Zorro-like with a cape. I'll just try it. It's like, it did do something a little bit more interesting. It doesn't make sense for the brief, but at this point I was like, you know, who's going to stop me? Luckily, it didn't work out. But I mean, the shows like the level of like, I am not committed to anything here. Because now I have big, I have medium, and now I can make some small shapes in here. It feels like you're working abstractly with the drive of, does this look good? Exactly, that's all I'm doing. I'm just going until I get something that says, this is an idea worth following. Everything up until this point, the only thing I really like is this. I'm trying to make everything like work around that, basically. But yeah, it's like, does this look good? Is it boring? Is it cliche? So now it's like, maybe color is going to help. And I just jump in, and it's the same thing that happened with the sky that I did in Tahir's painting. It's a dark value. I know I like having kind of these dark blue skies. They look bright blue. That's chroma. We'll kind of get into that. But this could be interesting. And I start to get to like color ideas: blue, yellow, red. I want some primaries happening. And you know, again, ideally I'd have more figured out before I kind of keep adding the complexity of more variables to work with, but maybe I'll find something here. And I think I did. Like, it's like I already had kind of the shape of a Fez hat here, and it could be red. So this is the same value as the sky, it's the same value as this, but I want to bump up that contrast, and chroma is a good way to do it. So I added some hit of color there. And I'm still going with this like weird idea that I don't even know what's happening. And I abandon it pretty quickly, but it helps me find the next idea that I do like. It's like a bridge between what wasn't working, and I'm just going to blow it up and then, you know, fix it basically with, I kind of knew this was a path to get somewhere unexpected. And, you know, maybe if I add a little bit of a direction of the face. But now I'm like, okay, this is stupid, this isn't working. So I make the whole thing smaller again and just put that back into the crowd. And now this leads to the next idea. What was originally going to be like a cape is now, okay, what if there's like a statue thing or just some kind of architectural element that people are leaning on in the crowd? And that felt like, okay, this is kind of interesting. This is something that feels like a little bit more unique than everything else. I've lost the funeral idea, but I can figure out how to get that back in. This is more interesting right now. So now I'm at this kind of thing where I don't even know what this is, but I want people climbing on it and like sitting on it. And like, this can like really reinforce the idea that this crowd is not organized. They're just climbing on. So like, maybe I can even have a guy climbing on this or something. Totally exploring contrast, whatever the variable is. And I'm trying so many different ideas. This is like really the main thing I want to get across is like, try anything, see what happens, experiment. At this point, I feel like I'm starting to get commitment. I'm starting to feel like this is something I could commit to. Now, so Russell said my thumbnailing process is ratio too much focused on drawing rather than the abstract design. Now, something I felt the limitation of here quite a bit is that it's been about a year since I've seriously focused on drawing. And when I was seriously focused on it and improving, to me, it's not like riding a bike. You got to keep doing it. Back then, complicated figures I could draw much more easily. I could do that in my head, and I can get shapes as part of the abstract design from that drawing that I could do in my head. I'm totally out of practice at this point. So that means that the figures I can draw here are a lot more naive, which means the shapes are not going to be, it's like that's a roadblock. That's like, okay, I've now run into this issue that's preventing me from communicating. I have this idea, but I don't know how like past participles work. Like I have to work on that to be able to communicate this thing. That's where you want to be. You want to have like trying to do something, doing it not as well as you can, and then it gives you this drive to practice and improve the other stuff. And you can see I really struggled with the figures in a way that I really didn't if I was doing this piece like the same time last year, basically, because that's something I was focusing on. So yeah, like if you're going into thinking too much, like you're just drawing, and then you're trying to apply values to that drawing, like you're not experimenting enough, basically. The past weeks of trying to complete studies, I found that things will change a lot. Yeah, and that's building again that kind of intuitive feeling of, does this work? Does it get me closer to the idea or not? And keep in mind here, I'm an hour into this. I'm going really fast here. I feel like this is something that you could really kind of slow down with. But here I'm thinking, oh, maybe I can use like line a little bit, figure something out. So I'm not only using shape. Wherever line becomes the most useful tool, that's when I'll go to that. But the 3D is going to become relevant here in a second. Something I can have this kind of extra contrast of people wearing different outfits. Maybe somebody standing up. So I'm trying to group, like, who are these people? Who are these people? They're hanging out together. So now I'm thinking I can have this kind of walkway in front of them. And now I'm trying to figure out the sense of space. And I know I want like a crowd and then a walkway thing, and then there should be more crowd like over here. And I'm like too zoomed in, basically. Like I'm too tightly cropped with this telephoto lens. And that's something I need to figure out. And I don't really figure it out in the drawing. It would have taken me too long. So that's something I figure out in the 3D once I have this idea set. Are you telling stories to yourself about your art while you're drawing? Absolutely. So like here, like these guys, I don't know what's going on, but it feels like maybe this is like their commander or something, and he's standing up. Maybe they're like a military organization, but they're not on duty, so things are a little bit more relaxed. Things like that, that are like, I think, is this decision making me feel like this is fleshing it out, or is it distracting from it? And is the idea even worth kind of continuing? But absolutely, and if I'm bored by what I'm doing, that's when I'm trying to find something else. If I find it interesting, that's why I'll try and communicate it. So here I'm thinking, well, I still got to get that funeral thing in here somehow. So maybe I could have like people carrying a casket or something across. I just don't have enough room, and if I put stuff here, then there's no rest area. So none of this works out. This is where I reach another roadblock, and I don't solve it at this point. I don't think I solved that in the 3D. So if you settle on an interesting idea, do you then try and make more ideations with them else if you can improve it? You're trying to see it through to completion. It really depends. Again, depends how much time I have, how much energy or motivation. Like, I think ideally doing multiple tries at something is good. Usually your second or third attempt, like if I figured out like all the stuff that I had this and then started over, I could probably do something better. It really just, it's something you should explore all the different ways of working and see kind of what gets you the best results most consistently. So here I made this smaller. Now it gave me more room. So that was an important decision. Maybe I can have people here, but they're still way too big. It doesn't really work. So I was like, okay, maybe I can have this kind of looping back and we can see it going to the distance. I never figured it out. We're about an hour, 20 minutes into this. That entirely was about finding the idea. Now I feel like I have the idea. So that felt like, I didn't solve everything, but it was like, I know enough at this point where I can kind of go into the 3D and solve some of the stuff that would have taken me a long time to be able to draw. Because I think it's mostly kind of drawing problems. I'm more confident with my compositional stuff. So it's like, I know if I start putting stuff in here, I can figure out how to balance it. I was less worried about that. But you can see like, it's totally different start. Like really kind of evolved to very different places. That's what I want you to feel comfortable doing. At this point is when I went to sleep, woke up the next morning, and I went to the 3D. So let me pull up the 3D. Okay, so here's what I did for the 3D. I really wanted to have a specific telephoto lens. So I set the lens in Blender, and then I just duplicated this person around a lot. And this gave me like a sense of space to figure out how to paint. So I didn't use any of this 3D in the actual painting. This was just giving myself reference to say, this is what a telephoto lens looks like, zoomed in this far to a crowd at this distance, how fast do they recede? Because my drawing and my intuition of my drawing is just off for that kind of thing. If I have this to look at, it makes things go so much better. Also, like complicated kind of shadows here, that's all drawing stuff. You notice I didn't do any of this in color. I didn't deal with any kind of materials here. I'm more confident with this stuff. I know I can inject more of my own personality into it. And ideally, in practicing drawing, I could have much more personality in the drawing and that kind of thing if I got it up to the same level. So yeah, so this is the extent of the 3D. Sometimes I go even simpler, sometimes I go even more complicated. Now as photo reference became more useful because the idea is more set. And I was like, I could use this for kind of costuming and a little bit of color. And I knew I wanted something like the gargoyle-ish. It's kind of where this came from. But I figured I just like had this idea of like these pillars or something at an angle and people could be sitting on it. But this really, really helped out with the drawing. So I had this on a second monitor and looked at it while continuing. So the next part of this was this. Okay, so this is the next morning. Now I have reference. I totally changed the aspect ratio to be more cinematic. That's something I figured out in the 3D, that would give me all the room that I needed to keep the rest areas and put more information in those. So I basically just changed the sensor size of the camera, kept the aspect ratio, or not the aspect ratio, the what's it called? The field of view, the length of the lens. So I had that stuff on the other monitor, and now I'm just kind of filling stuff in, looking at it. I think I did a content aware fill just to give me some information. And I can make, again, massive changes here. Control up. Took this guy that I did, duplicated him, and that's going to give me the telephoto kind of specific space that I needed that I couldn't do super easily without that reference, that other people definitely can. And now I know exactly how much smaller to make these figures versus what's going on here. I actually did like a blueprint, like it's not just this. Wait, this is a little. It's not just this. I had like two semicircles here with the thing going down the center, and then I set up my camera. I basically like built the set and then set the camera. So the sense of space made sense and I wouldn't run into any problems. So yeah, I have reference for this stuff now. All the color and the value stuff is pretty much coming from my head. I'm using the 3D for drawing and for the shapes of the shadows. Where did you learn to build it like a set? Partially an interest in photography, mostly 3-4 years of playing with 3D and just having fun building stuff. Yeah, just enjoying the process of making things in 3D and learning how Blender works. I started with 3ds Max and then when Blender got to... So no, I'm not painting over the 3D at all. Sometimes I do paint over the 3D. If I take the 3D pretty far, and especially if it's for work, then I'll do like what I've been doing for paint overs for class of like zooming out, consolidating the values with 3D, breaking like the detail that I don't need and trying to make it not look like 3D. And sometimes that can be successful. I wish I could show some of that stuff, but I can't. So it depends, but for my personal work, I don't want to have 3D in there, actually. I just want to use it as reference. So I knew exactly what I needed to get from the 3D before I even went into it. And that's why, you know, we're only at, the 3D must have taken like half an hour to do that. So we're at a total time of like 2 hours maybe up until this point. Again, like I went to sleep and kind of slept on it, but now here I'm thinking about the zigzag thing that we talked about. Like, I don't want to repeat these faces and I want different skin tones too. And I want to have those skin tones relate to each other. And you'll see how I figure that out. Of light to shadow, and it's exactly the zigzag thing that we talked about. Here I'm just like, okay, maybe I can suggest a crowd back there. Now, one of the major things I didn't solve is what the hell do I do with the sky and the ground here? The perspective doesn't even make sense with that. I figured that out way late in the process. It's the one kind of problem I left until the end. Everything else here with the foreground is already pretty much figured out. I'm just doing the work. I'm still thinking of the zigzag stuff. How does the light relate to the shadow? How does it relate to the sky? How does it relate to this? And keeping my 4 value structure intact. You can see the color took like 2 seconds. I barely even thought about the color. It was just, well, light group could look yellow. This darker group could be blue. This middle group could be red. I didn't think much beyond that. It was like, that was cool. And I'm still just mainly thinking about value. Let's skip ahead a little bit. So at this point, you can see the changes that are being made are making less of an impact. I'm not having radical changes anymore until I figure out that big problem. This is now the laborious side of it. Now, in here, this is where I'm starting to figure out the values. This is not something I'm getting at all from the 3D. This is entirely from imagination when we get to, you know, like this kind of thing. Okay, so lighter skin tone, lighter shadows, that's going to be a lost edge of value. Now, who is going to have a lighter skin tone? Who do I want to lose? So I kept that darker, and now that shadow can be lost into there. Whereas that's going to be, sorry, I mean a found edge here. Hat in the light, what's the value of that? Is the shadow side of the hat going to go be a lost edge? That's going to be the lost edge. That's not. This is entirely the zigzag stuff. Okay, so next video. I still don't have the background figured out. Here I'm making the shadows have atmospheric perspective. I am having the light kind of pop through the atmosphere and having the shadows have a lot of scattering. We'll talk about this when we get to materials. Now it's like, okay, that perspective doesn't make sense. I'm not even going to see the sky. I'm just going to see the influence of the sky in the shadows. And that's what I'm doing here. Because I got rid of the sky. Now I'm like, okay, I'm going to figure out. I'm going to fill in all that noise with just intense blue. So it's going to look like it's reflecting the sky. Right here. See the blue coming through. And now I'm zooming in and out a lot because I need to make sure that all the details I'm adding don't affect that composition that I already decided on. That's why I'm zooming out quite a bit here. Let's skip through. It's like, here's more zigzag stuff, light to shadow. This value in the shadow is the same as this in the light. That and that are the same. They're different temperatures though. This hair material, slow down a little bit. This hair material is going to be darker. Not that slow. This hair material is going to be darker, but have a brighter highlight and have an anisotropic highlight. Again, we'll talk about these material things. But this is all, again, I didn't have any materials in the render. This is from imagination. You can see it here. Those shapes of the highlights in the hair are the most important part. So this value, the shadow of this shirt, is that value of the light in this shirt. Skip through a little bit. Now I still have this problem. Like that background is just obviously not working. Does zigzagging prevent values crossing over from one group to another? No, that's just having your groups be separated. Zigzagging is to have different materials in the same budget and have interesting things happen with lost edges across those different values and materials while they all relate to each other. It's a system of compressing things together. And keeping your materials consistent is the most important part of that. You can see here, like that shadow was getting too dark. That would have been a double shadow. Like this is a ready shadow. That's why I got rid of this mostly, because that needs to be the same value. And I know that because I'm staying organized with my value groups. It's just a way of staying organized. And it gives me a lot of brain power to play with design and not worry about if my materials are correct. Here, okay, here's contrast inside of a group. I get the little highlights on this material to kind of reinforce the geometry of it. Let's fast forward a little bit. Now, the main issue that happens is, again, the background. I still don't know what I'm going to do with it. This is where I take another break. I think this is when I want to sleep again. Next morning, I bumped up the contrast a lot. It's maybe too much, but I got to figure out. So we're probably like 3.5 hours into this maybe, but I took a lot of breaks. I mean, there's a lot of figures. And he said, like, my friend said multi-figure. So I was like, all right, I'll just, I guess, make infinite figures. Because when I have a deadline, that's a great decision to make. You can see I just make the crowd kind of go on and on. But yeah, I still got to figure out what to do with that. And I start tackling that. This is, again, more zigzagging. That's the same value as this, and then it goes darker. Well, is it? No, it's a little darker, and it goes even darker. So it's like keeping the stuff consistent across light and shadow. Still avoiding the background. So this is kind of what I caution against, is like avoiding stuff and not working on the big picture. Now here, I think I didn't record it, but I was like, oh, maybe I'll keep the crowd going in the back, and I can have, because all this stuff is very kind of flat, I can have like noise in the back. And you can see as soon as I do that, it like pops out this figure in a really cool way. So it's not, I don't get to it immediately. Where I decided to have more of this for depth. But I had like oh, maybe I should make this lighter. keep this. So now I have a lost edge with the crowd and this platform in front. So I'm actually still making value decisions here. I'm not afraid to like change stuff. So I'm like, what if there's like smoke or something? That doesn't really work. And then I try something that really doesn't work. It's like, okay, what if there's like big arches? Here's like, okay, can I have a stripe with like a different material? What if there's really big arches in the back? Like this. But again, I lose the rest area of this when I have shapes like this. So it's like, what if there's something like this happening? It didn't work. I thought that might have been a solution, but looking at the thumbnail, it just looks really stupid. So yeah, I undid that and I was like, maybe I took a break or something. But then come back, and I must have had this happen off camera again. I was like, okay, I'll take the mixer brush, sample the crowd, and just have them go way into the background. And then it kind of popped out the simplicity of the foreground, the contrast with the foreground, with that noise in the back. But again, this is not something I got from the 3D at all. And that's the last problem to solve. Now the image is solved. Now, if I really wanted to finish this, which I do at some point, it's even more labor, like just taking all the relationships that I have here and upping the resolution, just continuing to up the resolution until it's doing what I want. And it's going to change the feeling of it because this is fairly impressionistic right now. And the more I up that resolution, it's going to change things. I might have to rebalance some stuff. But yeah, that's basically it. That's the problem solving process. So I want you guys to go off into like, this is what I mean by like spectacular failures. Go off into, instead of A to B, go off and find what Z is. Maybe Z is going to be something good. Okay, so let's look at a different example from an older painting. Is this helpful? Do you guys want to see another example of this? It'll be a little bit faster. I don't want to spend too long if that's not helpful. Okay, cool. So let's look at another example here. Let's look at this painting and what happened with this. Okay, wait. So it's very interesting, but I want to know more about the edges. So what do you mean in terms of? Do you mean kind of the? Wait, I don't have to open the micro edges of things. There's not really any micro edges. So maybe like this. It's like, okay, this is a cylinder. I'll soften that edge to make it a cylinder. It's really all macro edges. Look, this is just gray here. I can't color pick it. That's pretty close. This kind of comes into here, and then we have this dark gray and then black. These are my values, and like, the only edges that are happening is like, that's a softer edge here into this than this is. It's just, what is the value differences? And also, that's one type of edge. The other edge is pretty slow of how does this crowd here start receding into noise? How fast does that happen? And there is a transition, here. I could probably make that even softer, but I don't think it would make sense. With color, there's edges also of like, there's a really intense edge between this in terms of color, and it's a lost edge in terms of value. Is there any reason you chose these primary colors? Yeah, it's just personal preference. I think it looks cool when you have primary colors on top of value structure, because it's just, you can get maximum chroma. Like with middle gray, you can get really intense red. With, I don't really use it, but like I could get really intense blue if I needed to, but I can like balance out the intensity of these primaries. And I think I just like it. It reminds me of like medieval art, and I like how medieval art had like these pure areas of color uninterrupted by light and shade. I think it's called like naive coloring versus chiaroscuro. you can see in stuff like this, the light and shade interrupts any kind of like major color stuff that you can do. But I don't even know what to Google. But pre-Raphaelite stuff, yeah. So the Raphael kind of changed a lot of stuff. There's a lot more colors in this art because we have the more kind of naive coloring of individual things have their own identity. And if you look at like Renaissance frescoes and stuff, it's going to do more of that. And I like that kind of old look more, and I like using that. When you're working with macros, do you ever use just a gradient tool? No, because I generally want that stuff to happen optically. Like the difference between, I'm just thinking about big relationships. Like this, I want them to read as different groups, but I want this to be a much larger jump, or a smaller jump than say this to this. Like I'm just kind of looking optically that's not as important as like something like that. Like it's just a farther jump. And some artists use gradient stuff in a macro sense. Like I think Piotr does that a lot. And there's Sargent examples of like much more gradient-y kind of stuff. This kind of thing, like really soft edges between these groups. That Sargent one we looked at has some pretty major gradients across it, like this to this. That's something, but again, you zoom out far enough and that's going to go away. And pillow shading, again, would have like been making this another group, that transition between them. It's just a transition, it's not another group. He's using engraving as a way to get these value groups instead of paint. But it's the same thing. And yeah, I love his work. Okay. Any other questions about this? Let's take a look at. So this is a few years old, and you can see that painting started as this. This was just a sketch, I think, without having any kind of idea. So again, with this, I didn't have any idea to start. I think I even went back on this. Like I don't have all this pattern and stuff. It's just this. So it started like this. Obviously, I flipped it at some point. But yeah, I was like, just this, I started in full color, but there's still value groups. There's still 4 value groups, but I did color at first. Where did this even start earlier? It actually looks like it was like an equestrian thing to begin with, like a soldier. It's totally different. It's, again, it was soldier. Like massive changes still with this. Okay, so it started as like 3 value groups: the background, dark shadows, and something lighter. And then went back and forth between like hunting and a soldier, and yeah, wound up something like this. And that's where, again, like I took a break. Okay, so next, I think the next day, went to something like this. So again, like just major changes and figuring out. I had more of a narrative that I think is interesting, like some kind of royal wedding. And yeah, it got to here. And then to here, I think this is where I decided I want to have some 3D reference. But I got to this point, I think, without it. You can see I put a lot of like effort into the head here, and it wasn't working. It wasn't the right thing. So I wound up undoing that. Now I think this is where I started to have 3D. This is where it was before. This is where it was after. And you can see it helps so much with like freeing my brain power to figure some stuff out. This is just like, now it's like, okay, it's working for me. That's cool. Now I think in the final one, I have the 3D that I used. It's very similar. Like I wanted really specific perspective for these pillars to recede. I just copy and pasted some like statues for these guys. this is a naked man, and this looks like an angry Russian guy. So not really like specific. I use some of it, but mainly just like drawing to look at. So you can see here, I'll get rid of some of these. Kind of where it was before. Yeah, it was apparently like here, which I don't know, something about it wasn't totally working. Yeah, you can see like what I basically use the 3D for, and how like the color and the values built up and the composition more evenly over time on this one. I'm still thinking about the zigzag stuff of like this going into dark versus different materials. Like if I don't think there is one with this value to start, but this is light, so this is going into lighter than this. Still thinking about the same stuff. So this stuff changes a lot. This is more kind of what I mean about spectacular failures of like lots and lots of experimentation over time. Does anybody have any questions? I wish there was a way to make money just doing sketches like that. Well, there are. There are jobs that want sketches like this. Color stuff, keyframe stuff, more concept-y stuff, some illustration. But that's what I mean. Like, you don't really have to compromise too much, because if you do something that you like and you work at it, there's gonna be something, some way to like monetize it. Okay, so I said that I was going to start with those questions on Discord. We're pretty far in, and we're just getting to them. So maybe I'm not good at picking up the pace. But yeah, hopefully it's interesting to see this process, because I feel like a lot of this was like more obvious years ago. And now people only see like finished Instagram stuff and like just like the work and changes that go on behind the scenes. If you don't see it happening, you don't think to do it for yourself. So yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So let's take another 10-minute break, and we'll come back. We'll go through the questions, and then we'll do paint overs, and we'll keep the party going. Do you still make changes once the thumbnail is approved in professional jobs? Yeah, but I mean, sometimes you can't, because if something got approved, you can't really change it. So that introduces a lot of like complications. But in that situation, it's more important to have your thumbnail pretty much set, because you got to get it approved, basically. The fish drawing reminds me of The Two Earthlings by John Brosio. Even they convey very different feelings, contrast between the organic shape that's big and familiar with something small and human. And we've got a dinosaur and a human. And they are both, in fact, Earthlings. Yeah, I think it's a very similar thing. It does have like the same kind of. I think there's something a little bit more solemn about this. I think it's kind of in the that it's only two focal points. This one obviously bigger, but yeah, it's interesting. Like there's something very similar about it, and also something very different at the same time. Okay, let's get to the Discord question. New pet picture. Most importantly. Oh my god. There's a little tongue. He's got like a throne. He's very royal. Yeah, it looks like he's trying to be dignified for the camera. Okay. Sorry, I got distracted. Okay, so Chris S, first time caller, long time listener. Hey, so I've been spending more time collecting and looking at paintings on Pinterest, and I've started to notice that some paintings feel punchier / easier to read than others. When I look at NCY's paintings, let us Google. I think that stuff at the beginning was pretty clear. When I look at NCY's paintings, compared to Ruangia, it takes me more time to understand the shapes of his work compared to Wyeth. Are some paintings just more clear than others? Does that mean that the less clear painting is more muddier than the other? Can you think of muddiness as a scale? Muddy sitting on one side and some clear on the other side. So I would be careful with the word muddy here, because muddy refers to the distances between the groups being inaccurate. I would say that both of their paintings are not muddy, but one of them is, I think punchier is a good word, is higher contrast. So if we compare this to say Ruangia, especially its newer work, it's much lower contrast. Here we have contrast in the foreground. But there's generally like less of an extreme differences between the groups, which means we can have more groups. This is stuff we talked about very early on. We also use the example of say this painting versus this painting, where when we zoom out of this, it's punchier, it's readable. This is not punchy and not readable, but neither of them are muddy. It's the difference between this, where we expand the contrast of the groups and lose information. We start clipping, we reduce the contrast, we have less clipping, but we sacrifice on readability, which sometimes we want to sacrifice on. Something that's important to sacrifice on that. Punchiness is not always what we want. So that's exactly what's happening in difference between these two artists. Somebody like Wyeth or Cornwell is going to be more obvious and clear in the distances and the differences between their value groups at a glance because it's illustration. Ruangia is still doing illustration, but he's doing something a little bit different. Generally stuff is like for print or however it was going to be done. It was not for viewing on a screen. It needed to make sense at small sizes. It's more kind of like magic cards. You'll usually see something more like this than you will with even Ruangia. His older work that was more for like print was a lot punchier. He didn't really start doing stuff like this for a while, which I guess kind of weird. Like that's a really weird design. His older work, I think, was a little clearer in design also. So here's some example of his older work for Guild Wars. This is way punchier. This is more like Wyeth. This is more like Cornwell. Stuff like this. The value groups are way more readable here than in his newer work. Like that is punchy. But again, I wouldn't say any of the stuff is muddy. Again, we got a lot of punchiness happening here. So as long as there's some design and clearness to the shapes, it's not muddy. It's more about just relationships in general. If you have the accurate relationships between your variables, then it's not muddy. Let's look at one more example. Okay, here's an artist. His name is escaping me. Pete Brown, also known as Pete the Street. He's amazing. If you want to see a contemporary artist who understands exposure and compression, you want to look at Pete the Street. He understands light so well and compressing that light into a budget. And he'll often paint this scene, I guess, out of his studio where we've got information inside of here, information in a completely different lighting environment outside, showing all of that in the same budget. It's very, very difficult. Something like this, like we have up the stairs, down the stairs, lamps, where you're balancing all these light sources, comparing. His work is really amazing. Often he will have low contrast in value groups, but not always. Some of his work has that punchiness, and some of it doesn't, depending on what he wants to do. This, I would say, is not very punchy, but look how much information we can show and everything. We get gradients, we get all this information that is relatively all correct. But there's some really cool examples of him painting like stuff like this, where like we're outside looking into interior lighting, where you get both interior light and exterior light in the same painting. It's really, really hard to pull off. And that's like the best way to practice this, is doing that kind of thing from life. Because you have to compare those relationships. I would really take a look at his painting, start analyzing how he was doing this. And this really leads into the next question. We can use his work as an example for that too. But there's some with like extreme light that would be cool to see. Maybe I passed it. Stuff like this, where we're inside and seeing outside, like that's what you want to paint from life to understand exposure and compression. You can see the value here is you get lost edges here until we get something different. There's one example I really like. I think that's really cool. Yeah, he really understands light, and you can tell because he will invent figures into a scene. I think it's this one I'm thinking of. Like, you can paint something like this, you understand exposure. Comparing relatively. We'll use stuff like this as an example for the next question. So I have this saved out of like really the exact same setup painted two different ways. This one is fairly punchy. It makes sense because we have more of like a sunlight situation. But look at the reflections in the trumpet, how we're clipping this information. Like here, we're not getting a lot of information. Say in this cap here, that's all black. This is all clipped inside of here. We can't put occlusion shadows in here. We don't have room for information. Next painting. We have room for information inside these groups. We don't have clipping here. It's a more overcast scene, so that we have less of an extreme range of light and dark. Kind of allows for this kind of thing because we can fit everything in a little bit more easily, but this is all relative. So here we've got two paintings. One of them is punchy, the other one is not punchy, like the exact same setup, and neither of them are muddy. Does that make sense? This is, again, it goes back to that Harold Speed sweetness thing. Unless you paint something like this from life and compare your values and key them, it's not going to make sense on a visceral level. And that's the next question, so we'll talk about that in a second. Does anyone have any questions about this? I personally have trouble understanding the keying thing and how to apply it to values. I'm trying it on life studies, but somehow I think it completely eludes me. If someone can help me out, I would greatly appreciate it. Okay, so we've talked a lot about kind of the concept of keying. I think, again, the best way to understand this is to practically start doing it. Painting from life, and this is that thing I wrote about in my book called The Magic Value. A cheesy name, but it can maybe help you remind you to do this, because that's the key to keying. Let's try and find a Pete the Street example. See where maybe he did, where maybe he keyed something. That one interior was probably a good example. But let's take a look at this. Maybe it would help to look at it smaller. Can't look at it smaller. Okay, so the ceiling is roughly the same as this, which is roughly the same as this, which is roughly the same as that. If we paint all those things the same value, now how much darker is this compared to that? That's keying, where you paint two things the same value and then find the next thing. That's what the magic value is. This blue here is the exact same blue as this. He keyed those together at the same value. Now, how much darker is something in comparison to that? Okay, here's the magic value. He keyed this figure here to the same value as the wall here. They're obviously not the same object, but he made them the same. Now, how far away is this middle value? That's a different group. How far away is this light value? That's a different group. The process of making these two things the same and then finding everything relative based on that is keying, and that's going to help you understand compression. It's going to help you naturally find the ceilings and floors of your budget as a consequence of your decision making, and not because I tell you that it's true. So that's the thing where you can start understanding what sweetness is by having actually tasted something, keying something, and comparing to that. Now, if we made the value of these figures much lighter, we could probably entirely change the value structure of this painting and have another group in here of, say, like different, like obviously they're not all wearing black and they're not completely silhouetted in reality. That's information that we're losing. So he made the decision to clip that by keying them together and then only going up from there. But again, if we took this whole value group, let's just, maybe I can do this. Maybe we can raise that whole thing up. Well, now we're clipping all of that. But I could probably put like, so we can probably even clip these two things together. Like this would all be the same. We wouldn't now have the light versus the light reflecting to the window. This is all the same now. But now we can have a totally different group in here. So we've got a dark shirt, dark pants, and occlusion here, occlusion in here. You see, I've just completely changed the value structure of all of this by compressing other stuff together. Like it's all relative. And by making two things the same, that's where you start. Does that make sense? Okay. Chris, I think I need to paint more because I'm still trying to find a difference from what muddiness is. Like, I only make something say to myself that I avoided it. Maybe this will come up more in the homework as we do some paint overs. Let's get to the paint overs now. But follow Pete the Street because he's amazing. There's another artist. I think he's not quite as consistent. Rob. Another British guy. It's not quite there, but it's really ambitious in a similar way. Like something like this, like obviously they didn't stand still. So like, what did he do? Did he invent them? Did he take a picture? Probably a combination of the two, but like there's a lot of invention happening here. I think this kind of thing is just a great antidote to look at versus like purely sight-size stuff. He's got some really ambitious paintings. And again, like not all of them work quite as well, but I love the ambition of this stuff. And like, you can't copy what you're seeing when you're doing this. So again, really shooting for the stars here with kind of with what you're trying to achieve. Should they somewhere be close to the beginning for the silhouette on the doors, value speaking? What do you mean? So like in that painting, they stayed close the entire time. They stayed keyed together, basically. Like when you key something, that's not going to change. That's what you're comparing everything else against. Like this horse into that horse keyed together. This, I would obviously start there, then find how far away the water is, then how far away the waves are. I can look at this and say, here's my groups that I'm seeing immediately. I'm going to paint them the same first. Then I'll find the small differences between the horses. You know, like these shadows in here are all the same. I'm looking all across the picture to see where I can reuse that value and make them all the same and then compare across different groups. When you say should they be close, do you mean close to what he was seeing? So again, that's what we talked about, that Zorn example, where he may or may not have been seeing that value. When you're trying this at first, try and make it exactly like what you see from life and have things naturally clip as a consequence of your decisions after that. You can start playing with changing those relationships later and keeping them accurate. When you're just trying keying and you're trying to try this magic value thing, try and get it like we've been doing, exactly the relationships that you see as you see them, and get everything in the right distance. So the only way you can't do that is say you keyed something below the darkness of what paint can do or above what it could do. Then obviously you have to be relative with your decisions. It's all relative anyway, but then it's really obvious that it's relative. So like if you're looking outside the window here and things are really bright and you hold your paint up and you can't get that bright, it's going to be darker than what you see, and then everything else in here is going to be way darker. Like if we had stuff outside of here, we would probably lose all this together. We wouldn't see that. We'd probably lose this into this, and then we get some more information here, we get a lot more information out there. So where are we spending our value groups, basically? And that stuff, when you look out the window and you do that as you see it, that's going to naturally happen. So you have a oneness of vision. You're not making these kind of calculations. You're really relying on what you see, but you're doing it intentionally and not changing what you're looking at. Let's erase the whiteboard. Okay, homework. Okay, let's go, I guess maybe reverse alphabetical order. Okay, Z, are you here?
Yes. Hi.
Yeah.
I think the studies I've gotten a lot faster with them. It's just that when I start to add in color, I get kind of overwhelmed and confused. But
okay, so let's try and expand this into color then. Was there any more? Did you have any?
There's a second file.
Grab it. Okay. Cool. Okay. Let's see. So I think that your value groups here are still a little like if all this looks the same as that, I wouldn't make these different. Are they different? No, they're the same. So these are the same, but you spent a difference like between this and this.
Yeah.
I'd probably start with this and then add that after. It's tricky. Yeah, that looks good. Something like this just is overstated. This is overstated because I would want to make this the same as the wall. This is what I feel like this does something more like that, but it's a little bit brighter, like a little bit brighter. And then this whole group here is darker. Maybe not quite, but a little bit. And then now I can pop out this. And then we can find all the changes within. So this is how much brighter does this get? Well, there's lots of bounce light in here, but like that's a lost edge. Here's our magic value. This is the same, that's the same. I have to make them the same. And that's why I think that there was too much contrast here to start. So it's getting overexpanded. That magic value thing is gonna be super useful. And now we can put like tiny amounts of contrast back here. Like within the scene. And see, we get a little bit more of the sense of the light of the scene.
Yeah.
Same thing with this. Like we're losing everything it's looking washed out because you're losing a lot of information, but keeping stuff, I think, in a little bit arbitrary how far away they are. Like if we did this, let's make this group much further away. And we have only 3? No. 1, 2, 3. There's 3 values, right?
I think there's one more, but it's like very close to another value.
Yeah, so I think I would make, we're dealing with kind of the color grading of this too. I'm pretty sure when looking at this, like that could have been a different value. So, a lot of the colors and values here are like because of the color grading. But yeah, like just something feels like it's not doing the work that it should be doing. I feel like maybe it's this. Or if it's not that, then like the occlusion in here is fairly important. I'd probably do that. Because we're losing like some of the punchiness. And if you didn't want to have the punchiness, then you can have more groups. We can have this information, and we can probably pop this out a bit more brighter. We get even more information, keeping it all close together. So yeah, something looks a little washed out in both of these because I think we're sacrificing a little bit too much information, but then not expanding the groups to like take full advantage of it. We can try the color of this too. But yeah, I think it's worth looking at this. Okay, so this tree is definitely getting too bright. Like I see this as this value.
Yeah.
And the grass too. So it's something like unless grass is getting really overexposed, it tends to just stay pretty dark, but get like even more saturated. This is something you can see like more obviously from life. So I'm keeping this, and then okay, what is the shadow relationship of this? Well, it's that in the light. Now this makes sense. Like this shadow value is this in the light, and this in the light goes to that in the shadow.
Okay, that looks a lot better. Yeah.
Now here, this is all shadow too. Like that's light, this is shadow. So having these 3 values here, I'd probably even darken this and get more of that. That's going to make it more consistent. We just have a temperature change, like really cool and then really warm for all the bounce light that's happening in here. But like, it's a very photographic thing here to have like this split of 3 clear values when this is light, that's shadow, and this is also shadow. So I'm making these the same and just having a temperature difference. You can see if we just do a luminosity layer. Then I'm doing something more like that. Then we could even lower, we don't have to blow out the sky totally. We can get some color into here. And maybe even this pole here, for the same reason as the tree, that this doesn't have to be so bright. It could actually be the other value. If we want to have this be kind of more visual, I think this is something that would help it get there. Be more like it kind of was painted from life. Maybe even like having the value of the sky be this also. Would really bump up the saturation, but yeah, it's really changing stuff. I think a little bit too much, but that's something you would see more of, like from life. But yeah, I think at this, that's kind of the main things that I would see. Was this from imagination?
This is from real life.
Cool. It's awesome.
Right. Yeah.
I think one thing that we're losing is like the sense of specularity. Like, I'm not sure exactly what you were seeing, but I'm guessing that like, let me see if there's a quick way to do this. Like, if I just reduce the contrast of everything. Okay. Like if I reduce the contrast of this, get these darks now further away. Should bring back some chroma maybe to this. Now everything is much more close together, but then if we like hit this with some speculators, it might make the fish look like super shiny if it's like, or maybe even this could be darker. So I'll show you what I'm thinking of. Maybe is a better example. You see, I have to like reduce the contrast at least a little bit to get that to read. Because I think like there's a lot of opportunity for this to be shiny. That means more contrast, I think. I'm thinking of this. Like any of these master paintings of fish, like you can see how the highlights are a completely different group.
Oh yeah.
And all this kind of dissolves into midtone. So you have a clear like midtone, shadow, highlight distinction on the material. And I just, again, I would have to be looking at this to know what it was like. But yeah, I feel like we're just not getting any kind of materials here. Does that make sense?
Oh yes. Makes sense.
Cool. And here we've got a line drawing, so we're kind of subduing the value differences here to focus on this. And I think it's cool. We've got zigzagging happening. I think we can do even more. Like this is in the light, so we could even use white here. Get a lot more of a light effect. This going into this value, just do luminosity. So that's the zigzag happening. Right? And look, like it looks a lot more like light. Probably carry this across. So with this value, that's actually a little bit blown out. I think keeping this a little darker makes sense. But in this area, that I'm going to use pure white. See that?
Oh yeah.
And that's going to keep that consistency. Now in here, I don't want to have double shadows. We're already in the shadow. Like this too, like is that light or is that shadow? Really got to make a decision about that kind of thing. I think it's shadow, so maybe we can reduce the contrast a little bit more. But all this, that feels like double shadow. Like we're in shadow. Is that occlusion? If it is, maybe you can kind of soften it a little bit so it doesn't look like a hard cast shadow in there. Because we're like, if that's occlusion, it's going to be really soft. So if we're already inside a shadow, don't put another shadow, but you can put some softness in there. And to really make this look metal and shiny, we need a darker value in here to compensate for that. So some minor changes to the values, but I think it really kind of pulls everything together. Do you have any questions?
Not at the moment, but this is really helpful.
Cool.
No, thank you.
You're welcome. If we have time, we can go back and try and put some color into this. But basically, it would be the same thing of like, what is the average temperature? I'll start with the easiest one. this is kind of warm. And I'm just going to make those the same value and same temperature. Well, then that's way too cool. So maybe I'll skip that and do this instead. I'm kind of relating the light to the shadow backwards, but I'm just going to go straight up, find the value. Straight up, desaturate it. Maybe hue shift it, maybe a little bit to red. But I'm just like paint by numbers, basically, filling this in the right relationships. Like this is obviously too cool now. It's cooler, but it's not that much cooler. Fill that stuff in. And then it would just be the same thing. I could find these smaller relationships. So like it's a little bit warmer here with the reflected light. We can find all that stuff in relation, but bounce light in here. So that's going to be warmer. It's actually the same as this, it looks like. So I can just kind of fill that in. And that's much cooler. We'll start here, but this is significantly cooler. So all relative relationships is really the same kind of thing for the color. This, I don't think I would study the color on this. It looks really color graded and like not a great way. So I'd probably do something a little more imaginative to this if I were doing that stuff. But yeah, great work. I really like the exploration with using line work. I think the zigzag stuff is really going to help you kind of apply values. And if you have shadows already, just make sure that that stuff is really soft in there. Like we could even do that here of like, if this is a cast shadow from the guitar, you could even soften this up a little bit to show that that's a little bit of a form shadow from the cylinder. And we get a little bit of hard versus soft on top of this stuff. But yeah, like even this neck, like we're in the shadow. This is already a cylinder. We don't get value to describe that for us anymore. Like we just get this value. We can maybe use temperature. We can maybe get a little bit of reflected light up in here, but that's what I would use to describe stuff in here, not going darker again.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you, Z.
Thank you.
Okay, Valentine.
Hi.
How'd this go?
It was a bit hard and stressful, but I think it was okay.
Well, it's not art if it's not stressful.
Yeah.
I think this is a good example of like so you use 3D for this. Did you start with the 3D here?
No, actually, I knew what I wanted to do. I did some sketches before, but I need more depth, and I was struggling with drawing, so it was just for the perspective.
Cool. I think we can analyze this in the exact same way we analyze the other stuff. Like, where does the eye go, basically? I think you can. Let me think how to phrase it. Man, there's something that really works about this. When I zoom out, it looks like a movie still. It's like it's got a real nice cinematic quality to this. It also shows like it doesn't even look like a 3D render. Like the drawing is really precise, but the way that you lost information in the shadows, like this is the way to kind of deal with that information in a render. I think some of the stuff that isn't working is just the way things are placed. Like we have a lot of contrast here, like just like we did in Tahir's painting of where the stairs shapes showed up. There's not really any reason to be looking here. It doesn't really balance out. It could, like it keeps us from going out of the image too much. But like our design is basically like this. And it just feels a little awkward to me. We have equidistant space mostly between everything. So I feel like it would like, yeah, like the kind of the stripes here even. And like, yeah, that figure gets lost even though he was a big part of the thumbnail here. I think it would take more major changes. I'm trying to think what the solution would be. I think some of the perspective gets a little bit lost too from the 3D. Like when you start painting over it, like you're like twisting this, so we're seeing even more of that. But I think we would see more of this front here and less of the back. It's like the perspective would shift a little bit more like this and then forward and then seeing the right side of it. I think the glowiness, it depends on what you want. It makes these look a little bit like sci-fi, like if they're kind of like fluorescent or something.
Yeah, it was supposed to be a lot more sci-fi, but it was too complicated. So I tried to just trying to have the right value and the nice relationship, and maybe I could add more sci-fi design at the end. But
I'm just thinking like this guy is kind of getting lost. Like number one, I'd focus kind of really on getting silhouette of this reading as some kind of interesting shape and something that really kind of stands out, because then we can maybe get like something like this happening and then contrast it with maybe this figure. Then we can bring back some of the light, maybe not super bright, but we can get another silhouette happening in here and then have a soft edge with that group versus everything else. So I feel like there's more work to do here in terms of like the thumbnail, because there's stuff that's really working. Here, I don't know if that's worth having another value group for, because we've got such a huge difference in light and dark here. We need to keep this having kind of breadth of just the light kind of falling off.
I wasn't really sure if I went too dark, because I wanted to do something really dark, but I struggled a bit to bring back some details in the dark.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what I would do. I think I would probably lose this into that. And now it's like, where do I put my extra value? Maybe it could be reflected light up in here and get some of that information back inside of here. Maybe, but yeah, this is again, I don't know immediately what the solution is. Stuff I would think about, but I think the things that aren't working, just abstractly, like this leads me down to here, but nothing's really happening. I think my instinct is like, even if there were some figures like here, we can get some overlap and to bring stuff back. Maybe I can lose this again. But it's having like a flow, like there's something happening here, maybe some overlap with this thing. So it's not everything's kind of equally spaced. And you can maybe have the light be a little bit less intense from these.
Yeah, that looks cool.
I'm thinking about kind of the overall thumbnail. And then, again, this is kind of like even, creating these triangles on the side that are kind of even. There was just like more of this. It's subtle stuff because there is a lot that's working here. But like, yeah, it's just like this kind of thing I feel isn't working. It's all these are kind of even, and I want to look here, but there's nothing happening. So maybe it'd be good to kind of overlap this with the stairs and overlap it with some figures, get some more mystery and like just unevenness happening.
Okay, I think I stayed too close to the 3D.
Yeah, I think so too. I think you can have kind of, yeah, not be so married to exactly what it's giving you. But it did give you some really nice shapes here, and I think you made that into some really cool compositional stuff, and you knew kind of where to lose the information. The more you paint from life, like the better you're gonna be able to deal with these 3D renders. This is super cool. I love this.
Thanks. The angle of the photo is slightly off, but
I don't have any notes on this. I think this is really cool. I love it. I think maybe things get a little bit scribbly in places, but it is kind of a nice soft cut. It all works, and the value groups are really nicely organized, and they're punchy, and you're getting a lot of information in there. So yeah, this is really cool. I think the more you do this, the easier this is going to become, but you got to do a lot of it. I don't mean like 2 or 3. I mean, you do a few months of this and you're going to start to see how you can apply it to your software imagination. Also, when we talk about materials and stuff, I think it's going to be helpful for this. But man, this is great. It's such a cool composition too. We've got like flow going through here, and like that's like a magnetism that focal point has. We've got different materials. Like I can see the zigzag thing happening here. Like this shadow here, this light is the same as that shadow. It's really great.
Yeah, it's easier to. On the imagination one, I try to think a bit about the zigzag.
Yeah,
but it's well harder, I think, for me at the moment.
It's like extreme backlighting that's like gonna lose information like this. That's why you're painting this inside. Try some of that stuff like the Pete the Street ones of like try and paint from inside and get like a window looking outside at the same time.
Okay.
That's gonna give you some new problems to solve. But yeah, you're using this stuff really, really well in this one. Try it. Try it in color next time also. Like at this stage, fill in the groups with color, just flat color, get those relationships, and then do this, and you'll have a totally finished, awesome painting.
Okay, thanks.
I just want to look at it some more. It's really cool.
Yeah, I already enjoyed it. The figurine is so cool.
So this is again more stuff with the zigzag of like how you're relating the highlight of this to the more kind of diffuse material of this, but they're all the same at first, and you're definitely seeing this in like a totally new way. It's really great to see. The ellipses could be a little bit, the drawing of this could be a little bit, I think it's the only thing that's distracting me a little bit is like the bottle is shifting a little bit. You can get those ellipses a little bit more accurate. You can see it's like turning a little bit, but it doesn't bother me because again, the big picture is all there. And like, you left a little bit of room for this highlight. It's not the first thing that you did that was all compressed together, but then you find the subtle differences here. It's like you split the groups continually, but the big picture is still reading. Yeah.
Yeah, I only see the highlights at the end on the. So that I darken a bit the face.
Yeah, it shows kind of the logic of this where you solve the big problems and then you can accurately solve the smaller and smaller problems. Awesome. Very, very inspiring. What is this thing?
It's like an art toy from a Spanish company, I think. It's like handmade and it's super cool.
I like how you subdued the books behind them too, because you can put all these values behind here for the books, but you like reduce that contrast so you can keep the flow of the circular thing and the really interesting arrangement of the focal point. So we got clusters here, like this and this and this, and then a curve. Like that's really working. It would be cool to see you explore that same kind of thinking from imagination. Now, obviously, it's going to take longer because you don't have this stuff directly in front of you. You're working from the information here, and you made like the editing choices to like sit from this angle and then look at it from here. But don't expect this to take the same amount of time. You're gonna have to solve so many more things. So like, just like I showed with my process, like experiment more. Don't just go with the 3D. Like really change stuff. You can always go back to the 3D and find a new angle, a new focal length, something that will support it a little bit better.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Really cool work.
Thanks.
Russell. Have we got Russell?
Hello.
Hey, Russell. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good. Okay, so yeah, I gave you. I think I just did the recording for you last time. How did this go?
It was good. I tried to adjust that due to the crucifix a bit. Like I lengthened the canvas out and changed the shadow to try to make it less half and half.
Yeah.
For the most part, I didn't get a ton of time to work on stuff because I've been sick, but I tried to really compress my values more because I usually, I think one thing you mentioned in my portfolio is everything was really like I push midtones too much. Just trying to keep things tighter, but
I can really see that here of like this crown is not reading as metal because everything is painted the same way. But here you restricted the value range of this, and now that reads a separate material. So you could always go in and get the same kind of detail in here, but you now see you can barely kind of get the speculars different in value compared to this extreme that you found. So I think that's very cool. I think you can go even further of like really like that is going to be the same value as that, and like make it the same value. I would even like adjust the pressure curve on your tablet so you can like it doesn't fall off quite as much, that you're just making clear decisions about this value here, like that this is all the same as this before you start going in and making smaller changes. So even more confidence and consistency with your value groups, but the thinking is totally there. Like that's looking a lot better.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's been really fun trying to like weave values throughout the image more. Because yeah, the original is super, like everything is just very white and like the light side. It's very contrasty.
Yeah, we actually have differences between groups now, whereas this does not. So it has some muddiness to it. This does not have muddiness to it. It would be cool to see like figure out how to get this to this level of finish now that the values are more consistent, and it really takes careful drawing is going to be the main thing. Like what are the shapes that you're going to use more than any kind of like rendering. But even this, like, just these subtle transitions between values, like that's gonna get you there. You could probably even put like another value group in here if you need to, of like, okay, so again, just like we made this consistently light, I'm gonna make the crown consistently dark. And then we can maybe even use another value group in here to show the other side of the reflection. Now it's like that super shiny, that crown. I think this is a lot better. You get kind of this flow through the image. I'm wondering if like some of this stuff in here is overstated. It starts to look a little like cartoony in places, and that's just where I would think like, okay, maybe the folds are getting too big in shape and too dark. You have a little bit more breadth to the light here. Yeah, maybe there's just like the folds here are much smaller. I think it'll make it look a little bit more naturalistic. Even something like this, like that's the same size as this, so why not just like make one a lot bigger? And then otherwise, I'd probably even reduce the visual fall off just a little bit more. So it's less of like an extreme gradient and more like we get this group, then that group, then that group, and we have soft transitions between them. But yeah, nice work with the paint over here. I think this is getting a little muddy. It looks like a little bit too much contrast in here. I think I would clean some of that stuff up a little bit. Like again, like integrity to the light. And then you can see, I think in the one that I did, like I think I even had this raised up like a little bit. So then you can get in there with even this other value if you need to. It depends. I just think like, you know, if I'm going to reduce some of the contrast there, maybe this whole thing could be a little darker and a little bit less contrasty. Because if we're going to go that, we're going to lose that much information in the shadow. I think our dark halftones here would be even darker. I think we're getting too bright with some of this stuff. And now this could be even more different. I think, again, painting from life, doing the keying, trying to see the zigzag stuff from life, that's really going to help this. Yeah, that dark halftone, like this whole side of the light side of the face can be the same as this. I want to go darker here instead of lighter, because that's going to help this material stand out. Here, I'm careful not to go much lighter here, because that's just the diffuse material. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
This, I think things would kind of get blown out. I've never painted like an old sepia photograph before, so honestly, I have kind of no idea how to do it. It looks really cool to me. It's an interesting approach. Yeah, I think maybe you could even compress the lights together just a little bit more, like lose that more, because this old camera is like not going to have that kind of level of dynamic range until it gets into the shadows. Do you have any other questions?
No, that's it for me. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you, Russell. Okay, Oliver. Oliver's not here. Okay, let me think about this. We can leave this till the end, so we'll get to who's here. Naima. Do we have Naima?
Hello, hi.
Hey, how'd this go?
The study one was fun. The failure was not fun.
Okay.
I hate it. Even looking at it right now, I hate it.
Really? What do you hate about it?
I really prefer the 2-value version of this illustration, I guess. It's not
Yeah.
finished. I wrote, I always abandon my painting at this stage.
At this one right
last
here.
time I finished, yeah, last time I finished something was like 6 months ago. I don't know why I abandoned and I stopped. Maybe it's a month, maybe it's a mental thing, maybe it's skills wise, maybe it's anxiety, stress. I don't know, but I always stop at this stage.
So this is the stage. Remember when we were looking at mine where there's a certain point where like the changes stop being massive, they stop being visible like from the thumbnail. Like that's generally like the stage that you're reaching, and it's about drawing. You get less tolerances for like things that are maybe not perfect become more obvious. Like his face is kind of like straight on here, and you know it's a difficult pose to get like. Maybe we could be looking up a little bit more obviously, which means we would see like the bottom of his chin a little bit more. That's a difficult thing to pull off, and that stuff is going to look more and more. It's gonna call attention more the further you go. So I think you could do more wrestling with your paintings. So once you get to here, like pushing through it, and maybe spending a week on this, and it doesn't become a finished image. But in that week, you've figured out things that don't work. And the more you do that, like eventually you'll stumble upon something. I think another thing is like, let me think how to explain it. A lot of the information on the lights is crunched, but like this is a pretty dark coat. And I don't think it would really like get that overexposed. Maybe even the floor, like we've raised the exposure a bit, but it's not always going to go to 100% white. Like we might get stuff in here, maybe even some reflections and maybe some color as like as this light kind of bleeds and blooms against this. It changes the mood, but like maybe it's something to experiment with. Even here on the floor, like maybe this is a cool environment. Maybe the shoes reflect a bit more cool light. Doesn't look good. I don't really like that, but I can maybe soften this a bit too, because we're inside the shadow. We can have some more occlusion happening in here, and that's always going to be soft. So this is the stage where things start to get more difficult. I think it just really takes pushing through this to stumble upon the things that do and don't work. I think the good news is like your composition is still working. Like that knee here is still calling the exact right amount of attention that it did in the sketch, having these little shapes here. So it's going to be difficult at this stage. Again, this is not like a step-by-step process that takes the anxiety away from making an image. Like it's not a thing where you can turn your brain off and follow the steps. I think like some more wrestling with this is the best thing that you can do, and just not beating yourself up basically for having it not be finished at the end of that experimentation period. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'll work on it more this week and do like you and take breaks in between.
Yeah.
Instead of just working on it for 6 hours and then getting sick of it.
Yeah, it definitely helps. I'm not always great with that. I used to be a lot worse at that. I used to again, we talk about like wrestling with the paint thing. You don't want to do it too much because there's times where I would do that and then lose sleep and then you can't even paint the next day. Like that doesn't work super well. But spending a long time on something just cumulatively is still very, very useful because then you get to actually work through those problems. And this is problem solving, and problems take time to figure out. I really like the study. It does look like you had a lot more fun with this. Of like this is so cool. You can see like there's contrast within here, contrast between. It's still reading. These shapes have integrity, and you designed these shapes, so it's like it's doing something really cool here. I really like how you did this. Looks like Klimt patterns back here.
Yes, that's exactly that.
Yeah, it's a really cool thing.
Said,
yeah.
Yeah, you said that I have to work on my 3D form last week. So I chose this study because I have trouble establishing distance and really trying to push that 3D form.
Yeah.
This is why I chose this picture. I couldn't choose a more difficult reference. I struggled with it, but I had fun.
You did a really great job. This is an incredibly difficult reference, and you really made it your own. I think that a couple of things here you could work on. Number one is it's happening in this and it's happening in this, is that you're still you're crunching a lot of the values. Like you've crunched the shadows and that looks awesome. That's working in here. But here in the lights, you don't necessarily have to crunch that so much. You're losing all this information too. I think the thing you can kind of now push further is your mid-tone rendering. And this is mid-tones, and there's nothing going on in here. Like mid-tones are these subtle changes in planes, and I really like this. It looks really nice being blown out here, but I think we can get some kind of information in like what's happening with the plane changes in some of this, and like have the light really relate more to the shadow of like, maybe this even retains some of the color of the dress, and we can get even like sparklies happening in here and some of the material. I think that's the stuff that you can actually like not lose all the information basically. But there's parts where it's really working. I don't think I would touch this. That's so cool. I love it. It works just as well as this. But it might even be helpful. Like this would be really difficult to pull off in the study at first. I would say do something like more manageable, like a portrait study or something. Even like this thing that we looked at that I did. Let me pull it up. A study of something like this. You could try and get like these subtle plane changes, like something like this, like really getting in there. Sargent studies would be good for this.
Okay.
Actually, like taking the time and rendering out the mid-tone form. Sargent talks about the secret is in the rendering of the mid-tone, something like that. That's what he's talking about. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
I think to maybe show it a little more clearly again, like if we're just doing a sphere here, you've blocked out your two values. You've got this and you've got this. And then you put maybe you maybe made this into a lighter value and then had another value here for the cast shadow. But like there's still nothing in here. And midtones can be really subtle, but like it's this part of finding like the actual information in the roundness that I think is getting a little bit lost. So I mean, you could darken this and then find kind of where that highlight would be in here, but like that's information in there now that wasn't there before.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that kind of thing. Do you have any questions?
How do I make the midtones interesting?
You know, with something like this, I feel like we could even get, again, like darker values in here. I don't think there's any reason why it has to be so blown out. Like that's happening because of the camera. So we could even get some contrast in here. I don't know if like interesting, because you've already made them interesting. Like if you pasted like a photo in here, it looks awesome. Like that's interesting. I think more what's going to help you with like the technical side of this is just the planar drawing, the structure, and like the value of each plane, basically.
Okay. So you add texture to make it interesting to the midtones.
You know, something like this, like, would you say, so like here's a specular highlight, here's a light midtone, here's a dark midtone. Actually, this highlight here is like taking on this value as it kind of dances down the form, losing some light energy. Like it's a very complicated picture. It doesn't seem like it at first glance, but I mean, like, it's hard to answer that question because would you say that this is interesting midtones? I would say yes. It's not necessarily because of the texture. It's in like the subtle value relationships. Like, yeah, here's our magic value, like this into this, and how subtly the form turns. It's that kind of sensitivity to rendering form inside of your value structure and knowing when to do it. I feel like the way that you set up this image, it's maybe appropriate, maybe not. Maybe this very simple cutout look, it definitely works here. I feel like it's not working quite as well here where it could use some information. So that would probably be like, you know, have maybe not so dark in here, but maybe like think of that as the form turning like this. Now we've got a corner. How much darker is this in comparison? And you're not just going to have these cutout shapes, but instead I'm thinking of this like sculpting. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
Sculpting. You see, I'm trying to get planes happening here where I want them.
Yes.
That's the thing I think you could practice that would take this stuff to the next level.
Okay.
So drawing as sculpting. You've got the value groups, you've got the shapes, but the sculpting isn't always there. And that's really what's preventing you from taking something like this further, because you don't know how to sculpt it to any more complexity.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense actually. Yes.
Cool. Okay. You've also got a little bit of like double shadows in here, so maybe I want to go a little bit darker for that kind of occlusion that we looked at before. So, yeah, really great work. I see a lot of progress. I think this is super fun. I like seeing how you had fun with it, especially because it really comes across, and especially like that shape. Like you had to have had fun with it to make that shape.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Naima.
Thank you for the feedback. Thank you very much.
Of course. Okay, Myra. Do we have a Myra in the crowd?
Oh, hi.
Hello.
I'm here.
Actually, I'm just gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be back in 1 second.
Okay.
Okay. How'd the stuff go?
So I tried to like do again the core values, and it was a bit hard to do, like to choose the 4 values, but yeah, I tried my best.
Okay. So when I zoom out of this one, I see, you see how all the land here looks like land. And even this is like barely any different. Like we've got land, then we've got train and guy, and we've got the sky and the shirt. You see now we have 3 values. That's the kind of thing you want to look at and see before you even start painting. Because I think when you zoom in a little bit more, you're going to see smaller differences. Now, there's an extra value that happened here, but the first 3 is what I want to get at first. Like this, all this together, and then the sky and the shirt. Because when I look at it, like that's what I see in this. And they're at a particular kind of relationship. Like this is a little bit lighter. Get that shirt in there. And now it's like, now this is doing something similar to what this image is doing. Which might have it happen like simply. I can even get rid of a lot of this because that's not really contributing to what's happening in there. So like now this is doing a similar kind of contrast to that. Now the last value that I need is that darker group in here at exactly the right proportion. You can see it's not that different. Like it's not like this. It's like I gotta like sneak up on it. Like what is that exact difference visually? It's not that far away. So something like this. Now I have all my values. And then now I can split this. And you'll find that what you had originally is actually like much closer together because you already have our big 4. This is now like inside one of these. So I think you're like still overcomplicating this a bit in terms of what you're seeing visually.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm trying to be too accurate with the values, not compressing.
Yeah, I think like here's some magic value stuff. Like, yeah, this is different when you zoom in here, but when I look at the big picture of everything, it's not there. That's something I would put in later when I have the bigger stuff. Like something I can put in much later, and you're gonna have like much more accuracy to this stuff. Now, this is where it kind of gets complicated in terms of working from photos, movies, because it's not going to be like how you would see it. And I think that something like this is a bit overstated. It's hard to know unless you do a lot of painting from life that I would probably like have all this stuff as one at first. Okay, and then all this looks the same. So this is all in the light, but like there's like fall off here because of what's it called? A vignette almost, not really because of the light. We do have a nice kind of zigzag here, light to shadow, light to shadow. But you know, like that, those lights there are super important. Like again, when I zoom out of this, it's like this stuff isn't as important. It's like that's all the same. Maybe a little bit lighter. It's like that's all the same. It's all really close together. And then we have that's different. That's different. But then like these lights here are really different. But they're not, you know, when we compare it to the hat, it's not that. So I see why you group them together.
Yeah, because otherwise I would have five values.
Yeah, that's why I'm thinking about sacrificing something else somewhere. Like this group really. I would probably just have this all together. And then these lights are gonna have much more impact. I don't know. I'd have to play with this one because it's not like, you know, I want this kind of thing happening. Like this, the face kind of goes into here. there is an interesting kind of design happening on some level. Hmm. Yeah, I would just want to keep all the stuff like closer, I think. Because if I want to get some stuff happening here in the face, I need to go darker with everything. And then that stuff is going to read a little bit more like what I want. I think I can even brighten up the hat a bit more. Yeah. Yeah, this is a tricky one.
Yeah.
Movie stuff is going to be, movies and photos are going to take more creative thought than master studies. That's why I think at this stage, I would focus more of your attention on master studies and working from life.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I think you're practicing a good amount of like the abstract stuff with the stuff from imagination, but I think you're still struggling a bit with like applying lighting to things and having your shapes be based on lighting and not silhouette. So for example, like what if we threw light across this and we had a cast shadow or something? Like that would be more like based on light, and maybe we wouldn't even have like this is the only thing telling us that we have a hill here, not the silhouette. And maybe it's like maybe even the face is pretty bright, or is wearing like really light pants or something. We even lose that. Like when you start thinking more based on light, the shapes get more interesting because they're based on the shapes that the light make and not the silhouette. And this path in here, I think, wouldn't even be, if it was in the shadow, it'd probably be pretty dark. But yeah, just like that's why I think master studies are going to help for that, and especially painting from life. I would really focus on those two primarily. The homework for this week is going to be painting from life, pretty much. But from what you're doing here, I think with like kind of the limitation of things being more based on silhouette, you got some nice designs happening, especially this. Like there's some nice swoopiness, curve, straight lines. I like the arrangement of these figures. They're not even. It's like the cluster and then this. So that's cool. And you have this kind of continuing through. So there's a lot of nice stuff happening. But you're going to have a lot more power and control by thinking about light and cast shadows and the possibilities there. And it's not easy. It's definitely not easy. But it's going to really unlock a lot of potential with these thumbnails.
Yeah, I think I forgot about the lighting and thought more about silhouettes. That's true.
Yeah, it's definitely not easy. It takes a lot more brain power, but you can get really cool stuff happening. But yeah, I think that's really what I would say. I think you have more of a movie still imagination focus right now, and I think a little bit more of a focus temporarily on doing a lot of these from master studies and a lot of these from life is going to put you in a better place for then being able to make like more creative decisions about what's happening here and seeing kind of more of like what it's going for. Like basically, like everything in here feels less important to me than like the hat and the lights. And like I can't like have too much going on here. It just starts competing with this. So it's a really careful balancing act to do. Do you have any questions?
No, yeah, got it.
Cool. Thank you, Myra.
Thank you.
Kai, I think there's someone else posted homework, so we gotta download.
Hey.
Hello, how'd this go?
I think it was informative, I guess. Like with the life study, I took a few mornings to work on it, like across the different stages.
Mm-hmm.
So it was interesting doing that. But like for the night scene, like the bottom left, I feel like I went on to the painting before I had like resolved the 4 values.
Mm-hmm.
And it was interesting to like solve problems intuitively, but I think I lost some of the big ideas in terms of composition. I was maybe too zoomed in.
Is that this one?
Bottom left.
Okay, so this was your thumbnail, and this is the final. Yeah. So,
yeah, the thumbnail wasn't really finished before I moved on.
Yeah, I almost feel like you could have just kept going with this, and like a finish would be an emergent property of just going further with this. I do think this happened a little bit too quickly, and that's like, this is muddiness. Like, I really like your value structure that you have here. I would like continue with that. Everything really works for me. That this is awesome. Like, I'm just taking what you have here and like doing exactly what you have there. Like, this can even be a good thing where like you get all this finish and complexity here, and then reining it back in with like luminosity layers to bring back the values that you had in the thumbnail. Like this is getting too bright. Knock it down. That fire is now way more important. This is super cool. Yeah, lots of progress here. It's really cool. But yeah, it's a good, like, as you take stuff further, it's not always going to be like perfectly balanced like this. Like, it's okay to kind of mess up the value structure a little bit and then bring it back in.
Yeah.
Just knocking that stuff back though. And I really like how like that this really looks like it's glowing against this. It's really cool. And then, you know, this shape here is really nice. It seems pretty important to have whatever that's going to be.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe it could be like a light on the tree or something. Like a light extra tree. Yeah.
However you're going to solve it, but like it's really neat. It's a very subtle composition. I think like, you know, this grabs me a little bit more because it's not just this, and all these shapes feel really carefully considered. So I feel like it's even a little bit of a shame to lose them so much. Like, this looks really great. Keep going with this. See if you can like use the thumbnail to kind of solve some more problems and then go back and forth basically.
Yeah. Also, one thing, I've been looking at like night photography.
Yeah.
Particularly flash photography, where like the bottom of the image will be really like things close to the camera will be really bright.
Yeah.
And I was wondering like how to get that effect.
It's all just setting where the fall off would be for where the cutoff would be for the group. Like you know, maybe it's even better to look at a painting. There's a lot of like horror stuff tends to use that kind of thing. So maybe this is kind of flat photography. Well, it maybe
if you just cropped it, it would work.
Yeah, but you can see like clear value groups: black, dark gray, light gray, white. And you're just setting the fall off for those basically. And we have really clear materials here because the eyes are reflecting the light source. But you know, here's the fall off happening basically, and it's really it's the same exact stuff. Does that answer your question? Or?
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna look a little bit more about like paintings and photos.
Yeah, you could even take like night flash photography you've done and zoom out and paint over it and try and like find where those groups would be.
Yeah.
I don't know if he has other stuff like this, but this is the first painting that came to mind, like that kind of front lit thing. There's definitely other ones. Also, Phil Hale, his stuff, maybe his newer paintings. He basically just he blacks out all the shadows and puts all the values in the light. So I think it would be cool to look at too. And he's got really clear value structures in a similar way. But yeah, his whole strategy is basically like all the shadows black out and merge together, and then all the value groups are all split within that first light group. This one's a little bit older. It doesn't look quite as refined. I feel like the composition could use work. I think it could kind of have more work at this stage because it feels like almost 50-50, not quite. There's nothing really kind of going on. Fog definitely tough to pull off. Yeah, I think I'm just put kind of more into it, but you're really getting it. Like this is super cool. It's a lot more sophisticated than what you were doing at first. I think it's gonna be pretty quick until you figure out how to like use this to really get it to a final. So these are abstract paintings.
Yeah, it's actually like a copper plate, just scraping away the blue. The one on the left is a little bit more figurative, I guess, like moss on water or something like that. But
cool.
The one on the right, the values are so close that it just becomes totally abstract.
Yeah, I like these. Neat. Yeah, got a horizon line. It reads.
For this one, I was looking at like the Tadema, the unfinished ones, and I was but I don't feel like I really got it as far as zigzagging and
yeah. I think for here you probably have like this for the shadow, keep this for the light, this for the highlight and the hair. So you're basically your skin light to shadow is going to have less contrast. And you could be like, start it this way, then I'll probably split those.
Yeah.
And this would have a bit more kind of integrity to the value, and then this would go to that value in the shadow. And you know, what's going to be behind is it going to be, let's use luminosity there. It's going to be this value here. What does that go to in the shadow? This of this. You know, you can maybe even have like more. I really like the texture stuff going on. What is the medium?
It's actually this really old wood panel that I had, but on top of it I just glued like some rice paper to it. So
really interesting the way you use materials. Rice paper on top of wood, and then one.
So it gets like a texture like an old sweater, like where it's like pilling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
So
it's oils on top.
Yeah, it's oils.
Cool. So yeah, I think this is something kind of like what I would do. But yeah, it is just the zigzag stuff that I'm thinking about.
The feel is so much clearer.
To change the temperature of this. That's too bright. Okay. Really cool. Awesome. Love this. Could probably get more saturation. Like you see how much that helps of just increasing the saturation where the light's bouncing. We're going to talk about this a lot next week, but yeah, you have a lot more room for color and saturation in here. But really, really cool work.
Yeah, I think it's interesting to try to get the painting to be colorful without feeling like too colorful, or that there's a lot of variation, but it's within the groups.
Yeah, that's all about knowing light, having a model of light. And yeah, we're gonna start going into that next week. It's so cool. Like, look at these lost edges. Love it. Yeah, I think that's all I have. I love this stuff. Really, really clear improvement. Do you have any questions?
Oh, for the one on the bottom right, I was thinking one thing I wanted to express is that it's like this muddy terrain, and I want to get like the roughness of the terrain that they're walking on against like the softness of the fog.
Okay. So it's like muddy and probably very reflective.
Yeah.
You probably get a lot of specular highlights. Like even this whole group in here might be like really shiny, tiny little specular highlights reflecting off all the tiny little puddles and water. So lots of noise, I think, and then you can really dissolve that into softness. You need to actually contrast it with something. So like something that's actually very different. So, 3 values in here, lots of noise, and then nothing.
Yeah.
I think it's going to get it across a little bit more. Very difficult scene though. I like your campfires, fog. Really, I like the ambitiousness, and that was the assignment. So good work.
Thank you.
Yeah, really, really, really cool. Again, like really clear improvement over the course of this. This is looking super solid. Yeah. Any other questions?
I guess it's minor, but like the thing that they're sort of dragging is going to be like I guess like a sled in the bottom right, a sled like filled with flowers, and I don't know like how to get the color of flowers in the fog, like how to get that. I guess we'll get that, yeah.
I probably have to look at reference, but like generally, if you have all this white light bouncing around, you'll still have some color. It's not gonna like bleach everything totally out. I think it would work if you had like some color in that area. You probably can't go too intense, but even in some like after rain and stuff, you can get really saturated colors. I haven't painted fog in a very long time. Fog flowers, I mean, you see like it's still really colorful.
Yeah.
Something like this, like those colors are still really popping until it gets like dissolved by the fog in the distance. But this isn't a break from the fog. I think it would be very colorful and have light and shadow and yeah. I wonder how bright you can go with this group. If there's going to be reflections in there.
It's like mercury.
Sorry?
It's like mercury instead of water.
Yeah. Maybe that's a little too far. Yeah, this is see if there's I can't find any yellow. It's an illustration. I feel like there's some good reference out there, but yeah, that was definitely too far. That was better. We can still go darker in areas a little bit. You can get some of that contrast here in the foreground because like not a lot of fog in there. And some rocks popping out or something. You got a little bit more depth. I really have to play with this. I think it's mostly like I just think that the composition, the placement of things can maybe be a little more interesting.
Yeah, I was thinking about maybe having another clearing like in the fog in front of them or something like this.
So you have layers, yeah. This is so difficult, like with all the values and colors. I'd probably even kind of go back to something simple like this and have it read before going further, because all these images like read at thumbnail.
Yeah.
And it's not really reading too much in thumbnail right now. Yeah, I think that's all I have.
Yeah, I'm gonna try more iterations.
Yeah, cool. Do you have any other questions?
No, thank you. It's really helpful.
Yeah. Okay, Joao. Are you here? Yes. No. I'll skip it. Go to the end. Colleen, you here?
Yep.
Hi, Colleen.
Hi.
Okay. Poster design, for value. Okay, so the first thing about the for value is I think I would go even further. I think like you soften kind of these edges, but I'd really finish this image and like similar to what I talked about with Myra, like the sculpting of this. Really like these, so like the donkey, for example, like now this is a donkey. Now we're actually getting these values. We're dealing with form. We're dealing with the cylinder of these baskets. You could eventually even get in here to like the wicker detail. Like I would go in and like really like all this stuff, like really finish it.
Mm-hmm.
And we'd be using the same value groups basically, but it's gonna teach you a lot about like how to balance all the detail going on inside these groups with the literal information. So a little bit more kind of conceptual thinking at this point of really drawing these figures, because it's all, the scaffolding is all there. But that's what I think like you could take further with this. And because I think you found kind of the big stuff about the composition. So, you know, we've got a block here. So how do we kind of render out that block? It's just how much darker is that plane? A tiny bit darker. And we can compare it to everything else now. But yeah, that's all I have for like even the light on the tree now. These shapes. This is now a sphere, and these are cylinders, but we're fitting it inside that scaffolding.
Yeah.
Okay. Imagination one. How did these go?
I struggled a lot with that one, but I think it's better than it was one of my homework for the second week.
Yeah, I think we talked about like the exact placement of the focal points, and we've got the boat here. I think like again, kind of something about the big composition. The big idea could be worked on. Like this is creating a triangle here. And it's almost tangent with kind of where these are pointing. It's all kind of like leading here. Then we have these guys. Some interest here, some interest here. It just feels like there's multiple ideas. There's like the boat against these, and then there's like, it's almost like a new picture over here. And my eye is going back and forth between these two, and they're kind of just like on a line. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And they all kind of like meet right here almost centrally. I think I would pick like what is really the interest? Is it the boat? Is it the buildings? Is it the people? Like pick something. Maybe if it's people, you could even have like more people. Can you reuse these values? Like, okay, what if they're walking on the boardwalk? Maybe they start big and get small. We can use these value groups. And maybe this would kind of weight things more on this rule of thirds line instead of things like kind of all meeting right here in the middle. And the boat, what if we push this out a little further? That works a little better to me because now we have like rest area here and we can reinforce some of this stuff. So it's like interest, rest area, a little bit of interest. Now we have like this triangle happening. It's a little bit of like a bigger idea.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I think this again goes back to like not being afraid to make major changes and like whatever you just feel like isn't working super well, like just change it. Like here, I'm not drawing people. I'm saying I want contrast here. I'm trying to just like simplify what people would look like as well as I can. So I'm just trying to add the contrast that's necessary. I can always go back in and draw it later. Even the houses too, like maybe we can have more chimneys here, and that would create some more contrast. Maybe the birds could be a little more variable in the size. Again, I'm trying to just like, now it's like I want to reinforce this and have one idea to the picture, whereas I feel like before there was like two ideas happening simultaneously.
Mhm.
Okay, too blue maybe. Yeah, I don't like that. But yeah, maybe a little bit. I wonder if we could have a whole other value here. Trying to think about if these are cylinders, like not having them just evenly spaced. Okay, and then where's the light coming from? If it's like kind of from here, we might have some cast shadows here on the boardwalk that could help things. And all these guys are going to be inside the shadows. Maybe even some of these are darker and more blue. Some more light coming across here. But it really is like that first kind of main thing of, I think, the read of this painting was I didn't know where to look first. It's kind of split between these two places. That's what I'm trying to figure out how to deal with.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. And then it's a similar thing here of like, the colors are awesome. I really, really love them. Those colors. This nice gradient between this and then the orange really pops out. I think you can go even more blue with like some of these speculars in here, a little more color to them. You can keep like the integrity of saturation here even. And in these flowers. Yeah, super, super cool. But I think like the contrast could recede a little bit more as we get into the distance, so maybe a little bit less value here. Really have that be different. And then the only other thing that's jumping out is like these are kind of lined up, not really. I think you could like, doesn't really need major changes. I would just want this like sweep here to feel good against this. And it's almost there. I think it's really kind of subtle changes in what's happening with this. And then I think that the text could maybe just be a little right heavy. You know, you could have kind of mostly set over here, and that maybe would kind of complete the sweep.
Right.
It's subtle stuff. I'm just trying to reinforce the things that are working. But yeah, I really, really like this. Okay, yeah, I think that's all my thoughts. Do you have any questions?
No, thank you.
What class is this for?
It's just for my school. It's like a random class. Just we have to make like a poster for vernissage for like graduation.
Looks pretty great. I would watch this also. So yeah. All right, thanks, Celine.
Thank you.
Okay, Azel. Do we still have Azel? Yeah.
Hello.
Hi. Okay, cool. How did this go?
Pretty hard.
Yeah, this is neat.
Yeah, I think like balancing colors was really hard. Yeah.
Here I'm wondering if like this is something I would do, but like zigzagging between a checkerboard pattern, light to shadow. It's like this would be light and then they'll become shadow.
I see. I'm not sure how I feel about the color palette of this one actually, because I was playing around with a lot of different like choices, but none of them really looked like I don't know.
Yeah, I think you could get a little more color in some of these places. You know, I think that's where studies would come in handy. You can maybe even take a break from pushing on this and do like some you know, Sid Mead comes to mind because he's got clear value groups, but also like very, very clear color. The way that he seemed to be just naturally kind of organizing pictures in a similar way. So I feel like he would learn a lot from doing some like Sid Mead studies, something like this.
Yeah.
Okay. Because the value groups are laid out very similarly.
I see.
Yeah, I think you do a few of these, you might learn something from it. The other artists I'm thinking of, yeah, maybe Baldini. He's got like these party scenes, lots of colors, fabrics. Zorn has some stuff like this too. It's not quite as like stylistically the same thing. But yeah, I think that you seem to be running into a little bit of like a roadblock with taking this into color. Now, the best thing to do would be painting from life and also doing some of these master studies. Yeah, like go even further, mess this up even more. Like, let me see.
Yeah, I think I'm definitely running into some sort of a roadblock. So
we could use some more intense colors. You get some materials going on in here. Like don't worry about keeping the value groups perfect at this point. Now it's like adding information, having somewhere to really go with it. Like killing your darlings, basically. Like you got to mess some stuff up to like take the next step further, I think. And rebalance it.
Yeah, I think I was like focused. I kept turning on like the grayscale mode in Photoshop. Don't know what it's called, but I was like focused on keeping the value groups like kind of similar to what they look like in the thumbnail or like what they were originally like. And then like whenever I got too far away from what I started off with, I was like, oh, like it's messing up the values. It's not gonna read. It's like
I think you're getting too precious with exactly what you have. And yeah, the best antidote to that is like killing your darlings. Like drawing stuff, trying stuff. Here I'm like trying to paint some atmosphere of like, well, some green here, but you might start to get a little blue with like the scattering of the light. I don't know if I like what happened with this, but yeah, I'm trying to like I'm trying to paint the light basically and just rely on whatever experience I have painting from life to get some of that in there. We might have some like reflections down into this group. So I'm going to mess with the value groups a bit. I can just rein it back in later.
that makes sense. Yeah. I was also thinking the red was a little strong. There's no red anywhere else, and it seems like it's just like there, you know. And I have that problem in like both of them a little bit.
Yeah.
I was thinking this would be like a set of like in the same universe, kind of.
Yeah, it looks like.
And yeah, the red in like the second illustration is just there. Like I think it doesn't fit into the rest of the rest of the scene.
So if you have a lot of contrast here from this, you could always reuse the same color, or you can use a different form of contrast to balance it out. I'm thinking, if it's supposed to be really important, I would almost like knock some stuff back elsewhere. It could be the only red in the painting. I don't know if there's necessarily like a rule against it. But yeah, I would experiment, like, do I use the red elsewhere, or do I balance other forms of contrast? Like, this is like almost the same red, but it's not. Like, I would either make it the same or just totally different. Kind of grouping, like, okay, if these figures are different, maybe these all have lighter, bluer palette. Really kind of separating those out. The other thing is, like, we're starting to lose the perspective a bit with the straight line. Is there any way we could have like something suggesting that this has a top to it? Maybe there's stuff in here, so we can get more of the perspective. It could be very compressed in space. We're not seeing much of it, but it might tell us more about the perspective. That's like not quite perfectly at the horizon line yet. But yeah, I think this is just going to take editing and clarification of, like, this is interesting, this is interesting, this is interesting. It's kind of like a straight line between here. What's more interesting, these guys or these guys? And then figuring out like more about them. These are going to be shiny kind of coat. We might have a bunch of different materials in here. I really think studying Syd Mead would go a long way, like figuring out how he's doing his images, because you're setting them up in a very similar way, and it's really going to be like drawing and clarifying your values and editing.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Just not used to working from grayscale to color.
Yeah, I mean, you could always like just start again in color and see what happens. If you can use this to kind of go in a more controlled direction. You don't necessarily have to stick to this process the whole time. I mean, you can even crop in and like start detailing stuff. Like, there's really no rules at this point. It's like just kind of mess up the preciousness so you're not worried about doing stuff anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that these are super creative and super cool. There's a question. When you say study that artist or from 2000 compression concept, what study do you recommend? Really, the main thing I'm talking about is like pretend that you were the one painting that picture. Like, pretend you were solving those problems and work through it in the same way. Like, pretend you had that assignment and you have the answers, but like you're still doing the work and comparing to the answers. You're actually learning from, the finished work. So it's not like really one assignment or one study I'm recommending. Reverse engineering, exactly. Any way you can think of to reverse engineer it as if you were the one trying to solve those problems so you can learn from it. And again, there's not one way to do that. You could do like a bunch of different studies of the same thing, but exactly, that's exactly how I would describe it. But yeah, keep going with this stuff because there's so many cool things happening. I don't know if there's a Zorn that also has that like red. Zorn does use red a lot. Do you know what I'm talking about with the red?
I haven't looked at a lot of Zorn paintings, so I don't know, but I will look into it.
Maybe it'd be worth finding. And here's one of them. This isn't the one. So this painting is pretty funny because maybe not funny, but I don't even know if this is intended. Let's definitely a better reproduction of this. That's it. But anyway, so this is his wife, and Zorn would go out on these beach excursions with young girls. This is her looking through the paintings that he did of them, and I think her face like really says it all about his fidelity. Like it's I don't it's a very interesting psychological portrait here. But yeah, that's not the one I'm thinking of. He has this self-portrait, orangey red. There's one that's like there's the red with a curtain. I always love this one for like the atmosphere that happens. You can see like the lost edges here, the exact kind of stuff we're doing. This, you can see the kind of two value study underneath this. Here we go. This is one of the ones I'm thinking of. It doesn't have the red, but it's a very similar composition.
Oh yeah.
Here we go. Here's the other one. So yeah, I think you can kind of study how he did this stuff. But yeah, painting from life, master studies, messing up your stuff, working on it, not being afraid of going off in a billion different directions to explore what happens.
Okay, yeah.
But yeah, awesome work. I really love seeing the stuff you're submitting. There's some more red.
Okay, Zorn, Sid Mead, what was the
I mentioned Boldini also has a lot of like party scenes. You know, if you really like multi-figure stuff, well, this like Bellucan painting just jumped out to me.
Oh, that's cool. I like that.
He's contemporary too. I think he's still alive.
Whoa, that's a cool painting.
Yeah, this stuff is on the folder that I posted. Who else? Alberto Cassini, you might like a lot. Stuff like this.
Yeah.
I got some high-res stuff in here.
Oh, this guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like this guy. It's pretty really nice.
Yeah, that's all I can think of. But I definitely think like the Sid Mead, especially like the way that he's reusing these values all over the place and getting the intensity of color. I think you have a lot of opportunity for that, especially because I think you're staying towards like gray a lot.
Yeah, I think I'm just like a little scared of color. I'll play around with it more and see what happens.
Awesome. Thank you, Azel.
Thank you.
Okay, so what do we have left? I think everybody left is not here. So I think Oliver. Okay. Yeah, so I'll go through these really pretty quickly. So Oliver, yeah. When I'm painting reflections like this, I really want to think about what is it reflecting. So like, is there a sun here? And then is there a sky that is kind of falling off into? And is this reflecting more of the ground here? And then does this, as it gets higher in the sky, does it become even more intensely blue? And what is this reflecting? Or maybe there's some bounced light from over here. You know, we're going to be reflecting the same thing. So I'm painting the environment. That's again what we're going to be talking about next week. I probably want to knock back some of this stuff here to have the metal read even better. Maybe there's some specular highlights in here. Yeah, this is painting a cube map, basically. But all these projects are going to be tiny. It's probably going to average out more in terms of the values. So. And this is probably not going to hit any sunlight. That would just be a temperature change over here. So I am any painting is all you're doing is just painting the environment. I'll get more saturation. This would retain some more integrity. The values and colors will be brought back into here. So I'm imagining the environment and painting the environment onto all of these. This is not going to see any sun here. Not sure what that part is. But this red is probably not going to get very desaturated. It's probably going to get really saturated as that light is bouncing through there. So yeah, I think it's a really great experiment, like really pushing what you can do by putting this guy in a suit of armor. It's a great idea. I think here too, we can just have more integrity to the values. There's 3 values here, have them clearly separated. And this is all sculpting. This is what I was talking about before. Like, in order to reconstruct this, I can't copy these pastel brush strokes. It's not going to look good. I need to be sculpting. Drawing in this context is sculpting. And that's what I'm thinking about here. So really cool. I like the ambitiousness of this. Definitely follow the assignment. But we'll talk more about light next week. Okay, so what? I think some of the stuff is getting kind of overstated again, of like these differences in here. It's all really close together. Like top plane, side plane, they're super, super close. And these are a bit further away and closer. So we've got like more of a difference between light and shadow. And less of a difference elsewhere. But I think good job, because this is a complicated scene. You know, and you can maybe start suggesting some stuff about the fence. Now, be more careful about the drawing. Like, these stripes are a drawing opportunity to really have these reinforce the cylindrical nature of this. And it was getting a little bit like, you know, not deforming along with the form. So this is a really clear composition. It's like super abstract even. I would definitely take up the opportunity to have 4 values here. And have the exact right proportion and get all the soft edges between them. So take this stuff further. And then from imagination, you know, again, I think working from life is going to be really, really important for next week. It doesn't be soft. Maybe big shape and then really small folds. Nice zigzagging happening here. But I would maybe take one of these groups and push this group a little further up. Maybe take this group and darken it a bit. I'm just thinking about the distances between these value groups and the overall composition it's making. And yeah, we can get some more drawing. I think you won't have to lose kind of everything in here. It can be really low contrast, but a little bit more drawing. A little more kind of description of the folds, description of the planes happening here, sculpting. You can see, I think some of the drawing gets a little bit weird. I think about how the face is maybe turned away a little bit. And this would be really soft, that transition. So really cool setup. I mean, it's reading pretty well at a glance. You know, ears are really useful at angles like this to show, you know, cast shadows back onto the face. The angle of what's happening here. The kind of unique shapes that you would get from foreshortened ears. Would it be opposite? Something like that. Yeah, so those are kind of the opportunities that are in here. Nice work on these thumbnails. I think these are pretty cool too. Oh, okay, so we've got like a nose here and a smile. Yeah, that would be cool to get. Might be just subtle value changes kind of describing that stuff. Yeah, really cool work. This is an interesting looking story. I would say go even further, like try color, try again. We're talking about kind of messing the stuff up now, not being so controlled. I think that would be a good direction to go in. See if there's anybody else. I think that's it. Okay, so let's talk about the homework. Homework, painting from life. The homework that Valentine did is a good example. So painting from life a variety of materials under the same light. Something like this, perfect example, but do them in color. So full color, and try and have a variety of situations. Like look at the Pete the Street guy also, and try and think of some of his subjects that he picks. We're going to be talking about materials and light. So the idea here is to just dive in the deep end, lots of failing, painting light, try and get sunlight outside and paint artificial light inside in the same picture. Paint something outside entirely. Like lots of variety, lots of different materials, lots of different lighting situations. You could use heavy paint, you could use Photoshop, but I would stay away from painting from photos too much here. Like we really just want to paint from life. You can do drawings, like really any kind of art from life. How do you handle the change in lighting when painting outside? The magic value thing. You key something, and then you follow your decision from the beginning in your painting rather than chasing the values that you see. So you set the big relationships first immediately and go by that. Keep the initial relationships, unless you want to change it later on. But you don't want to be chasing the light, because then you're going to get muddiness and things are going to change. So that's the kind of thing to experiment with over the week. And one of the homeworks is going to be to try inventing materials. Should I do that this week or next week? Maybe let's keep that for next week. It's traditional, yeah, squash is allowed, traditional is allowed. Really, anything you want to do, but you got to do it from life. And and be as ambitious as you can with the materials that you include in the scene and the light that you include those materials in. Because we want good examples to look at for next week, to talk about materials, to talk about what's actually happening with the light. And in addition to that, spectacular failures are always on the menu, and I would really recommend doing some of that also. Like we looked at some of my work and like the directions that went, all the different avenues. Really attempt that over the week. Like keep attempting that, see what comes out of it, see what unexpected things happen from like sitting with a painting, not expecting a finished painting, and just having a conversation with it, basically. So yeah, that's the homework. Does anybody have any questions? Still went an hour over. I'm sure this time I was going to be able to do it. Okay, cool. Then thank you guys for coming. I will see you next week. Thank you.